All right, well, good evening, everyone. We were talking about how we will have some storm chances moving in around the dinner time frame for our Saturday, and we'd be ready to do cut-ins whenever necessary. And we're getting on or starting on right on track around 5:24 here in downtown Tupelo Station. We're taking a look at the severe thunderstorm warning. While primarily the storm is out there across the state line, pretty much in the Memphis Retro area, we are not dealing with that yet here in Mississippi, but we have this warning downstream, and that's going to allow us to kind of start to see that warning, just give everybody a heads up as we start to anticipate some of these stronger storms across the state line. I'll start off by talking about our threats. Once again, we are not talking about a tornado threat tonight, so if that brings immediate ease and comfort, I hope that does. We're talking about wind again, which honestly, some of these could be very gusty. The potential for maybe 75-mile-per-hour winds is a possibility with today's setup, and also the potential for some hail. So we're kind of going through what we've been going through the past few days, unfortunately, but we've done an excellent job getting through the past few days. Y'all have done fantastic. So we can do it again tonight, and we'll make sure to keep you guys updated on that. So we're dealing with, again, the energetic and disruptive storms. They're just going to cause those light shows as the sun begins to set, and quite a few rumbles, pretty much nonstop as we head into our evening hours. So we can take a look at our threats. I mean, you can already tell a little bit further out across the Mississippi River, getting closer towards Tunica County, where some of those darker returns are technically a little bit brighter with those pink and purple showing up, so picking up on some of those hailstones aloft. So we want to keep our eyes on that here. Let me look on this screen, make sure I have the chat pulled up. That way I can answer any questions you guys have, because I know, especially at the top, we're going to want to know everything going on. So for us here in North Mississippi, we'll zoom out again before we continue to kind of break down what's ongoing. You can see quite a bit of color here in our region. We're dealing with some of these severe thunderstorm watches. That is for you guys out here kind of in these green counties outlined. So that will continue all the way until 10 o'clock later on tonight, as far south, or excuse me, east as Prentiss. So not quite for you guys out there in Tisch, Itawamba, or Monroe just quite yet. We're just dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings as we're expecting some of these storms to continue crossing the Mississippi River between the 5 to 6 o'clock hour, as we're seeing right now. And we're going to see the coverage of these rain changes continue to increase and stick with us throughout the next few hours. Again, not discussing anything tornadic. We are not dealing with that tonight. Wind and hail continues to be the main concern. And thankfully, the flooding concern, or potential for flash flooding, not quite as high as we've seen the past few days. So hopefully we won't have to deal with much of that heading into our overnight hours. But again, for flash flood prone areas, I know some neighborhoods in Starkville where we can get a heavy thunderstorm and people just have to stay put as the drainage system just really struggles in that area. Just make sure to stay weather aware as we head into the next few hours ahead, and we'll make sure to keep you guys updated as we continue taking a look. So speaking of taking a look, let's go up here towards those severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. We actually just saw another one get issued just north of this initial warning that we went live for, starting to cross into our coverage area right around that 5:25 mark. So I wanted to make sure to hop on here and give you guys an update, as y'all's phones are probably letting you know that y'all are under that warning. That is set to expire at around 6 o'clock for you guys in Marshall and DeSoto County. We also have that other warning just north set to expire around 6:15. So again, 15-minute interval right there as we'll continue dealing with these showers and storms. So let's take a look at our threats here. With our Memphis radar, we want to make sure we get the best look at that here. We're going to deal with a lot of green and kind of pink purple. Yet again, that has been the story the past few days as we've dealt with this kind of weather setup to allow us to see wind potential and the potential for some hail. You guys have done an excellent job submitting those reports to letting us know what those storms have been capable of. Kind of expecting a similar setup today. So we'll make sure to keep our eyes on that here, and I'll try to kind of juggle both between our big monitor on the other side of our studio and over here on the wall. But we're dealing with some of those lighter shades of pink and purple starting to creep in, showing that hail is definitely a possibility. Again, these are peak impact, so the absolute worst case scenario on what we could see here with these storms. So if we were to kind of pixel these, and honestly, let me just turn off the lightning again, because that is going to cover up a lot of it here so we can get the best visual. We're talking about that second level, so maybe up to an inch in hail, worst case scenario. But you'll notice up there towards Lakeland, Tennessee, a little bit darker, so probably an inch and a half potential. Now, that making it all the way to the surface is probably definitely a struggle at this moment in time, but we are probably seeing some hailstones kind of aloft in that storm, and we'll eventually start to drop some of that here. So we're going to want to keep our eyes on that severe thunderstorm warning as it gets closer and closer. And I did not bring my phone over here, so let me walk off screen real quick to grab that so I can kind of keep all the different chats open and make sure I don't miss any important messages. Should I say that? Might have lost my phone. There we go. It's over here. Can't go too far away from it. Want to make sure I don't miss anything important for you guys to keep y'all updated. I already got a text from our meteorologist Gabe Manor. I told him I went over to the gas station across the street to get some water and energy drinks to prep for the evening ahead. So we're dealing with these two severe thunderstorm warnings. One pretty much entirely up there in Tennessee, but the southern one just kind of jutting into our coverage area across the state line into DeSoto and Marshall County. You guys out there in Holly Springs, for any of y'all tuning in, y'all are not necessarily within that warning, pretty much right on the outskirts of it. With these storms, they're of course going to just move very slowly. Again, we're really not talking about those fast moving storms just quite yet. This warning had it moving at around southeast around 35. So we're already dealing with these storms moving faster than what we've had to deal with for our Wednesday, our Thursday, our Friday. And that's why our flash flood threat is not as elevated, because these storms aren't just going to sit still for that long amount of time before moving on out of our area. So good news, we're not dealing with that flash flood threat as prominent, and we don't have to worry about these storms kind of sitting over our city and our location for quite as long. They can just kind of dump what they have in store for us and move on out as we continue into the evening hours ahead. So I want to continue covering this severe thunderstorm warning. The unfortunate part with where these are coming in at, we don't really have many cameras furthest up north in those counties. Well, speaking of Holly Springs, I know we do have that one. Let's see. That one is down. I thought that one was going to still be down. Let's take a look out here outside of Senatobia and in the Crenshaw region, and we'll take off that warning. That way we can kind of see what's going on. Again, most of North Mississippi staying dry for the moment. We're kind of waiting for more of those showers and storms to move on in. Let me take a look at our camera down here in Crenshaw, and we'll spin it the right way, because this is probably looking, let's see here, it's looking northwest. So it's already looking at a good spot. I want to move it just a little bit further north so we can try to see some of those storms. But yeah, I think they had it right where they wanted to, because we'd start bumping into that water tower. So let's move it back over. I think we'll leave it kind of at that spot that it was at. That's probably a perfect spot as we wait for more storms. But I will say we've enjoyed our Saturday so far. It's been a sunny one. It's been honestly a beautiful one. If we're dealing with temperatures still within the mid-90s. That's summer here in Mississippi, but we're not talking about that oppressive heat. But we are starting to see some of that cloud cover start to move on in. Low 90s, feeling like 106 out there in Crenshaw. So I know you guys kind of might not be disappointed if y'all get some of these showers to just help you guys feel a little bit better heading into the evening hours ahead. But dealing with some of those cloudy conditions and that cloud cover becoming a little bit more prominent heading into the next few hours. Let's take a look at the chat. What time is it supposed to hit Water Valley? And are these storms coming towards Sulligent, Alabama this evening? That's an excellent question. We can kind of start some of that here. I know we'll cover a lot of that here in the 6 o'clock broadcast. But I want to bring up, let's see, I think I have it pulled up. I was kind of getting this ready earlier. We can take a look at Futurecast, and we'll back it up, start at around 6:30. Delete these. Do I not have, oh, there's the delete button. There we go. Then we'll draw it out. Actually, here, let me just do it this way. We'll zoom on out. That way you guys can see your respective location and kind of see what we're going to start dealing with throughout the next little bit. So we were talking about these showers and storms starting to push in around the dinner time frame. So still got another hour or so until we really start seeing those storms out west starting to push in towards you guys in the Delta. We're seeing some of these stronger storms up north making their way in. So our model's already doing a pretty good job with the overall location and timing. We're going to start dealing with maybe even some heavier showers out ahead of it out there towards Union County. That's around 6:30 later on tonight. And as we continue heading into the evening, I know you guys were asking about Water Valley and out there in Alabama. We are expecting this rain coverage to just continue increasing and stick with us throughout the next few hours ahead. We can see for Amory, Tupelo, you guys dealing with some of those showers and storms Water Valley. That's around 8 o'clock with this latest run of models that are just now coming out. And as we continue into the rest of our evening, we kind of start to see it break on up a little bit. But for you guys out there in our Alabama counties, y'all will get this later on tonight. That's at 9:30, so during the 9 o'clock broadcast hour and on. And then we kind of get that false dry period for a second before we see some more showers and storms moving into the Delta. This is after our 10 o'clock broadcast, so we're going to continue to keep our eyes on this and be ready to go live past 10. We don't just stop our coverage after our broadcast schedule ends, so we'll make sure to keep this going all night long if we have to, like we have the past few nights. So very, very heavy out there right around midnight for you guys out there in the Delta. Water Valley kind of getting some more of those showers and a little bit further on south. And that's going to continue into the overnight period before we'll start finally making our way closer towards drier skies. So we still have a ways to go, but I hope that can kind of give you a brief recap for all of you guys tuning in, asking about your respective locations. There's a good chance we could see some of these showers and storms heading into the next few hours. But I kind of just wanted to pop that on because I know you guys are going to ask about your locations as y'all typically do. And I totally get it because y'all want to know what's going on and when y'all can expect it. So hopefully that helps. We're going to continue taking a look at these storms with these warnings for you guys getting affected right now. And we'll pop that lightning back on. And one thing I do want to check, let me change it back over towards our Memphis radar. Perfect. I was watching lightning strikes, and I probably, yeah, we can put it, let me make it to where all of you guys can kind of see what's going on. Our strikes are at around 1,700, but they were up to 2,000 earlier, unless it was just a different frame. I didn't have it this far zoomed out. Of course, you'd think the more we're zoomed out, the more strikes it could pick up on. I watched it cross to 2,000 earlier. Let's see. They're kind of already, yeah, they're starting to build back up again. So we're still going to deal with these showers and storms for a while. I always point out lightning strikes because that's a good way to kind of measure the overall health with these storms as they continue to push closer and closer towards our region. Kind of when we see those lightning strikes, we start dealing with some of those kind of stronger storms as they continue to build on up. Let's go out here towards West Helena. As you guys are seeing a severe thunderstorm just across the Mississippi River. I don't think we're going to have any shots with our cameras. I know the one right behind me here during the nighttime, we saw that lightning continue to flash kind of across the river and pretty much on top of it with the reflection. But you guys staying dry right now, not expecting those showers just quite yet. Let's go out here towards Clarksdale, and I'll already pull it up just in case we need to move it. Let's see if we can get kind of a good visual on some of these storms. They might all be positioned west, northwest. Okay, this is already looking northwest. I'm going to shift it just a little bit more to the right. But these are probably all set up good to go for the night as these storms slowly work their way in. This one's moving slow, which means if I keep going, I don't want it to kind of do a fast. There we go, pan. Not much of a difference, but again, as a whole here in North Mississippi, we're really not dealing with those showers and storms just quite yet. We're dealing with those warnings up here in the northernmost portion of our region, but those showers and storms are just now crossing the state line. So we've stayed dry pretty much all throughout our Saturday. That's what we were talking about a lot yesterday on how it's still going to be a beautiful day. It's just later on into the evening hours where we want to kind of starting to get weather aware and get ready for some showers and storms pushing on in. So we're dealing with heavy, heavy rainfall, very energetic, very disruptive. Don't mind the lightning now as we're not really heading off to bed, but I know that can be a little bit annoying later on tonight when we're ready to get, or trying to get ready for our Sunday morning. Again, we can take a look at our wind here with our Memphis radar. We're not going to deal with anything tornadic, but you can already see some of these brighter returns and pretty impressive, especially with how close to the radar site it is. Some of these gusty winds are making it to the surface. It's going to be a little bit breezy as these blow on through. You're definitely going to hear the wind kind of howl outside, but we're not talking about anything rotating. We're not discussing a tornado threat. That is not a worry heading into the overnight period. And anytime I pull up the peak impacts graphic, if we were talking about anything tornadic, we would start to see this red color. And we have not seen that here on our peak impact graphics for a while now. Thankfully, we have not had to talk about a tornado threat. So that will continue into your evening hours ahead. But as you can see, we're still dealing with a lot of pinks and purples starting to make their way closer and closer towards North Mississippi. This is that hail threat that's a little bit more prominent further out northwest. So I think for overall severity, that continues to stay as far northwest as possible, and it will continue to diminish into the next few hours. But that's exactly why we've seen these severe thunderstorm watches in place, to give you guys a heads up, as that will continue all the way towards 10 o'clock later on tonight. Hopefully, we're not going to see any counties get extended or any get added on. And now that I'm taking a look at this, with how heavy that rainfall is, it's not going to let me click on it. Looks like we got an aerial flood. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see it unless I can kind of pull it off here behind the scenes, but I think that pulls off everything. Yeah, it does. Oh, wait, let me see if I can do it this way. Okay, there we go. And then we'll click this. So yeah, we did see an aerial flood advisory get issued for you guys out there in Tennessee and portions of DeSoto and Marshall. So that's giving you guys a heads up as some heavy rainfall is making its way closer towards you guys. So again, flood prone areas up there. Just make sure to kind of get ready, get set up in your house, just so you know that, hey, after this rain kind of moves on through, it's going to take a little bit for the drainage system to start catching on up. So that is going to be a concern with this shower as it continues to just slowly move on through. We'd like to see that kind of speed up a little bit so it's not sitting on top of you guys for too long. But I wanted to cover that because I just saw that get issued. And let me unclick it again. It's until 7:45. So there we go. We still have pretty much 2 hours until that is set to expire, just with that heavy rainfall occurring. So again, flash flooding, although it has not been as high of a concern today that it has in the past few, we can still see examples of that. So definitely want to stay weather aware heading into the evening hours. But I think we're kind of at the point at night to where hopefully we're not doing too many Saturday, I guess, afternoon plans. We're starting to wind down, get ready for the evening, and then we'll be ready to go throughout the next few hours here and kind of safe indoors. All right, let's continue to take a look at the chat. Everybody's kind of saying where they're tuning in from. And Robbie Richardson, oh, my good friend out there in Starkville, looking good. Oh, you all are out in Texas right now. Enjoy keeping an eye on family and friends in North Mississippi. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. That means a lot. And then we also have Becoming and YouTube saying thank you for keeping us updated. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. I know we're not dealing with a whole lot right now, but we are still dealing with some warnings here for North Mississippi. So we wanted to make sure to get on, whether that's one or two or how many, as they are starting to impact us here in North Mississippi, to give you guys a heads up. Now, just a second ago, if y'all saw it here, I may have been covering it up behind me. We saw another warning get extended or issued further out east as it approaches the Mississippi River. So for you guys on the western side of DeSoto County and Tunica, y'all could start dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning in the coming few minutes or next kind of 15 to 30, as that storm does not show any signs of slowing on down, but still kind of making that eastward, southeastward, I guess, progression closer and closer towards the river in North Mississippi. So we're going to start to see more of these warnings creep on in towards our coverage area. And want to keep you guys updated on that. We can go take a look at that warning. And we can even see some of those heavier showers outside of the warning. But let's zoom in here and start breaking this one down. Again, very energetic. Make sure I'm not missing anything from the team. But yeah, I mean, still, I mean, this is very heavy even outside of the warning area. So for you guys out there towards West Helena, still take that seriously, even though that severe thunderstorm warning is just a little bit further north. But we're dealing with that expiring at around 6:30. I think both of these. Okay, so the initial one is set to expire around 5:45. So that one will begin to expire, but they already issued one downstream for this same storm as it continues moving further and further east. And that's for Lee. Let's see, just for Lee and St. Francis, Arkansas counties. Okay, so for those two counties just across the Mississippi River out there in Arkansas, you'll have to forgive me. Not knowing my Arkansas counties, I'll have to start memorizing those around our coverage areas. That's typically where we see some of this weather come from. But dealing with some of those showers and storms kind of getting closer and closer towards you guys out there in West Helena, you can take a look. This portion of the storm is starting to get a little bit energetic and starting to see some of those brighter returns. So West Helena, y'all are going to start to see some of those heavy showers make their way closer and closer towards you guys. We could take this on a loop. I mean, yeah. So this is the severe component of the storm, But notice just south how we're starting to see some of those heavier showers, and it just really starts to ramp on up, kind of latch onto that boundary. So I would expect kind of the southern portion of that storm and this warning to continue to kind of bring some of those heavy rainfall. And we'll see here with our threats graphic if it's starting to try to produce some hail. Yeah, I'm not surprised. We're starting to see some of that darker purple a little bit. So trying to build up somewhat of a hail core. Don't know if it's making its way down towards the surface yet. I would have to see. Oh, wait, actually, let's cover this first. Let's take a look at our echo tops kind of across the board here, and we'll remove lightning again. So we're already talking about this tall vertical development. When we start to see those reds starting to pop on up, we're talking about 50,000 feet, and we're actually talking about some of that kind of brown making its way in. I think we can see a little bit. Yes, I'd say the tallest one is actually out here towards Mariana and Arkansas. That should be coming in at around 55,000 feet, if I can click that right. Yeah, so we're talking about 55,000 feet, working its way closer and closer towards 60,000. So these are pretty strong and kind of tall thunderstorms starting to make their way into our viewing area. I see behind the scenes, Kim Williams asking in the chat, what is our primary threat? Fantastic question. I want to continue kind of reminding you about that. Our primary threat tonight continues to be wind and hail. So unfortunately, still dealing with what we've had to deal with throughout the past few days. But the good news on that is y'all have done an excellent job kind of staying updated and aware and making it through kind of these just stormy days here. And we're dealing with the same concept heading into tonight. So we're not dealing with anything tornadic, no rotation. That is not a threat. So I hope that can bring some comfort to you guys here in North Mississippi. We're not going to have to deal with that tonight, but some gusty conditions, some disruptive, energized storms making their way through that can prove annoying for power outages and kind of losing power temporarily. But a good thing that we want to keep emphasizing, especially with how 2026 started with that ice storm. I know some of us can get a little bit anxious when we lose power. We're not talking about anything long lasting like what you guys had to endure during January. We've seen several outages be reported throughout the past few days, and your local EPAs are on top of it. As always, they do a great job getting back out there and trying to restore power as quick as they can and as safe as they can as these storms continue to move on through. So we're going to take a look and continue analyzing these severe thunderstorm warnings as they continue pushing into North Mississippi. Again, as a whole for our coverage area, we're really not dealing with much. We've had a beautiful Saturday. It's been sunny, it's been dry, it's been honestly pretty mild, all things considered, with some of this cooler, drier air moving on in. But we're also going to have to start talking about some of those showers and storms moving in again tonight. We're dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings further up north, kind of along the state line, affecting you guys in DeSoto and Marshall County. And that's it as of right now for our coverage area. But we're also keeping an eye on this severe thunderstorm warning just on the outskirts of the Mississippi River, just west out there in Arkansas. So we're going to continue to see that. Kim Williams also asking, does it look like it'll weaken down as it moves towards Prentiss County, Baldwin area? That's a good question. So what we're noticing, and pretty much with the setup today, overall peak intensity, I would say, continues to stay further northwest and kind of what Arkansas is dealing with. Now, as it continues to move on in, it's going to maintain its strength, especially as we're still talking about some sunny skies and just constant daytime heating that we've had. But the normal kind of, I guess, pattern with these storms and showers, the further into the evening overnight hours we get, daytime heating gets cut off. We're not really talking about overall peak intensity. So as it continues to move its way further and further westward, we're going to start hopefully losing some of that. And we really don't want to deal with that anywhere further on south. So those severe thunderstorm watches have been issued earlier on today. That will continue all the way until 10 o'clock. But we're going to keep our eyes on it just in case it does continue to keep somewhat of that intensity throughout the overnight hours. And of course, we'll be ready to go live in a moment's notice, but hoping that it's not going to be anything too long and too disruptive to keep us awake. But if it makes any of you guys feel better, again, you can go to sleep knowing that we're not dealing with a tornado threat. So as long as you're good dealing with some heavy rainfall, a few rumbles, good sleeping weather is what a lot of you guys were saying the other night, y'all are still going to be good to go heading into our overnight period. Just kind of a stormy end to our Saturday before we get to enjoy even cooler conditions for our Sunday. So again, give and takes with some of these forecasts. We kind of got to get through these stormy, severe portions of the weather before we can really enjoy the good. And I know we'll all be excited to start enjoying that here together. So let's continue to analyze some of these warnings that are ongoing here. We're dealing with this severe thunderstorm warning just on the outskirts of the Mississippi River. That is set to expire around 6:30. But again, for you guys closer towards West Helena, we're still seeing some of those showers and storms continue to expand a little bit south of it. So that continues to be an issue, even though you guys aren't necessarily in that warning. It's still going to bring some heavy, heavy rainfall. And of course, that lightning, which I'll see if that has increased, that has continued to climb for you guys in the southern portions of that storm. So very energetic, very disruptive. And then we're also taking a look at this severe thunderstorm warning affecting you guys out there towards Marshall and DeSoto. And I don't think it's clipping Benton County. I think y'all have been shaved off of both of them. Okay, so I don't think it's necessarily, oh, well, the most northwestern portion, just ahead of Michigan City, dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning. So you guys pretty much right on the outskirts of the Tennessee state line and Marshall County line. Y'all are under that severe thunderstorm warning, but Benton as a whole pretty much outside of it. But would not be surprised to kind of see some more of these thunderstorm warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings get extended a little bit downstream, just if they're continuing to keep the pace that they have. They have not seen any signs of slowing down just quite yet. But again, also a good thing, because the quicker we can get these to move on out of our area, that helps us not deal with the potential for some flash flooding. And we've already seen that aerial flood advisory for you guys out there in the northern most portions of our coverage area and out into Tennessee. Kim Williams also asking, oh wait, no, you were asking about it weakening, and then you said, I can deal with heavy rain and stuff, I just don't like high winds. So yes, unfortunately, we're gonna have to kind of deal with the, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you said that. That would bug me too. Somebody said, fix the right strap. I didn't realize it was like that. I would have kept my eyes on that all night long, just waiting for me to fix it. Thank you so much. But coming back to what Kim was saying, kind of dealing with those higher winds, and I know that can bring some anxiety. That unfortunately is going to be one of the things that we're going to have to deal with as these storms move on through. Thankfully, not really dealing with winds caused by tornadoes, because that is not going to be a threat tonight. But some straight line gusty winds, unfortunately, that will be part of the things that we need to keep our eyes out on and stay weather aware on as we continue into the evening ahead. So a big thanks to Henry for commenting that and letting me know. I hate that that's probably been like that the entire time. I think when I walked over to the gas station, it was like that. They never gave me a heads up. So thank you, Henry, for letting me know about that. All right, we're continuing to take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see if we can get a shot with some of our cameras. Our Holly Springs one is down. Do we try Clarksdale? I know that one's further north, and we could probably, oh no, that's right, because the water tower is there. Let's try the Batesville community and see if we can look a little bit further north. I mean, we're already seeing cloudier skies than what we've had to deal with. So that unfortunately is part of the story tonight as we head into our evening hours. But again, it's been a beautiful Saturday so far. It's just kind of one of those stormy, kind of great endings to the day, but at least we get to enjoy a beautiful day tomorrow. Bear with me a second as I kind of turn the Batesville camera to look a little bit further north. I mean, I think we're still pretty far away from these showers and storms. We're not going to get clear view, but I mean, you can just kind of see, well, a pole there as it kind of lags behind, but we're dealing with just those cloudy skies. Wow, this is sensitive. Let's bump that down here and move that back over. But yeah, we're dealing with overcast, kind of gray clouds the further northwest we go within our region. You can see that very clearly the more you look up, and then out there in the distance, that's where we're seeing some of our showers and storms continue to rumble. Now, I will say, of course, with this kind of blinding rainfall, we really can't see many of those lightning strikes just quite yet. If this was nighttime, we would just see constant flashes out there in the distance. There we go. That's going to be our best shot. We're probably seeing most of that heavy rainfall kind of right within that area, super far away. Can't really tell, but those thunderstorms are a little bit further out in the distance. So it's always a good thing when our cameras can't quite spot those thunderstorms yet, because that really means it's not impacting most of North Mississippi yet. We're still staying fairly dry, but it's the northwestern portion of our region that we continue to keep a close eye on. And I want to see if they have a special weather statements out anywhere else. We're looking at the one just north of Alcorn County. This is a little bit stronger, not quite reaching severe thunderstorm warning. But that one could start to impact you guys just north of the Tennessee state line and maybe even northern portions of Tishomingo County. So again, y'all aren't included within that severe thunderstorm watch, but that doesn't mean you're out of the neck of the woods completely. We can still deal with some of these stronger showers. Continuing to move on in. And there we go. With that downstream warning for the southern portion of the storm that we've been keeping an eye on, that one has really gained some strength out there towards West Helena and getting ready to cross into Tunica. And I believe that is Coahoma County. There we go. So you guys are under that severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45. What you guys will be dealing with are going to be some of those heavy wind gusts and the potential for some hail. You can kind of see those brighter returns. That has been pretty significant the past few here. Let me switch this over towards our threats. And I think Memphis is still going to be the best bet to look. Now, I know you see that red ring there. I'm not too concerned about that. That's just a different software trying to draw our attention to it to see if anything significant is ongoing. And then we can take a look at our wind product here. I mean, I think this is probably what we call kind of a mesocyclone. So these winds really strong further up in the storm. It kind of shows that it's healthy, but we're not dealing with any of that reaching the surface. But that's exactly why kind of the Barron software is putting that ring there. Again, we're not worried about that. We're not concerned, but we'll keep our eyes on it. Again, we're going to deal with hail and wind. And honestly, I would say wind is probably the bigger threat compared to our hail. So we're starting to deal with some of that here with this storm as it continues to push closer and closer towards North Mississippi. And for you guys out there towards Tunica and Coahoma County, that warning is set to expire at around 6:45. And we've seen some of those brighter returns here. We'll take that off. We'll take our lightning off. That way you guys can see very clearly how this storm has transitioned and kind of continued to build up its strength. I mean, we're talking about that severe thunderstorm warning further up north with those brighter returns, what prompted it. And then we started to see those showers and storms start to build on up, kind of on top of you guys out there towards Alexa and getting closer and closer towards West Helena. And that's where we're dealing with some of that. Now, I will say, if I can get this to match up, we're already starting to see, so that's probably where we saw our brightest returns. And then thankfully, we're seeing that start to diminish, and we can already start to see somewhat of a boundary that it's trying to latch onto. So we're going to continue to see it make that movement further out east, a little bit southeast towards you guys out there towards Lula out there in Coahoma County. So you guys are expected to see some of those showers and storms here within the next few minutes. And this warning, okay, our meteorologist Gabe Maynor saying that we may have had 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported out in Memphis and closer towards this warning further up north. So let's continue to take a look at that one, as this is what originally prompted our coverage. And we'll send out another notification because we're getting closer and closer towards the 6 o'clock broadcast. So let me kind of send one of these out. And honestly, let me just prep it for the 6. That way we can bring more people on and keep you guys updated. Bear with me behind the scenes while I try to spell check this on a tiny screen. I can't send anything out that looks wrong. But we're dealing with these severe thunderstorm warnings that are continuing to push into North Mississippi. There we go. That looks about right. Sorry, I've learned that I'm not good at talking while multitasking, so I'm going to just give me 1 second. Okay. I have that ready to go, so we'll have more people come in for 6. That way we can have you guys ready. And then let me cue this up behind the scenes. That way we can have that ready to go, because once it gets 6 o'clock, we'll take that quick 1-minute break, get things going again. I'll grab some water, and then we're going to keep our coverage going. So we're dealing with the severe thunderstorm warning out there towards DeSoto and Marshall, where our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, he was saying that 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts were reported up there, kind of right along the state line. So that is unfortunately one of the things that we're talking about, Kim. I know you were asking and kind of concerned about just windy, gusty conditions. That is probably our most primary concern, and that storm is not showing any signs of slowing down as we've seen that severe thunderstorm warning get issued further on downstream. That is now encompassing you guys out there towards Holly Springs, and they have issued it as a destructive one. So this is probably going to be one of our stronger ones as it's bringing some heavy, heavy wind gusts, unfortunately, coming in at around 80 miles per hour is what our meteorologist Gabe Maynor was saying. So we're going to keep our eyes on this one. This is probably our strongest storm that unfortunately we've probably had to deal with throughout the past few days as it's bringing some of those wind gusts. We could take a look at our wind. Take a look at how bright those returns are. So we're talking about gusty winds making their way down towards the surface, and just you're definitely hearing it howl outdoors. I will say wind is probably our primary threat. Along with that heavy rainfall, hail continues to slow down, at least with these last few scans. So we're going to continue to break down this here in the next few seconds. Let me start this up, send a notification. We're going to be back here in a minute, and we'll cover this severe thunderstorm warning as it continues to ring through North Mississippi.
In 1998, we needed help with the loan. A friend of ours had been using First Choice Bank. First Choice has been helping us ever since.
We just love the service. The tellers are wonderful. They know our names. Why would we want to bank anywhere else?
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
All right, well, I'm meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. We're covering it still wanted to go back. Give me one more second. We're not going to be at the monitor right now, as we're definitely in severe weather mode, as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued with the National Weather Service office out there in Memphis. You guys in the comments are already catching up on why this has been issued. It is bringing hefty, hefty wind gusts. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, he texted me saying that 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts were reported. So that is exactly why we're seeing this warning issued and why it is flashing here on our screen. Thankfully, we haven't had to deal with that much here in North Mississippi, so I know this looks new to you guys, but that is what we are dealing with here at the 6 o'clock hour. So a lot of you guys in the comments were saying that that storm in Memphis means no joke. A lot of people are reporting power. Wind is howling outdoors, and some people also asking about whether these storms are heading towards North Alabama or some of the southeast counties. So real quick, before we continue to break down this severe thunderstorm warning, while all of you guys continue to tune in, we're not dealing with many rain or storm chances just yet here in North Mississippi. It's for our northernmost counties with that destructive severe thunderstorm warning being issued. And these storms are going to continue to push in that southeast direction. And we could still see some more development out here along the state line for you guys out there in Alabama. But our primary concern at this moment is this strong thunderstorm, as it has received that destructive tag just due to how gusty these conditions are going to be. Now, when we're talking about severe weather today, let's take a look to see if they've updated any of that. We have been upgraded to that level 2 slight risk here, and I'll move this out of the way. That way you guys can kind of see what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with that level 2 slight risk, and we're not dealing with a tornado threat. Again, you see those green boxes. Let me see if I can pull that off for you guys. That way that can make you feel a little bit better here. If I can uncheck that. There we go. Our tornado risk, we are not dealing with that today. What continues to be our primary concern is wind. And we are talking about the potential. Yeah, there we go. We're talking about damaging wind here with that level 2 slight risk being issued. So we want to make sure to keep our eyes on that. We've already seen that damaging severe thunderstorm warning get issued, and then the potential for some hail. That continues to stay a little bit further northwest, where we're talking about that peak intensity continues to be. But we're going to deal with some hefty, hefty wind gusts as these thunderstorms continue to move on in. So we're going to continue to take a look at that, break down that warning for all of you guys tuning on in, because that has probably been, well, it's definitely been our strongest storm today, but might have been our strongest storm throughout the past few days as we're dealing with that destructive tag. Again, what I mentioned right before we went into break, it's a good thing that we haven't really seen this often here in North Mississippi. We don't want to deal with this often, but the reason you see it flashing is because this has kind of like a destructive label on it, meaning that this one's a little bit stronger, bringing some of those gusty winds there, which was reported at around 80 miles per hour. So our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, gave us a good heads up, and we saw that warning get issued shortly after he sent over that text. So whole team kind of watching here behind the scenes and helping each other out as we're dealing with that severe thunderstorm watch and warnings ongoing here in North Mississippi. I'd be curious to see whether or not they expand maybe some of these watches, especially with how these storms are already producing these gusty winds. But we're continuing to take our eyes very closely on this severe thunderstorm that continues to push in. And there we go. Those severe thunderstorm watches were actually just extended further out east for you guys here in Mississippi as we're seeing some of these storms continue to rumble and move on in. Now, again, we're dealing with energetic and disruptive storms. Our total strikes all within this frame are just shy of 2,500. So still dealing with quite a few strikes that can cause power outages along with these straight line winds. So we're going to take a look at this warning. We're going to zoom in a little bit more here. Unfortunately, our camera down there in Holly Springs is down, so we don't have a clear visual on the storm. But if we wanted to go take a look here at our winds, I mean, these are those bright returns that we're talking about, just talking about how heavy and gusty these winds continue to be. If we take a look at our threats here, again, we're not talking about anything tornadic. So when we keep talking about wind gusts and the threat for wind, it's not coming from a tornado. I want to make that very clear for all of you guys tuning in today at 6. We've been starting this coverage about an hour ago, but we are dealing with gusty conditions that were reported further up north, kind of closer towards Memphis, making their way closer towards the state line with this severe thunderstorm. That's going to continue to dig further and further southeast, affecting more and more of you guys out there in Marshall, Benton, eventually into Tippah, and I believe that, there we go, Union County. I'm a little bit zoomed in, but dealing with some of those severe thunderstorm warnings, and I guess technically storms, continuing to push further and further southeast. But I will say that I think wind is our primary concern with this storm. We are starting to see some of that hail, but again, confidence remains very low. Wind, I would say, is probably our highest threat that we're going to have to make sure to continue monitoring here in North Mississippi. Even again, that latest scan, we're just seeing a whole lot of that green, so heavy rainfall. Good news is these storms are moving a little bit quicker than the storms we've had to deal with the past few days. So flash flooding, not as primary of a concern here in North Mississippi, but definitely wanted to keep our eyes here on that storm as it continues to move on in. We're dealing with some of that heavy rainfall. But gusty winds, that continues to be the biggest threat. Now, I know we've been hitting a lot on that warning. Let's just go downstream here for a second, closer towards you guys in Tunica and Coahoma County. Y'all are dealing with the severe thunderstorm warning. Thankfully, not quite as intense as this one we're seeing further out east. But that one is set to expire around 6:45, and I apologize. I don't think I ever let you know when this one is set to expire. That is also at around 6:45. So we're dealing with two warnings within our region, thankfully both set to expire at the same time. So hopefully we can continue to see that trend. But unfortunately, with how these thunderstorms continue to develop and maintain its strength, I believe we'll see more and more warnings downstream. Would not be surprised if we kind of see some more affect you guys out there in the Delta, as another warning could be issued for that severe one as well. So I know there's also getting reports. Let me turn that on. We might be able to, unfortunately, start seeing some here with our radar. I'm not seeing any yet, but some reports are coming in of trees down. Multiple reports of trees down. An emergency manager out there in Marshall County. So that could unfortunately cause some power outages. And then there we go with those reports of 80-mile-per-hour winds coming with the storm going into Marshall County. So that is definitely a warning that probably sounded all of your phones, as that does have that destructive tag on it. So unfortunately, very gusty conditions continue to be the story here, as we're going to continue to keep all our effort here on this warning for you guys out there towards Marshall, Benton, Tippah, and Union County. This warning is set to expire around 6:45. and wind continues to be unfortunately very, very high. So we're talking about some of those brighter returns here. I know this is a product we usually look at kind of if we're talking about anything tornadic. Thankfully, we're not looking at it because of that, because that is not part of the threat today. But we are bringing this up because we are still talking about gusty straight line winds. And these could be proven to be very kind of devastating just with how gusty they are. And that's why we're just really keeping our attention here with that severe thunderstorm warning that you can see is flashing. We typically don't see this very often, which means we want to take this very, very seriously. So anybody out there towards Marshall, especially for you guys out here in Benton, as that storm gets closer, you guys need to be in y'all's kind of safe space, just indoors. We definitely don't want to be outside as these gust conditions kind of move on in. And this severe thunderstorm warning has been kind of extended for you guys further on downstream in Tippah and Union County. So we're going to still deal with that. And I believe this warning has it moving. Last few have been at around 35 miles an hour. So we can put a storm track. Okay, perfect. So this one's moving at 45, so even better. We can try to get this out of our neck of the woods a little bit quicker. We're not dealing with those slow moving storms as how we have had to deal with the past few days here. I'll back this up. That way I can give you all an accurate direction. It looks like it's starting to kick off at Boundary, and we're going to see probably this storm just south of Holly Springs probably move further on south. But I'm going to do a storm track kind of all within this warning here. Yeah, we'll just kind of go along the leading edge. Actually, no, because the gusty winds, they're going to make it towards you guys a little bit earlier. See if we can kind of see where that leading edge is. There we go. We're going to do it this way. So I'm drawing this track out for you guys, and this isn't with the heaviest precipitation because I think our biggest threat is the wind, as we've seen that destructive tag kind of get placed on it. Let me move that down, and thankfully we're going a little bit quicker today so we can cover more people. It was moving around 45, so I'm going to go 50 to try to give more and more of you guys a heads up as we're dealing with this severe thunderstorm warning with that destructive tag, dealing with heavy, heavy winds. So Pine Grove and Windburn around 6:11, Cannon around 6:13, Blackjack 6:16, same for Hickory Flat. I know you guys were asking in the comments. Hamilton at 6:18, 6:19 for Shady Grove, Lowry and Blue Mountain 6:22, 6:24 for Darnon, Macedonia and Myrtle, 6:25 for Mount Zion, Cotton Plant 6:26, same for Galloway and Old Myrtle. And we're going to trim this down just slightly to cover some more cities that you guys will probably pick up on a little bit easier, unless, there we go. All right, so we're talking about Myrtle and Ripley around 6:24 and 6:26 respectively. Faulkner at 6:27, New Albany 6:33, Dumas 6:35, Jumpertown 6:48, Guntown 6:53, Boonville 6:55, Saltillo around 6:57, and Marietta around 7:04. So this continues to be one that we really want to take seriously, as these are gusty winds continuing to move into our region. Unfortunately for you guys out there in the northern portions, dealing with these a little bit more prominent. Now, I will notice now that I zoomed out, the Golden Triangle region has now been put into that severe thunderstorm watch. So we are expecting more development to kind of occur within the next few hours. I know some of you guys are just now tuning in, kind of asking whether or not your respective town or location will be part of this threat tonight. So we're dealing with these storms. They're going to continue to push in through the south, or kind of going in the southeast direction. And we do have a chance to see some of these showers and storms pop up and bring some of those heavy wind gusts and of course heavy downpours. But thankfully, tornado threats, that is not on the table tonight. Wind is our top concern, as we're seeing here with that flashing warning. That means it has been labeled as destructive with 80-mile-per-hour winds, wind gusts reported. And then hail is our secondary threat, as that continues to stay a little bit more prominent further northwest. So you guys in the northern portions of the Delta, I think y'all could start dealing with that hail a little bit more than everybody further out east, southeast, and of course further out there in Arkansas. So wind, that continues to be our biggest concern, as we're actively seeing that in real time here with that severe thunderstorm warning that is set to expire around 6:45 in this moment of time. So we're dealing with wind here and this severe thunderstorm thunderstorm warning for Tippah, Benton, Union, and Marshall counties set to expire around 6:45. And I would say we're dealing with more hail with this severe thunderstorm warning that is also set to expire at 6:45 for Tunica and Coahoma County. Now, we still have a good 30 minutes until we see that expire, but would not be surprised to kind of see some more warnings get issued maybe further downstream if it continues to keep kind of this head of steam. The good news is that these storms are moving a little bit quicker today than what they have been moving the past few days, so we don't have to endure these threats as long as we've had to in the past. These are going to be gusty conditions, and hopefully they'll blow on through pretty quickly. I know somebody in the comments asking about Corinth, and Kim asking, well, let me touch on Kim's real quick because she brings up a good point. What about if you live in a trailer and are in the path of the destructive storms? I would say if you have any storm shelters within your respective kind of city or nearby, I would say for you guys in trailers or maybe mobile homes, with just how gusty these winds are, it is definitely a day to where you should use those as we're dealing with some of these strong storms pushing into North Mississippi. Again, just because we're not dealing with anything tornadic, I mean, straight line wind gusts can still be proven to be very destructive. So for you guys out there, I would say storm shelters, especially within this severe thunderstorm warning, are smart to be used for you guys out there and kind of just not as sturdy built homes. So just make sure to take that as you head into the evening. And the other question that I was going to touch on, what about Corinth? You guys are not included within that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, but as you can tell, portions of Alcorn County are. I should have been mentioning that. I forgot to kind of mention that that warning has been issued for you guys, but Corinth, not necessarily within the path, but we're still going to see some of those gusty winds continue to get closer and closer towards you guys out there in Alcorn County. Now, thankfully, y'all aren't dealing with that quite yet. But we're still going to have to worry about that here. So let's continue to zoom back in. I want to continue keeping our emphasis on this warning. Before I do, we're still dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning kind of crossing the Mississippi River right now, bringing the potential for some hail. Would not be surprised if that one is dropping hail, but this one further up north continues to take a big priority as we're dealing with some of that destructive wind continuing to blow on through. And we'll zoom or kind of back. I will say, I would hope that it's kind of losing some of that gustiness. As you can see, those brighter colors really starting to fade. I mean, you can see that sharp boundary and line on where you're going to get the brunt of that wind, but it's nowhere near as strong as what it was as it pushed into Marshall County. So that continues to be an excellent sign as it crossed Highway 7, across Highway 4, pushing closer towards you guys in Ashland. So you guys are probably experiencing those heavy wind gusts right now. That makes me feel a lot better. So let me actually just zoom out real quick, go and cover this warning down here towards Tunica, because I don't want to ignore you guys out here, of course. Make sure you guys know what's going on here. We're dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning. That is set to expire around 6:45, and then we're going to see, okay, so 60 mile per hour is 1 inch in hail. So you guys are still dealing with that, but everything continues to look pretty good. Again, brighter returns here, so I think hail continues to be a concern, but with how hot we've been lately, I'm not too concerned about that as far as meeting 1 inch in diameter kind of criteria and meeting severe, but could potentially see some of that hail. But wanted to really talk about that really quick before we continue to talk about this warning further up north. So trying to cover all of you guys out here. But again, for our counties up here with this destructive severe thunderstorm warning being issued, this is our major concern as we're talking about some gusty and destructive winds making their way into our viewing area. So again, if we want to take a look at that here with our wind product, we're dealing with some of those brighter conditions, and it's red because it's moving away from the radar site. So red does not mean bad. This could be the same thing if it was green. Technically, if we switched it over towards our Columbus radar site out there, that would mean that the wind is pushing towards it. So green and red does not make any difference, but we are talking about gusty conditions with some of those brighter returns. But our best bet to see it kind of a little bit more accurate is with our Memphis radar site, as it's a little bit closer towards these storms. So I just wanted to talk about that really quick. Red does not mean bad. It's just giving us a direction on that wind blowing away from the radar. So we're dealing with those gusty winds continuing to blow out of Ashland right now, getting closer towards you guys along Highway 15. So for Faulkner, Ripley, Blue Mountain, y'all are starting to probably hear those rumbles, and some of that breeze is starting to get closer and closer. Let's put that, let's actually, you can see some of these brighter returns. Let's try to see if we can kind of click to see how fast these are blowing in. So there we go, 69 miles per hour when we're talking about some of these gusty conditions. So we're talking about 60 plus with some of these brighter returns. And if we were to go back on why this severe thunderstorm warning was issued, when we were talking about those brighter returns and thankfully how they continue to diminish, we're going to go probably right about here where we're talking about gusty winds. So we can continue to pixel some of those. Yeah, 72. I mean, I know our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, he was on top of everything, making sure we knew that 80 did officially get reported. So that's why we're talking about just destructive winds making their way kind of further into North Mississippi. But thankfully, those brighter returns, not quite as apparent, but still very prominent within this storm. We're dealing with strong wind gusts that we haven't really had to deal with as much as we had the past few weeks or past few days here. It's been a busy week here in North Mississippi. I know a bunch of you guys asking about Corinth. Y'all are staying outside of this warning, but you can kind of see kind of that boundary. That's going to continue to dig further and further southeast. Now, I would say the brunt of it will continue to stay just south of the city. Y'all are not out of the clear completely, as y'all will still deal with some gusty conditions and some heavy downpours. I mean, we could take a look at that here on precipitation a little bit further up north. But you guys are going to still deal with that. And New Albany, further up north, y'all are in the path of this storm continuing to make its way further and closer towards you guys. And it looks like another severe thunderstorm warning got issued under this one. So they're still expecting this storm to continue maintaining its strength as it continues pushing further and further into Tippah, Benton, Union, Marshall, and starting to exit Marshall, thankfully, as you guys are going to hopefully kind of be out of it here soon within the next few minutes. But we're dealing with gusty conditions as this continues to move on through. We can take a look at our hail swath real quick, but again, hail is not really the concern with this storm. It was dumping hail further up north, pretty much across the state line, but where precipitation is, and you can see we're not seeing anything here past Holly Springs, and we're seeing that precipitation. So this is a wind-driven warning. This is destructive winds that are continuing to push into North Mississippi. Let me clear that out so that doesn't block anything. I know you guys up in Corinth continue asking whether or not y'all are good. We're seeing some of those stronger showers and storms just north, some of those gusty winds a little bit further south. Thankfully, the brunt of it not heading towards you guys out there within the city of Corinth, but that doesn't mean y'all are out of it completely, as y'all will still deal with some of these storms making their way closer towards you guys. Let's see here. Let's do another track on this as you guys want to know when it is going to approach. And this one is still moving, I believe it's around 45. So we're going to do 50. We just saw another severe thunderstorm warning get issued further downstream for you guys along the Mississippi River. We'll go cover that in a second. But let's track this out one more time. We'll switch it towards our wind profile. That way we can go along the boundary there on where we're really going to start to feel those gusty winds. And we'll go outside of the warning too to encompass all of you guys. So this is going to continue pushing southeast. There we go. And then I'll zoom this out. That way you all can see. So we're talking about Lowry at 622, Macedonia at around 623. Same for Myrtle, Blue Mountain 623, Mount Zion 624, Etta around 625. Same for Galway and Old Myrtle, Cotton Plant 626, Faulkner 626, Ripley 626, New Hope around 627, Enterprise around 628. Bluff, Concord, Pumpkinson around 629, and Poolville around 630. And then I will change this here so we can talk about some other locations. We're talking about New Albany around 633 for you guys out there in Union County. Ecru around 644. I know you guys have seen some of these strong storms already this week. Guntown 653, Boonville 654, Saltillo 656. Tupelo around 704, Mantachie around 709, Plantersville around 711, and Fulton around 716. So that should hopefully give y'all a good time frame on when we can continue to expect these winds and heavy precip to make its way closer and closer towards you guys. Again, disruptive storms as well, as we're talking about this lightning, very, very heavy and just dense, but not quite seeing it kind of as active along with this wind. So wind, the number one threat right now as we continue tracking this storm and a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out there towards Marshall, Tippah and Benton County, Union, and portions of Alcorn. Prentiss not included, Lee not included, Pontotoc not included, but you guys are the counties pretty much right on the outskirts of it that will start to see that severe thunderstorm continue to make its way closer and closer towards you guys. But zooming out here again, I'm going to keep both in frame so that way you guys out here towards the Sardis community and Panola and Quitman County, you guys have started to get included in that severe thunderstorm warning that continues to dig further and further into our coverage area. Again, it's been a beautiful Saturday. We were talking about how it would stay mostly dry, but we're going to deal with these stormy conditions throughout our evening hours and unfortunately dealing with them windy as well. Speaking of wind, Ashley asking, will there be tornadoes? We are not dealing with tornadoes tonight. I know that can be a concern, especially as we're seeing a flashing warning here in North Mississippi. Thankfully, we don't have to see it very often, but that means we're dealing with wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour that have been recorded and measured. So even though we are not dealing with tornadoes, and that is not a threat tonight, damaging straight line winds continues to be a #1 concern and can still be detrimental to us here in North Mississippi, especially with some of these storms we've already seen throughout the past few days and the damage reports you guys have sent in. We're arguably dealing with some stronger at this moment in time right now at 6:23. So we're continuing to deal with that here. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning is for you guys out there in Marshall, Benton, Tippah, Union, and portions of Alcorn County. Speaking of Alcorn County, another severe thunderstorm warning has been issued just north of you guys. So I know a lot of people asking about Corinth and Alcorn County. So y'all are kind of sandwiched between these warnings, not receiving the blunt of it. Lindsay saying the winds picking up in Blue Mountain. I would not be surprised as we're still seeing that kind of brighter band make its way closer towards you guys. Now that we covered that other warning, let's continue to keep all our focus here on this destructive severe thunderstorm warning further up north, getting closer and closer towards you guys out there in Blue Mountain. You can definitely tell, I mean, this is what we mean. You guys in the comments reporting that the wind's picking up, we'll take a look. That kind of gray, or excuse me, that line of brighter winds, that's showing you those gusty conditions. That is almost right on top of you guys out there in Blue Mountain, and that's going to continue digging further southeast. So we're still dealing with some strong storms, bringing hefty winds. Thankfully, hail has really not been a concern with this storm. As you can tell, we're dealing with a lot of green, so we're not even really talking about hail with this severe thunderstorm warning. Wind continues to be our biggest concern. Now, I am starting to see kind of some of these brighter pixels here with our storm relative wind. I don't know if this one's going to do the best job picking up on it, but let's just kind of try to pixel some of them. So that's around, yeah, 70 miles an hour, 53. Let's clear those off and try another one here. I think this one's just a little bit duller. So yeah, 64. So we're talking about anywhere above pretty much 60 miles per hour. Some areas getting up to 70 out there, as you can just see. So we're dealing with that a lot here in North Mississippi with some of those gusty winds continuing to blow on into North Mississippi. Let me make sure everything's looking good. Okay, so we're still dealing with that warning here. I'd be curious to see what the folks up there in Memphis are thinking about. Yeah, so gusty winds just continues to be the biggest threat. Trees down, damaged tin on roofs. That's in Bobbitt Road in Mount Pleasant. So we're unfortunately starting to see some of those damage reports come on in. Let me see if I can update this here behind the scenes. Control C. As we continue to take a look at this destructive severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for us here in North Mississippi. Again, this is not a common thing, so I know it looks a little bit out of place here, but that's because we're dealing with these damaging wind gusts of up to 80 miles an hour or more. So wind continues to be our biggest concern as we're taking a look at that here. Okay, that looks all good. Let me switch this back over so I can continue to monitor everything you guys are saying. Half of Holly Springs already out of power. Anything bad in Hickory Flat? You guys are kind of right on the edge of some of those damaging gusts making their way closer and closer towards you guys. So unfortunately, that continues to be the concern with the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, set to expire around 6:45, but let's take a look at our reflectivity actually. as I hope that that means that it is starting to kind of lose some of its strength. You can definitely tell where it was at its strongest, dumping that heavy rainfall, lightning, potential for some hail, but the wind gusts most prominently, and it is since losing that as it gets closer towards you guys in Ashland. I know somebody was just coming about that. Hickory Flat, you guys are dealing with those heavy wind gusts, heavy rainfall, not quite dealing with hail, but damaging straight line winds. That is a concern here as we continue taking a look for you guys out there towards Tippah and Benton County, getting closer and closer towards Union and New Albany. In fact, let's do another track on this as we can give you guys the latest time. Let's go back towards our wind. And I will say it's not as stark of a difference as far as that line, that boundary as it was. That continues to be a good sign to see. So let's track that out here, kind of affecting you guys out here towards Ripley. Starting to feel those gusty conditions, and we'll go again around 50 miles an hour. I think the official one has it around 45, but we want to give you guys a heads up before it makes its way towards you guys, as y'all are still probably trying to get to and from y'all Saturday evening plans and change them. So Forgotten Hope, New Hope, Zamaco, that's right about now as it is on top of you guys. Enterprise at 6:30, same for Tiplersville, Bluff around 6:30, 6:31. Pumpkin Center and Walnut Creek as well for 6:31, and then we're dealing with Concord, Glenfield, Poolville, and Shari around 6:32, North Haven around 6:34, Marintown, Mitchell, and New Albany around 6:35, Pleasant Hill 6:36, and then we can change this here again to kind of talk about other cities that you guys will probably be able to distinguish a little bit easier here on the map. We're talking about New Albany, like we just mentioned, at 6:35, Ecru 6:47, Boonville 6:55, Guntown 6:56, Saltillo 7, and Tupelo 7:09. So still kind of right around the same track as what we were talking about earlier. Mantachie 7:13, Belmont 7:21, same for Fulton and Red Bay as it gets closer towards you guys out there in Alabama. I know some of you guys were commenting about the Alabama counties, starting to see some of this thunderstorm by the 7:21 time or 7:27 time frame. So still dealing with this severe thunderstorm warning with that destructive tag here in North Mississippi, affecting you guys out here in Tippah, Benton, Union, and Alcorn County, set to expire at 6:45 as 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts were reported, bringing some of that damaging, kind of just destructive threat to us here in North Mississippi. And for you guys pretty much in our northern counties as it continues to cross the state line, affect more and more of us here in our coverage area. That severe thunderstorm warning just north of you guys in Corinth and Alcorn County, not affecting you guys. I know a lot of people have been asking about Alcorn. Y'all are kind of sandwiched right in between, but I will say that these brighter returns continues to impress as far as not looking as intense as what it was. So we're hoping that this storm is starting to lose some of its strength. But it's still going to be kicking out, I mean, gusty conditions no matter where it's at. I mean, take a look. I mean, we're still seeing some of those brighter returns here with that latest scan. We can take a look at how heavy that's going to be. That'll kind of log back in. I think it may have been because it kind of overexceeded it, actually. Yeah, so we're going to be still talking about definitely over 30 out there towards Gravestown and Bethel. We're talking about gusty conditions kind of leaving Benton County, entering closer towards Tippah. And we can still see kind of that stark boundary. Power outages are going to be a big concern as we're dealing with these damaging winds continuing to push further and further into North Mississippi. And we're dealing with more thunderstorm warnings continuing to get extended for you guys out there in Alcorn County. Y'all are now completely within that severe thunderstorm warning. So y'all are now no longer sandwiched between them. Y'all are dealing with some of these damaging winds and heavy rainfall making its way closer towards you guys. We can zoom in and kind of encompass most of this area as that continues to be the biggest concern. We're seeing some of that heavier precip and lightning start to ring out. And while we're taking a look, let's see if our New Albany camera, y'all are kind of right on the edge of some of those gusty winds starting to make its way closer towards you guys in Union. We're dealing with some of those darker clouds above, not quite raining yet for you guys, but definitely kind of more of those eerie sights getting closer and closer with some of that wind. And in fact, right when I was about to switch the camera, I think we're going to see some of that lightning out there in the distance. So still very energetic, disruptive. Let's go out there towards you guys in Alcorn. Somebody asked me about Ashland again. There's some of that lightning here with our Alcorn County. Is it bad? I would say you guys are getting those gusty conditions right about now as it continues to blow on through. Thankfully, starting to be on the back end of it as it moves on through. One thing I want to point out again, because some people were saying, hey, I'm in the red area when we were talking about wind. Red does not technically mean bad. It can be red or green. It's just showing us the direction the wind is going. When we see those brighter returns, that means we're just, dealing with just stronger winds. So let me show you what I mean by that here. Excuse me, let me not zoom out. We want to continue taking a look at this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So if we're taking a look at it through our Memphis radar, we're seeing red and these brighter returns showing those hefty wind gusts. But if we take a look out of our Columbus radar as it's blowing through, we're dealing with some gusty winds, but this time in green. So green and red makes no difference. We're looking at kind of how bright these continue to be as damaging wind gusts continue to make their way further and further into North Mississippi. And our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, he is in the studio helping us take a look at kind of just how destructive this thunderstorm continues to be. Gabe, what's the latest update you have for us?
Well, Caleb, phenomenal job tracking this storm. And as it continues to move into the area, one of the things that it reported, and you see it flashing behind you, was the potential for this to be damaging. And we've seen quite a bit of damage, unfortunately, come out of this storm. Working on the power outages here behind the scenes, but I do want to say, just look at the view over there towards Potts Camp, looking towards Memphis. Let me see if I can move this down a little bit, but that's about as menacing a look as you can get on some of these storms as they move through northwest Mississippi. This was as it peaked in intensity on those winds, but still, National Weather Service in Memphis noting that we're anywhere from 60 to 70 miles an hour. And why that matters, when you get in excess of 65 miles an hour, technically that's still the speed of an EF0 tornado. Now, rotating or straight line, we all go to shelter for tornado warnings. We all need to make sure to take this seriously. While it's not the red polygon, while it's not the red warning, it is still a notable, potentially damaging warning that we really need to take into consideration, get into those locations. We've had trees, unfortunately, reported on homes. Power outages continue to spike. Trees falling down quite a bit over there in Marshall County, DeSoto County, and now extending, as you mentioned, into Benton County and further on, Caleb. So continue to track this out, but just a few reports that I've been able to see behind the scenes. And if you have any pictures to report to us, send it in through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we will forward that right along. But this continues to be the storm to watch as more severe thunderstorms remain possible throughout the rest of our evening.
Yes, no, that's exactly right. And I mean, we're taking a look at our New Albany Skycam. Somebody pointed it out in the comments. I think they're watching it behind the scenes, and we're talking about gusty conditions. Take a second for once this nameplate gets removed here below me, but you can see the camera starting to shake. These trees were starting to shake below it. Let me clear this really quick. That way you guys can get a good visual here. We could actually see some of that dust get picked up closer and closer towards the lows. But in between shots, I was taking a look at this. I mean, just gusty conditions getting closer towards you guys out there in Union County and New Albany. We're going to see those trees continue to shake. I mean, this is destructive wind out here. So y'all make sure to continue to take cover and kind of continue to monitor this, take this seriously. Again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings, which I know maybe we prioritize tornado warnings over, but these could be just as impactful as we take a look at this destructive severe thunderstorm warning making its way into North Mississippi right about now. So we have dealt with a beautiful Saturday. We're ready to deal with a beautiful Sunday coming up here tomorrow, but we just have to deal with these strong stormy conditions first. We're getting closer and closer towards 6:45 when this warning is set to expire. Thankfully, we have not seen a warning go downstream just quite yet. That continues to be a positive, and hopefully we're not going to have to deal with too many more flashing severe thunderstorm warnings throughout our evening ahead, but still destructive straight line winds that can cause multiple power outages, damage to all our houses and trailers. I know you guys were asking about that. For you guys wondering whether or not trailers are safe, like our meteorologist Gabe Maynard mentioned, I mean, we could be talking about almost EF0 winds here, and that's where we're typically going towards our respective shelters or our storm shelters at home and whatever that we have available within our respective cities and locations. I would say that this is a storm that requires that, and we want to take this very seriously as it continues moving on through. Now, the good news and what I continue to see that's very impressive here is that the wind continues to be kind of dying on out, at least not as impressive as what it was with those brighter returns. Now it's still very gusty regardless, causing several power outages, which I know our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, he's been taking a look at here behind the scenes. So we're going to have a report with that coming up here. But unfortunately, that's going to continue to climb throughout the rest of the evening, Gabe.
Yeah, and basically, if you live along I-22, that's what we're going to be dealing with. And as we look at that current outage report, we're looking specifically out of Northeast Mississippi EPA, as well as the North Central Electric Cooperative. So let me swap this over to. Appreciate that, Caleb. So here's a look at the outage map. And this is where, while an exact number on this map, I've not found one that has it, but I can at least tell you on poweroutage.us, we're reporting about 5,900 outages specifically in DeSoto County, and looking in Marshall County, we're 1,700, and those numbers tend to be a little bit behind, so potentially even 6,000 outages there in DeSoto County. And here's a look at that map. I mean, North Central Electric Co-op having several of these lightning bolts show up, each of those their own individual outages. Where those red ones are, that's where numerous outages are being reported. So going to be a busy night waiting on these storms to get through, and even as these trended across 22 and across North Mississippi, we've seen those outage numbers start to climb as well. I mean, look at the individual reports there, unfortunately, in the southern Marshall County, now moving into northwest Union County. So, Caleb, even as this moves through Union County, while it's a little bit weaker than what it was moving through DeSoto County, praise the Lord, it's a little bit weaker than 80-mile-an-hour winds, but it's still 60 miles an hour. This is your base severe thunderstorm warning that still is getting upwards of 50, 60 miles an hour, knocking down a few of those trees, knocking down a few of those power poles. So as we've seen with a few of these outages getting reported, adding to that probably as it moves through Union County. And one big note with this, and even the National Weather Service in Memphis talking about it, ice storm, ice storm, ice storm. A lot of folks still recovering from those impacts. And it's going to make those tree branches and those trees a little bit more susceptible to those winds. Pontotoc, when I was there the other day, they were talking about how there were branches that still had not fallen that these storms are knocking out. So that's what we're looking at too. Marshall County, DeSoto County, now into Union County, both areas hard hit by that ice storm. So unfortunately, it doesn't take as strong of winds to get those knocked down.
Well, we appreciate that, Gabe, for giving us that report. Unfortunately, that is a very good point, and that's something that our chief meteorologist, Matt Laubon, he's been discussing a lot throughout our storms throughout all of 2026, that the ice storm kind of was the setting stone as we endured that throughout January, and whatever it didn't knock down, it just made that much weaker heading into the rest of the year. And unfortunately, with us dealing with damaging and destructive wind gusts here, it just makes it that much easier for more limbs, more trees to start falling here, and that causes more and more outages. So we want to make sure to take this very, very seriously as this continues here at around 6:39 is the current time. This warning is set to expire around 6:45, so I'd be curious to see whether or not we see that get extended. I am pleased on the latest scans and how those continue to look like it's almost kind of being disorganized, kind of ripped apart, and hoping not to see another destructive tag kind of get sit downstream, but would not be surprised if we're still kind of dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings further up north. And while we're kind of keeping it all in frame, I can zoom this out here for North Mississippi and for our coverage area. We're almost dealing with entirely all of our coverage area almost with those severe thunderstorm watches set to expire later on this evening. I know the initial batch was around 10 o'clock. Our Golden Triangle region got added to it. That is also set to expire at around 10, but we're dealing with several severe thunderstorm warnings. They did an excellent job issuing these watches earlier just to give you a heads up that we would be dealing with this throughout our evening hours. We're dealing with those further up north. Those are going to continue to work their way further on down, south, southeast in that direction. And we're dealing with some of these warnings. And as you can see here behind me with that flashing one, some a little bit stronger than the others. So that's why we've been keeping our eyes on it most prominently, as we don't really deal with those warnings here very consistently here in North Mississippi. They're a little bit on the rare side, and as they should be, because that way it wants to kind of re-emphasize how powerful that storm continues to be. So let's zoom back in on it. Of course, I know we're dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings out there in the northern portion of the Delta. That is more wind and hail related, not quite as destructive as this one further up north. So let's continue covering it, as this one is hopefully set to expire within the next 4 minutes. So keeping you guys updated on that. Again, latest scans, really, really disorganized and kind of just falling apart. That continues to be an excellent sign, as we're seeing that not only with our reflectivity, but if we go take a look at it with our wind here, and we're taking a look at it with our Memphis radar, that's the one I want to look at here. Those brighter returns. I mean, just take a look at how prominent this was for you guys just north of Holly Springs. I would not be surprised to get several damage reports, unfortunately, starting to get that sent in probably here within the next few minutes. And we'll be talking about that a lot coming up later as these storms move on through. But as it continues digging further and further southeast, We're still dealing with some of those brighter returns, kind of some of those gusts, and just the radar not being able to comprehend just how gusty those are, but not quite as prominent as what it was. So destructive and impactful regardless, but we're not seeing it quite as strong as what it was. Now we're still dealing with some of those brighter areas here. If I were to kind of pixel these in for you guys, that's 84 miles an hour. Now, of course, we're getting a little bit further from the radar site, so it's picking up a little bit more aloft, but I would not be surprised if some of these are still making its way down towards the surface. Hopefully not quite as destructive as 84, as this was originally issued due to that, but we're still dealing with heavy, heavy wind gusts making its way down towards the surface, a little bit heavier further up aloft, and these storms continue to rumble on through. So let's do another storm track on this. It's been a little bit since we have, and it's kind of harder with how disorganized it is, kind of seeing that thin boundary of winds, which continues to be a good thing. But we'll do kind of another track on that here as it continues to make its way through. We'll kind of go kind of right on the outskirts of where we can start to expect some of that wind to continue rumbling and howling on through. And we'll move that here, kind of perfect, right around 50. Zoom this out so you guys can see. We're talking, and we'll just go ahead and bump this up. So bear with me here as we can give you the very latest. So we're talking about Jumpertown around 6:53, Boonville around 7 o'clock, Guntown 7:01, Saltillo 7:02, Marietta 7:09, Mantachie 7:16, Fulton 7:23, Belmont 6:28, Tremont and Red Bay around 7:33, and Vina around 7:44. So we're still dealing with that thunderstorm, hopefully set to expire within the next 2 to 3 minutes here, at least hopefully with that destructive tag. We have not seen anything get reported further on downstream at this moment, but we're still talking about several severe thunderstorm warnings further up north, northeast, and unfortunately that's going to continue to be the story as we continue monitoring that thunderstorm, Gabe.
Yeah, Caleb, just a few pictures being sent in from across the region. This is, and we'll kind of show these off. And if you have any reports of your own, send that in through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we'll be happy to show those off and really relay that information to what folks are seeing across North Mississippi. So this is a look out of Dogtown. Again, this is in Lafayette County, submitted by Jamie, and you can see the structure of these storms even, I mean, miles north. We're talking 30, 40 miles north into Marshall County, where you're able to get a visual on that. Jamie probably having a drone. I do see it's a little bit above ground there. So appreciate that shot, but just showing the impressive structure with this storm. Kara, also in Lafayette County, submitting this photo through the Mississippi Live Weather app. Again, showing that leading shelf cloud where that gusty wind was a part of as those moved through Marshall County. And this is a look in Ingomar. This is southern Union County, but still some decent structure there. You do see a disorganized shelf, as Caleb was talking about, kind of getting a bit disorganized there on the southern side of the storm. And we talk about New Albany. I mean, that's a great shot of the storm. Unfortunately, it shows the decent structure of the storm that they're getting. So even in New Albany, while those storms are dying off compared to where they were earlier on, you're still getting some decent structure, and that's going to lead some of those strong damaging wind gusts. We're also getting reports from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers of some trees, reports in Marshall County of trees on homes, working to get the exact location of that. But James letting us know that the Red Cross volunteers have several reports in Marshall County of that. So that's never what we want to hear, but that's unfortunately what you deal with whenever you have a storm that could have up to 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So Caleb, that's what we're going to continue to track. Fortunately, these winds have died off a little bit. Unfortunately, dying off from 80 miles an hour still means 60 miles an hour. And that's the case for a lot of locations. I do see a lot of yellow behind you indicating those severe thunderstorm warnings as things continue to fire up into those evening plans.
Yes, unfortunately that continues to be the story, and we're now starting to hit 6:45, so hopefully not going to deal with that destructive tag warning for too much longer. But I mean, even like you were talking about, I mean, 80 to 50, that's a significant difference and something that we would like to see continue. And there we go, right on cue at 6:45. Not dealing with it anymore. I know somebody else in the comments, he's still in good spirits, saying 80 definitely don't want to deal with, but 50, I think we can manage that. So still take it seriously, but I think we would love to see those numbers continue to decrease. Thankfully, that warning has since expired, so not quite dealing with it at the same level as what it was. So be curious to unfortunately see kind of the damage left behind, as Gabe was mentioning. I mean, that could be up to EF0 strength, which is how fast those winds continue to blow. So we're dealing with pretty much 2 severe thunderstorm warnings within our area, a third one just north of Tisch and northwestern Alabama. So we're dealing with this warning further out in the Delta, set to expire around 7 o'clock. That's for Tunica, Coahoma, Quitman, Panola, and portions of Tallahatchie. That will expire around 7 o'clock. We'll go break that down here in just a second. But we're still dealing with another severe thunderstorm warning out here towards Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, portions of Tisch, and I believe even Prentice. Yes, included with that. That is set to expire at around 7:15. So between 15 to 30 minutes for these next warnings to begin expiring here in North Mississippi. So we're going to continue to analyze that here. Let's go take a look at precip with our Memphis radar. We'll zoom in on this one out there in the Delta as you guys have dealt with this. Thankfully, not dealing with too much here, at least not too many bright returns. We can take a look at that lightning here in just a second. And we're going to let our Gabe Maynard come over here, continue analyzing these severe thunderstorm warnings out there in the Delta. So I'll let him take it away. I'll work on things behind the scenes real quick.
And Caleb, this is really why I was offering that to you, because I know that you've been tracking these storms for a decent chunk of time. So giving him a second to catch his breath, take a drink of water, and really continue the rest of the night, because unfortunately it does look like we're going to be dealing with these storms for an extended period of time. Let me swap it over so that way, you know, I'm a little bit taller than Caleb, so I have to add a few inches to that camera angle there. But yes, Caleb doing a great job tracking this out. I'm just giving him a little bit of a break. But let's go ahead and look at this storm that he was tracking out there towards the Sledge community. Again, whenever this entered into Coahoma County, we were talking about some of that hail potentially coming out of this. And our Trushfield Roofing hail swath, at least indicating that through the Lula and Birdie community, have not gotten confirmed reports there of hailstones, but at least that potential was there. And that continues even towards Horatio and towards Essex community. So let's zoom in there. And yeah, we're talking right there towards Essex, where we're getting some of that hail core reported. So as I put it on 3D mode real quick, I think this will be worth our while to kind of cut into this storm. Let us give a little bit of headroom there for those storm tops. And let's drag it out. And let's put it on let's go 30-minute loop here. I'm going to go 5 minutes there on the lapse rate. Let's watch these storm tops as they move into the area. So it looked a little bit higher earlier on, but you're getting that dense storm top that could have some of that hail a little bit more aloft. And I think the best way to do that, the best way to look at this storm is cutting into it, and we'll be able to see some of those darker DBZs, kind of those colors that you're seeing behind me. And whenever they do get more towards purple or black or white, then that's indicating where we could get some of that small hail. And even on this latest scan, this is again over the Essex community, we're getting those purples a little bit more aloft, right about 20,000 feet there. So that hail, if there is any hail that will form on this, or that will form and fall to the surface, it is still looking like that's aloft and has not fallen just yet. So we will continue to watch this storm in particular as this tracks closer to Batesville. We should still have our camera in Batesville up and running. Now, fingers crossed, because lightning has definitely been a factor through this week and has knocked out a few of these cameras. But this is looking towards Caleb, I believe the cameras are over there. So if you want to check and make sure this is looking northwest, I would assume so based off of the dense rain shaft that you see back there. But either way, we are going to be tracking this storm right here. Did you get a confirmation on that?
This is looking north.
So directly north. So this would be, you look at that storm. This is still in that severe thunderstorm warning, but we need to, go back to there you go. That's the dense part of the rain shaft where we're getting the heaviest precipitation to fall. I'm wondering if that's even a tail cloud there, potentially aligning with this structure. But you're going to get a lot of lightning out of this, and that's going to add to some of those power outage numbers. Entergy going to be, say a prayer for your electric power associations, because they have been busy this week. We'll continue to be busy this evening and even into the overnight hours. So please thank your local EPA before this week is over, because they are doing a phenomenal job keeping the lights on and, more importantly, keeping that air conditioner running. So let's bring it back here to the storm. Let's track this out. And Caleb's been tracking about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Now that was with that initial storm closer to Union County. One thing I want to do is do an updated track to make sure these are following that same speed. So we're going to track this all the way back towards West Helena, where that hail core did form. And as that's continued towards the south and east, the core doesn't look as prominent. But as we've gone through the area, this has, I have about 40 miles an hour here on this storm. So let's track out 40 miles an hour towards the south and east. This would take it right through Batesville and eventually through Cortland. And then I know we have some folks there in Water Valley, Yalobusha County wondering, well, hey, what about me? Well, this will give you an update on those time frames. Let me take off the camera network and let me go ahead and talk about the latest on the timing here, just organizing things on screen, because I know it can be a lot to look at. So Bluff Springs were 6:55, Chapeltown 6:57, Batesville 7 o'clock, like we were just looking at a moment ago. Current time is 6:50, so that's here in about 10 minutes. Pope Community 7:06. the Splinter community 709, Hubbard Creek 714, Enid 715, the Lakeside community 719, and Union Hall by 722. So this is one of the severe thunderstorms that we're watching, basically lining up with Highway 3 and going to go across Highway 6 from Batesville all the way out there to the Marks community. So if you're traveling that this evening or going to any evening plans, please be mindful. Please do not drive through this storm. It is not smart. Even whenever I went out to Pontotoc the other day, I took 22 north and then traveled south to where I did not have to touch that storm. So do not get stuck in the middle of this storm, because that large hail can be impactful. That strong wind gust can be impactful as well. We're looking at both of those threats throughout our evening. Now let's go back to this damaging storm that we saw move through Marshall County, Benton County, and now into Tippah and Union County. I know my family in the path of this one, and they've been texting me behind the scenes, so I know that they're watching our Mississippi Live stream, our Mississippi Live weather stream, letting us know what's happening. Yeah, speaking of, there's my wife now, and her expert storm report. Oh, it is gusting. So that's your wind report from her, and the strong wind gust will still be a factor. Now, this is not as strong as what it once was as it moved through Marshall and Benton County, but I mean, those winds still getting, let's go to the brightest parts here. 50 miles an hour, that's right underneath the severe weather threshold. So one thing I want to note with this, we just talked about it, ice storm territory. Union County got hit hard. So a lot of these trees are real susceptible to those wind gusts. New Albany already getting several of those power outages. Now, probably a lot of that due to lightning, but some of those could be due to the strong wind gusts, knocking down trees, knocking down power poles. So be watching for power outages, but also with some trees potentially falling, we want to stay away from the windows. So while this is not a tornado warning, and we will not have a tornado warning tonight, you can still have trees fall over and fall onto windows. I have seen situations in the past where folks were gathered by a door, gathered by a window. Tree falls right through it. Wind blows that glass out. Well, you're right there, exposed to Mother Nature, and can experience damage real close up. So we don't want that to happen. Kind of go to the living room or the interior part of your home just to kind of watch our coverage, especially while you do still have power. But once that power does go out, hey, we're on an app, so you're able to watch us at any point with our coverage. So that's what we're looking at towards the eastern Union County. Let's track out that strongest leading edge, and this is going to be closer to the Alpine community. This will be along parts of 348, Highway 30, entering into those exits along Highway 45. And you do see that does track a little bit closer to northern Lee County, and that could potentially get closer to Tupelo as well. So this one, Caleb was having a little bit earlier on, 45 miles an hour. I'm going to keep it about 45 there as it tracks towards the south and east. This is not severe, but we've seen damage come from this storm, so I do think it's still worth noting. And while we do see several communities in there, I want to make sure that we give as much of a heads up, because while a community might not be mentioned, you know the town that's close by. If you live in the Alpine community, well, hey, the New Albany area is about 15 minutes away, 20 minutes away. So that's how you can kind of gauge that. So Guntown, we're 701, Saltillo 703, Marietta 711, Mantachie 718, Fulton 726, Red Bay, Alabama. Hey, folks in Alabama, I know that you've been asking, hey, what about my area? There you go, 737. That's here within a half hour, at least a little above that half hour point. Tremont 738 and Vina by about 745 as well. This storm not severe, and we did see a moment ago. Let me go ahead and drag this back because I want to make sure I get that warning right. They have adjusted this warning further up north to even more up north into Alcorn County. We'll look at those cameras in just a moment, but the part that they're warning is actually this storm towards Middleton, Tennessee. It does have that southeast movement to it, so through Corinth, we're watching that for you. Eventually towards Iuka, we'll be watching that as well. Wind's still the primary factor with this. Let's look at that True Shield Roofing hail swath. I will say up towards Savannah, Tennessee, that's where you're talking about 1 inch hail, if not a little bit higher. Nixon, Maddox, out there towards Bruton Branch. So while we're not necessarily Tennessee live weather, we do have our friends there at Tennessee Valley Weather towards Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, tracking out those storms. So I encourage you guys to follow our digital weather network to tune in to what they're tracking up there. If you are tuning into our live stream here on Mississippi Live and you're up there towards Central Tennessee, they'll have that for you, because that looks to be a pretty decent storm, at least rolling through that area. It's just a little bit outside of our radar, and our radar has a lot to track. So unfortunately, some of that energy not going to that storm in particular. But let's go ahead and look there, Lacey, Middleton, as it moves closer to Corinth. You know, I'm already seeing a lot of lightning in Corinth. That's a concern for me, because that will knock out power early. And that's before these storms ever move in. And I'm going to track this part out. You're going to get a lot of activity out ahead of this track here. So don't think this is when the storm's rolling through. This is when that potential hail moves through and those strong gusty winds. So that's through Middleton, Tennessee. But if we track that out long term, and I turned the wrong way there, we're talking towards the Gift community, 712, the New Hope community, not New Hope down there in Lowndes County, New Hope along the Tennessee state line, we're 712, towards the Gravel Hill, 713, Corinth, 716, so here in about 20 minutes or so, Liberty, 718, Farmington, 719, and then the Kendrick community by 722. So we're watching this into the next 45 minutes or so, so we're going to continue to monitor this one. But I do want to go back to this storm into Panola County, because that hail course still looks a little bit decent. You know, Caleb, let me know if we're getting any hail reports there behind the scenes. Watch the Mississippi Live weather app to see if we're potentially getting any. And power outage is still probably coming up, and I know that you've been looking at that. We'll come to you here in just a moment. But looking at the number of lightning strikes, those continue to come up there, 576 strikes. And there's your new warning all the way out through Panola County into Lafayette County and Yalobusha County. So out there towards Water Valley, eventually reaching your area, and this warning in place until 7:45. Let's do an updated track on this storm. And earlier on, we had it about 37, 38 miles an hour. And I think we're going to do exactly what we did last time and track this at about 40 miles an hour to give enough of a heads up as we go into the next half hour or so, and if this were to hold together. So there you're seeing Batesville 703. I mean, that's here in the next 5 minutes or so. So if you're in Batesville right now eating dinner or enjoying any Saturday night plans, stay there. Do not go on the roads. Do not try to travel through this. Do not try to outrun a storm. Please never do that. But if you are in Batesville, just monitor things, because here in the next 5 minutes or so, gusty winds and potentially some small hail moving towards you. Cortland 705, Splinter 706. We're seeing the Mount Olive community 710. As we see Eureka Springs 712, Wallace Creek 713, Hubbard Creek 714, Lakeside 719, Union Hall 719, Springdale 728, the Campground community 731, and Potlockney. I always love when that name gets to show up. I don't like that it's going through your area, but it's always a fun name, 734 there. So that's going to be going closer to Water Valley. I'm actually going to clear this up a little bit to make sure that Water Valley gets mentioned as well, because I do know we have a few folks out there watching us right now wondering, hey, what about me? Well, we have Batesville 703, Cortland 703 or 705 as well, Pope 706, Taylor 713, and Water Valley later on 734 if this were to hold together. I want to pull up the chat here, because I do see some folks saying, hey, they never look at YouTube chat. We do look at the chat, trust me, because we do want to know what reports you do have. Power out in the Ecru, Blue Springs area. That's going to be, we actually do have our camera in Blue Springs. We'll look at that here in just a moment. Power out in Myrtle. More communities there in Union County getting reports of that. They cater to Facebook. We got all the chats up there. In fact, YouTube is having more chats up there. So YouTube viewers, we watch you as well. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. Appreciate the biblical wisdom there. Always need to say a quick prayer before we see these storms moving on through. So Grenada watching for you. We'll get that track in just a moment. Anything I need to worry about living in Pope. So Pope, I mean, you see your track there, Pope 706. Let's talk about what you guys will be receiving. And let me pull this back full screen. I promise I'm still looking at chat. It's minimized here behind the scenes, but we'll pull it up as needed with any of those reports that you guys do submit. So send them in. But as we look at Pope, what are we getting out of this storm? Well, wind continues to be a big factor. In fact, let me make sure we're at our Memphis radar site. Let me go back here a few scans. It's had a decent signature to it. It still looks, we're still probably talking 50, 60 miles an hour, aren't we? I mean, that's ice storm territory once again. 30 miles an hour aloft, so probably mixing down to about 40 to 50 miles an hour. National Weather Service updating us on this as we move through the evening, and they continue that warning because it has produced quite a bit of power outages a little bit earlier on, so giving an update on that. You know, Caleb, speaking of power outages, let's go ahead and discuss that. I do see, oh my, yeah, I do see what you have there behind the scenes. You know, damage, unfortunately, going to be something we deal with through the evening as well, along with power outages and along with just exactly what you see behind you there. So Caleb, take it away.
Yes, unfortunate and fortunate kind of side with this story. This is the only damage picture that we have seen sent in through the Mississippi Live Weather app. Now, of course, there's probably going to be more damage out and about here in North Mississippi, but glad to see that it's not overwhelming just quite yet. They sent this in. This was outside of the Memphis region, and I was curious about the caption. They said possible tornado. We're not dealing with tornadoes today. This is just due to those straight line wind gusts that we are dealing with a bunch so far. That's why we saw that destructive thunderstorm warning get mentioned earlier. So I just really wanted to show up that picture that even though we're dealing with maybe just severe thunderstorm warnings. We see these a lot. We've seen them a lot this past week. They can still be destructive here, and that's what's causing many power outages here as those poles continue to get blown over. Ice storm in that territory that got hit hard in January, dealing with weaker trees, limbs that just haven't fallen quite yet, dealing with some of those heavy wind gusts. So these continue to be unfortunate pictures that are sent in. And I will say, thankfully, that the only other pictures and reports that we're getting in are just some scary looking clouds, some shelf clouds, out in the distance. So thankfully not seeing much hail be reported. And I know you guys have done an excellent job in the past sending those in. So that continues to be a good thing that we're not seeing it today, meaning we're not seeing too many come in and reported. But wind, I think, continues to be our biggest threat. And we can even move this over to some of the outages I was just tracking out here towards the Marks community. That is this area highlighted completely in red almost. So entire area out there in Marks almost out of power. Northern portions of the Delta dealing with these outages, kind of whether that's in DeSoto County, a little bit more isolated, but Marks community and getting closer towards the north of Clarksdale, kind of riding up Highway 61. You guys dealing with some of those outages. And I can switch this over here. Again, just dealing with several outages, Gabe, as we just continue to see this damaging wind move through North Mississippi.
And an unfortunate situation is unfolding as we speak. I'm going to bring it back full screen. And Caleb, a really great job kind of giving us an update on what we've been dealing with damage-wise and from those power outage reports. Let me take this back about 30 minutes or so, and you'll see the difference that I was watching behind the scenes. So those wind gusts a little bit duller earlier on. Watch how they brighten up into Lee County. Now, this is right outside of Tupelo. Caleb, if you can do so in a safe manner, might be worth taking a look outside if you're able to do so, and maybe get some footage, but please be safe. But we're doing this because we're out ahead of this storm, maybe seeing how that outflow boundary is interacting, and he'll come right back in once it starts getting bad. Trust me, we learned on Monday how to go about this, so firsthand experience there. But what you also get here is look at the difference in reflectivity. The brighter returns, the reds, the oranges, those populating in a little bit more. What's happening here is the outflow boundary is feeding directly into this storm. So something that Caleb was talking about earlier on. Watch how this storm became outflow dominant for just a few moments there. Right there, that outflow boundary a little bit further out ahead from where those storms were happening. Well, it caught up. It redeveloped some activity further towards the Guntown area at this point, and we're seeing that build between Saltillo and Guntown, kind of that southern extent, and this will go all the way up into Boonville as well. Those gusty winds really starting to populate in, so this will be one to watch as we go further into the evening. And I do have, if you guys remember Lucas job shouting with us this past Monday, he was up in Wheeler, sent me a video that we'll work to show you in a little bit, but that was sub-severe gust, and he's even reporting some trees and limbs knocked down due to those strong gusty winds. So let's bring it to the latest scan. I would not be shocked at all if there was a warning extended on this one, because those winds are starting to climb once again. We're 40 to 50 miles an hour, and that unfortunately continues to climb. Caleb is going to be live. I'm going to look for his shot there behind the scenes. I don't think I see him just yet. So once that is up, I'm going to toss to him so that way he can tell us a little bit about what he's seeing right outside. And luckily we should have good connection because we're on the Mississippi Live Wi-Fi. So, and that holds up pretty well. So let's bring it back here, and I'll continue to watch for him there behind the scenes. But right there, Guntown and Saltillo, and this is through the Birmingham Ridge community where we got a lot of damage from this past week. 55, 50, I think we're going to be climbing up to 60 miles an hour on this one. In fact, I see one pixel there. 58. So 58 miles an hour. That's severe thunderstorm threshold there. So this is going to be climbing in strength over those next couple of scans. Pulling up the chat here, making sure that none of our folks are getting any reports. I do see that the wind is blowing hard in Boonville. Yes, Boonville getting a lot. Wheeler, not too far away from Boonville if you're unfamiliar with the area. So again, we'll probably be getting some of those gustier winds. Boonville on the northern extent of this one shouldn't be the severe winds that we're talking about with the Baldwin to Saltillo region, but not too far away, I will say that. I'm trying to make sure the wind is bad in Baldwin too. Yeah, Baldwin kind of on the leading extent. Added a video on the app of Baldwin. We'll work to show that in just a moment. Loud thunder in Boonville, plenty of lightning with the setup. Will Oxford get anything? We'll jump out west in just a moment. I do think that this is going to be one to pay attention to, especially as this does get a little bit closer. And Caleb, I'm working to see if I see your live shot there, if you're watching there behind the scenes, and I am not seeing it behind me there. Oh, there it is. Got it up. Okay, we're going to toss to our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, who's live right outside the Mississippi Live studio, watching these storms come in.
Yeah, Gabe, we're taking a look at these clouds continue to move in. Of course, doing so in a safe manner. We're out ahead of the storm, so we're not under it completely. But you can see kind of the scary looking clouds and almost the layers continue to make their way closer and closer. And I will point out that just to show you that it's not windy yet here in Tupelo. I mean, we're taking a look at the flag, not really blowing in the wind yet. And we've done several severe weather coverage where we can see that whipping out there in the background. So not quite there just completely. And I'll move it back towards the darker of course, it happened right to the left of the camera, but we're dealing with some flashes of lightning and kind of bolts making their way down to the ground. I will say that it is a good sign that we're not seeing it constant just completely yet, but I know disruptive and energized storms are going to continue to make their way closer and closer towards us here in Tupelo. I just actually got a notification. Lightning has been detected within 10 miles of work, and there we go. We just saw a bolt right there. So we're dealing with some of these energetic storms, a little bit disruptive, causing some of these outages, but thankfully, wind has not quite picked up, but we can definitely tell that that storm is coming closer and closer, Gabe. So I'll continue to monitor this as it gets closer, do so in a safe manner. But thankfully still out ahead of it, not really in the thick of it yet, but Lee County, especially the northern portions of this county, really going to start to feel that wind as it makes closer and closer towards us here in Mississippi. And you can really see the difference in the skyline, kind of the lighter skies where we're not dealing with those storms yet, and then where the storm is really pushing in, bringing those darker skies a little bit ahead of schedule for the overnight period ahead. So we're going to continue to keep our eyes on this one. One with radar with you in the studio, me out here. I'll do so in a safe manner. Lights are actually even turning on out here as it continues to get a little bit dark. So we're going to continue to monitor that, Gabe, as some more strikes continue to kind of flash out there in the distance. But wind, really not a concern out here just yet here in Tupelo. We're just a little bit ahead of it. We're just seeing some of those flashes. So I appreciate that for everything here, Gabe, and we'll continue to keep our eyes on it.
Appreciate that, Caleb. And yes, stay safe. That's one thing that we don't want to encourage is for folks to go out in this storm. We're out ahead of it, trying to see how it looks coming into the area. And you do see that decent shelf, decent structure on those storms. So potentially a re-intensification happening as we speak. But where it's remained intense is out there towards Cortland, Pope, right through Panola County. Saw a few folks there asking in the chat. One thing I do want to mention is the fact that this is our hail swath. Some small hail remains possible. Have not gotten confirmed reports as of just yet, but plenty of lightning, potential power outages is what we're dealing with in regards to those confirmed reports. Now, wind still remains a pretty notable factor. We're out a ways away from the radar site, so it's not going to be as impressive as, you know, the 80 miles an hour that it was right outside the radar site. We're 30 miles an hour, but potentially mixing down to the surface is about 50, maybe 60 miles an hour there. So that's where some damage could come from this. And sorry, just make sure I'm not missing anything there behind the scenes. But that's what we're dealing with in Pope. I saw you asking there behind the scenes. I forgot the name of the chat there. But either way, no tornadoes, Catherine. I can say that. No tornadoes in Pope. But getting reports of trees falling out there, make sure to let us know where exactly that's happening. I saw you mentioned Pope. If you have an exact road, let us know, and we'll forward that along. And of course, if you do have any reports of your own, send those in through the Mississippi Live Weather app, as long as you do so in a safe manner. We don't want you guys going out in the middle of this and going to be susceptible to Mother Nature. So let's go ahead and look at those outages. And one big note there is out there towards the Marks community, Lambert. We're talking about a significant number of outages. Quitman County seeing 30%. I mean, that number, let's pull up that number. Yeah, 1,500 outages and even more out here towards the, let me make sure. So 800 outages out there towards Coahoma County where the storm initially moved on in. Now, Pontotoc, Union, and Alcorn starting to get some outages coming in as well. The Memphis area, I mean, whenever we see reds, that we're talking, what is that? Is that over 50,000? Golly, 120,000 outages. So that shows you how strong that storm was whenever it initially formed. And I know power crews are out working to restore that. Let's bring it back in here to this storm, and then we'll go, actually, let's track this one into Pope. I don't want to miss out on that. But it's over Pope and Cortland as we speak. We're going to continue to use our Memphis radar site here and track this out. And it's still moving at about 40 miles an hour or so. And I'm going to go over this entire leading edge, because what that southern extent is the boundary. And that boundary is where additional development will happen. So as we time this out, and let me do a larger scale track here so we make sure that everyone is included, because everyone knows their neighbors, everyone knows who they live by. Let's adjust that. There we go. There we go. Charleston 715, Oakland 718, Water Valley 734, Coffeyville closer to 740, Bruce and Pittsboro. This is if it holds together, and we will keep eyes on it, but it has remained pretty impressive. 803 for Bruce, 808 for Pittsboro. It's worth keeping on your radar in a literal and figurative sense as this does continue in its southeast direction. Now let's bring it back on this storm because I know some folks getting reports of power outages, and this is just north of the Tupelo area. So Caleb should have a good shot on this while still remaining safe. But there's your outflow. So while we're getting storms in Sherman and Enville, I'm not as concerned for this. I'm more concerned with where that outflow boundary is feeding into, because that's what acts as a quasi cold front, basically giving lift to these storms. And whenever these storms form along that outflow boundary, that's where these do start to strengthen and intensify. And we've seen that. I showed you a little bit ago on reflectivity. Let's talk about echo tops. And it's about 50,000 feet. But earlier on, we were talking about upwards of 40,000 feet as that kind of collapsed. But towards the Brandon community, this would be eastern Union County into northwest Lee County. That's where we're still talking about 50,000 feet on those storm tops. If we get any higher on that, I think we're going to see a severe thunderstorm warning possibly get issued. But this is still on that leading edge of the outflow boundary, so some gusty winds going to be attached to it over the top of Guntown and Saltillo. So I'm praying for the Maynor household. My wife and Cruz went over to her mom's, my mom-in-law, and they are hunkered down out there staying safe. But of course, that is what we recommend. Go to a safer location if you can. But either way, we're going to continue to track this out. Now, I do see Caleb's live shot is still up. I'm going to go to him because we do still have a view into this storm before things start to get a little bit more rainy and soggy.
Yeah, we definitely have a view and won't be able to keep this for long due to the storm and outflow boundary really making this closer. You might be able to hear the wind howling in the background. Strikes are starting to get a little bit closer out there in the distance as well, but wind really started to pick on up. And I want to go back to that flag that we were mentioning with our first shot. Wasn't really moving, but now it's starting to whip in the wind as those northerly winds continue to push in that outflow, that boundary you were just discussing continues to blow on in. So wind, that has been the story a lot today. You can probably hear it howling, and we can see kind of the leaves, the birds, everything flying as they are trying to get to their safe spot here as these storms continue to roll on in. So I'm probably about to head back in here in the next few minutes since those bolts are getting closer and closer, wind starting to pick on up. But for everybody in Lee County, definitely starting to pick up here with wind, Gabe.
Appreciate that, Caleb. Yeah, go ahead and come on in because I don't want you to get caught up in those lightning strikes. Those have been the most impactful thing that we have seen so far on our Saturday, but those gusty winds also playing a big factor. Now, along that leading edge, I was trying to see here because I did see some of those light blues showing up. Now, this is not ground truth, I can tell you that. 90 miles an hour is not happening on the ground. But, you know, where we're getting the more consistent returns there, the lighter greens that are showing up, still 56 miles an hour, 55. A lot of those 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts are still occurring along this storm. So this will unfortunately through Saltillo, right along 363. This is closer to the, going to be closer to the Moorville and Eggville community, up around Mantachie towards Chapelville, getting those strong gusts going into Guntown and Saltillo right along 45. I mean, that's really strengthened. I want to take a look at this storm near Belden because while the winds aren't as impressive, we're still talking 30 to 40 miles an hour, it does look like a potential hail core might be forming. And let me go back a couple scans because as we go back, yeah, sure enough, there's a possible return. It's not overly impressive. I'm not saying it's a severe potential, but we've gotten a lot of activity in West Tupelo the past couple of weeks. And I know folks out there were asking me whenever I did a story over there at the airport, they're saying, Gabe, West Tupelo needs a break. And I completely agree. But it does look like some impacts might be coming from that. I'm hopeful the hail melts before it ever falls to the surface, but at least a small hail core is starting to form. Let's take it back to our 3D mode and let's get a view on these storm tops. Because, I mean, we're talking about some pretty decently tall storm tops. Let's put it on that loop. Let's go 30 minutes. Let's watch this move into the area. Yeah, you see how those are climbing? I mean, we're getting some decent height on these storm tops now through Belden. Whenever these storm tops get a little bit higher, that's more of those ice crystals these hailstones can interact with as they go through the updrafts. And so that's where the hail can enlarge, and that hail core can potentially get up to, you know, an inch in diameter if this does hold together and the trends continue to stay true. So this will be West Tupelo, watching that for you through the Belden community as we speak. So if you're traveling along I-22, unfortunately, it's going to be a pretty dicey commute between Tupelo and the Blue Springs area. So, oh, Caleb, let me give this to you. It seems like I am getting a phone call. I want to make sure I'm not missing on anything.
Okay. Perfect. Well, let's take a look at these power outages. I did have these pulled on up so we can do that while Gabe takes his phone call. It doesn't make sure he doesn't miss out on any of that going on here behind the scenes. We're taking a look at several outages. This is for the northern portion of our coverage area just south of the Tennessee state line, so encompassing some of you guys out there in DeSoto County. We're talking about several outages kind of surrounding you guys out there towards Byhalia. Just unfortunate news as those outages will continue to climb. But like Gabe was alluding to earlier, I mean, your EPAs have been working hard this week as we've unfortunately had to deal with just severe thunderstorm warnings, power outages, so it's back-to-back days. And unfortunately, we're dealing with that today again with some of these winds just being really, really difficult and really annoying and disruptive here in North Mississippi. So we want to make sure to continue taking it seriously. We can take a look at more outages reported just south of Holly Springs and portions of Marshall County, getting closer towards Union. Those outages have continued to climb, getting closer and closer towards New Albany. I mean, we're talking about several customers out of power, over 1,000 and couple thousand. In fact, if we were to look at just kind of this outage map that continues to show the outages occurring across our counties. There we go. I almost said countries. Quitman County coming in with over half of their customers within the county outside of power. So we're going to continue discussing these power outages and what's causing them here. I'll make the transition here as we'll take it back to the wall to continue talking about the storm coverage. It is just still breezy, gusty. I just walked out there here in Tupelo, already started to feel it as it pushes on through. Appreciate that, Gabe, bringing me my water as we're going to continue to talk, keep you guys updated. And of course, that makes us a little bit thirsty in the process. But thankfully, not quite dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning just quite yet. But you can kind of see that boundary. This is something that we kind of track out a little bit ahead of time because this is what you're going to feel and notice before the storms get there. That's that gust of wind that really starts to pick on up. I know somebody in the comments, I was watching behind the scenes, saying they opened the door, they just heard the wind howling. So this is what we're going to see before those storms make it to you. And what we would like to see with this is it to continue just outpacing the storm. So then it kind of just cuts it off and we could start to see less and less development. But Gabe was just highlighting
behind the scenes.
The chat?
I'm about to go watch something. Give me a second. But no, there's not a tornado warning. I just want to reassure that for folks. They might be hearing a siren. That is not a tornado warning. We're not dealing with anything tornadic.
Yes, no, that we want to make sure to continue covering that. Yeah, he said tornado sirens going off in Boonville. Yeah, we should not be dealing with that today. I know you guys were dealing with some destructive wind. Gabe is running out there right now just to double check how everything's going. So we want to make sure to keep you guys a part of this process as you do a fantastic job giving us updates, reports, outages, letting you know how y'all are doing. So yeah, definitely not dealing with that today. I know storms are trying to be a little bit destructive and we've already seen some of the damage, some of that thunder rumbling out here in the studio, but we're not dealing with any tornado warnings. And we can see that here, kind of zooming out for all of North Mississippi. In fact, the one warning we are dealing with is a severe thunderstorm warning for you guys out there towards Batesville. We're taking a look here with our Columbus radar and still seeing impressive kind of brighter returns here. Yeah, somebody else saying, I think the loud thunder set those sirens off in Boonville. I'm in Boonville. There are no sirens going on. Okay, so that is perfect. And somebody else just reported saying the sirens are going off in Boonville. What are the sirens for? Well, they should not be going off. So it's kind of weird that we're seeing two different responses here in the comments. We are not dealing with anything tornadic at this moment in time, and we should not be dealing with that throughout the rest of the evening. We could take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning out there affecting you guys towards the Batesville community, getting closer towards Water Valley. I know when we started this up earlier around 5 o'clock, you guys were asking out there in Water Valley whether or not y'all get hit. We said kind of within the next few hours, we have a chance to see some more of those showers and storms continue to pop on up. So we are dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning. I know it kind of looks a little bit eerie with the way it's curving and kind of forming out there. 7:45 is when it's set to expire. So we have another 25 minutes, but you can see those brighter returns, very energetic storm, disruptive, but definitely probably hail related as we're dealing with that severe thunderstorm. And Gabe, how fast did you track out that storm?
That one was about 37, 38. I put it at 40.
40? Okay, perfect. That's probably a good one to go with. And we'll take a look at the loop just so we can get kind of right angle. I mean, that thunder, I mean, that's definitely loud outside. We're hearing some of that here in the station. And we're seeing kind of some more development outside of that warning. We've seen that a bunch here today so far, especially just across the Mississippi River and outside of Tunica County. So I'd be surprised if that storm's kind of doing that again with kind of some more southern development and buildup of that storm. And I'd be curious to see, we can kind of see that boundary, what we were just talking about here in Tupelo. Sorry, I can't do it with that monitor. We see that boundary and it'll continue going, and it's probably feeding off of that right here, and it's going to continue to collide with that. So let's do a storm track
40 miles an hour at the Tupelo ballpark and the Tupelo airport.
for the gust report here in Tupelo.
Yes.
Okay. Well, at least it's a positive that those continue to decrease, but 40 is still very gusty here as we continue into our evening hours. So let's take I'm going to redraw that. I'd like to go a little bit further north. I want to make sure to give you guys the best track that we can give you. There we go. We'll go kind of along the leading edge. Again, you're going to feel the wind a little bit quicker and earlier than when the storms make it to you guys. So we're going to continue going that southeasterly direction. We're going around 40 miles per hour. That should be a little bit faster than what the storm is currently moving at, but that'll give you a good heads up. So we're talking about Union Hall around 723, Paul 729, same for Scobie, Paris around 730, Velma 736, Hardy 738. I feel like I'm going through different continents and country artists right now. Potlockney around 739, Coffeyville 739 again, Banner 740, same for Bryant, Turkey Creek around 744, Gums around 745, same for Kirkman Landing, Gums Crossing 746, and same for Pine Valley. And then we'll change this here behind the scenes to, of course, pull up some more cities that you guys are probably able to recognize a little bit easier on the map to give you guys better locations. So Coffeyville 739, Bruce 802, Pittsboro, Tupelo.
Go back to that storm.
Okay.
They're about to issue a severe thunderstorm warning on it.
Okay, let's go take a look at that. But that way, that y'all can see kind of the latest track here on that severe thunderstorm warning. So again, we want to take a look at this one as Gabe was talking about 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts continuing to build on up. So
I believe Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers were saying 50 miles an hour. So we're just
he got a
under
report
that
of
severe
50?
threshold. Yes.
okay, so would not be surprised to see if we might start to see a severe thunderstorm warning get issued with this storm here in the next few minutes. And we're going to continue to watch that continue to develop out here towards Lee and Itawamba County. So you guys out ahead of this storm would not be surprised if you guys are going to start to deal with some of that severe weather. So there we go with that severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service. That is set to expire at around 8:15. We're hearing the thunder rumble here in the downtown Tupelo studio. And that is for Monroe, Lee, and portions of Prentiss County. So this is around, this will expire around 8:15. We're dealing with 2 of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's continue to bring this full screen. That way we can continue to analyze this with our radar site, which we're now getting on the opposite side of our coverage area. So we switch back to our Columbus radar site. That will give us the best visual. And we're going to take a look at our peak threats to see kind of what all this storm is bringing to the table. Now, Gabe made a good point that our Adrian with the Storm Chasers, he got a report of up to 50 miles per hour. And of course, it just exceeded that because you need to get 58 or greater. So we're starting to talk about those wind gusts here in Lee County, pushing further into Itawamba and the southernmost portions of Prentiss. And we're dealing with some hail associated with this as well. You'll notice that you can definitely tell when the hail is a little bit more prominent in certain severe thunderstorm warnings and when they are not. With that destructive one we were talking about earlier, that was very wind related. We barely saw some of those pink and purple starting to show on up. We are seeing that with this one. So hail possible. So I'd be curious to see if those reports start coming in through our Mississippi Live Weather app, which we of course encourage you to do so in a safe manner. We don't want you going out and searching for any hail or any damage. But every time that you guys send in a report, not only do we get it, but the people issuing these warnings see it as well. So they know what these storms are actually capable of and what they're continuing to bring down towards the surface. And so that helps us measure whether or not these storms are really performing, underperforming, overperforming. So you guys have been a lot of help throughout the past few days, unfortunately, as we've had to deal with this severe weather, but y'all have done a fantastic job. So taking a look at our peak impacts, again, we're dealing with that green and purple. We're not dealing with anything tornadic. I know some of you guys out there in Boonville, people were reporting about the sirens going off. If we were talking about that, we'd start seeing some of that red pop up here on our scale. we are not talking about that. We can even zoom out a little bit more for you guys. We are not having to deal with that here with this severe thunderstorm warning. So we want to continue to keep our eyes on that very, very close, at least thankfully with the hail, not really dealing with anything tornadic at this moment in time, at least with the severe thunderstorm warning, not really expecting that heading into the evening. So that continues to be a positive. Let's put on a storm track for this one, which I believe, Gabe, would you be confident putting 40 for this storm as well?
Up to 45.
45? Okay, perfect. We'll do that, and let's just switch it over towards our reflectivity. Oops, let me move that over. There we go. Make sure we can kind of get a clear visual on this as it continues to make its way. We're going to go kind of, you see this thin line here, guys. That's that wind, that outflow boundary. And so we're still giving you guys a heads up, but I'm doing it with that boundary because that's the wind that you're going to feel right before the storm hits. So this is going to give you a good heads up as the storm continues to push out of North Mississippi, crossing the state line into Alabama. So we're talking about West Fulton right about now, but Pine Grove 728, same for Abney, Poplar Springs 729, Shiloh 731, Fairview 732, Nettleton 733, same for Evergreen and Coggin subdivision, Clay around 735, Eastman 738, Carolina 739, and same for Tilden, Cardsville around 740, Bounds Crossing in Oakland around 741. And then we're, of course, going to switch this over for some other cities. And we're talking about Fulton 730, the Coggin subdivision, like we just mentioned, 733, but Tremont 742, Smithville 749, Hodges around 801, Detroit 806. We're starting to cross into Alabama, as you can see. Hamilton later on tonight, Hackleburg 810, Bear Creek, Hamilton, excuse me, around 805, and Bear Creek around 819. So still dealing with these storms, not only for us here in North Mississippi, but continuing to push into our Alabama counties as well. That was something you guys were asking earlier at the top of the severe weather coverage on whether or not y'all would get some of these showers and storms. And unfortunately, we're going to continue to have to deal with it. Now, I will say these are some bright returns starting to pop up here just outside of Water Valley, potentially dealing with maybe a hail core out there. Let's take a look at our echo tops. That is not one that we've looked at here a little bit. I know we started that at the top of this coverage, but yeah, we're talking about 50,000 to 55,000 feet of these clouds. Gabe was just talking about the 3D mode and watching that vertical development, and we're going to continue to see these clouds. I mean, look pretty scary. You guys have done an excellent job sending in those reports from the Mississippi Live Weather app. Gabe, looks like you have some already pulled up.
Yeah, I mean, this is a view from, I believe, Chris Stevens that submitted this out. This is looking at a Fulton along the waterway. You can see the impressive shelf cloud that's coming out of this storm right along that leading edge. So yeah, this is a decent cell, a decent storm moving on in. Now I did think for a second that might have been a strike of lightning, but it does look like that might be a light. Well, actually, that might be lightning. Now I think about it, because the light poles are further down. Yeah, that's lightning coming out of this storm. Wow, that is an impressive storm for sure. I mean, it makes sense. It's just recycling itself. And another view out of this storm that I can pull up for you behind the scenes. This is a view from Preston. Not much change there. Again, right along the waterway, we're getting a view. But look at that shelf cloud right along that leading edge. That's where we're getting those strongest wind gusts, that outflow boundary moving ahead of this. And potential for some hail in this as well. Caleb, we're looking at both severe weather threats as we continue into the rest of our evening. In regards to the pictures that you're submitting, I'm working to pull those up behind the scenes. So if you get any reports or even any pictures of those clouds and storms moving in, well, send them in through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we will forward that right along.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Gabe. I pulled up this camera out there in Fulton as you guys are within that severe thunderstorm warning, not quite experiencing the storm just quite yet. You are just a little bit further downstream. Unfortunately, our reporting station down. We can take a look at our MDOT cameras out here, and we are seeing some heavy rain. Take a look at that. There's some of that dust and just kind of gust blowing on through, bringing those heavy wind gusts. I mean, that is a fantastic shot, just showing how heavy and gusty these winds continue to be. So these cameras are going to continue shaking, bringing those dust plumes with it, but not dealing with that heavy rainfall just yet. But we can see some of the blinding rainfall and lightning out there in the distance here. So we're going to continue to take a look at some of these cameras around the area here within the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go take a look with our Tupelo one. You guys are starting to kind of be behind this storm as it continues to push further and further outside of the Tupelo city, but still right on top of us at this moment in time. You can see, I wonder if this is updating or if it's kind of frozen and whether or not it got knocked out, but you can at least see whether or not it's the last view or current view, because it's still going to be fairly recent. heavy rainfall with those bands. I mean, blinding rainfall. Anybody out and about on roads, turn those flashers on. There we go. It looks like it just updated. So we're dealing with heavy rainfall out there. The camera's swaying a little bit. You can definitely tell where that rainfall is just not quite as heavy and starting to end. So again, blinding rainfall, heavy rain and wind gusts. You can see that flash of lightning as well. Let's see if our Smithville camera can look north, and it might already be, and I'll look behind the scenes here if that one is facing the right direction. We can see some of those darker clouds, but we want to look north as this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm covering it up, not including you guys out in Monroe County as a whole. I think they kind of clipped y'all out of it, but just north, that storm continues to kind of push on in, and we're starting to look north. I'm going to look a little bit further to the left where we were talking about those shelf clouds that Gabe was just mentioning. We can start to see that ever so slightly. You can kind of see it behind. There we go. You see that kind of thick layer of clouds? That's that shelf cloud continuing to move on through, and we're going to see some of those flashes of lightning. Looks like the storm chasers are behind the scenes as well. And so we're going to make sure to continue to keep updated on that here. But let's continue to take a look at those warnings here affecting you guys out in Lee and Itawamba County. And also we're dealing with these severe thunderstorm warning in Panola and Lafayette and portions of Yalobusha County. Yalobusha getting those brightest returns on radar at this moment in time. And there we go. We just see another severe thunderstorm warning downstream. So unfortunately that continues for you guys out there in Yalobusha and now extended all the way into Calhoun County. To give you guys a heads up, we're already starting to see some of that development a little bit out ahead with some heavier showers. Again, big difference. We're not really talking about anything extreme compared to what's further out behind it, just outside of Water Valley. But again, this is something that we want to make sure everybody continues to have a good heads up on as these storms continue to rumble on through. We're still talking about energetic and just disruptive storms moving through North Mississippi, and we can see some of those brighter returns here. And unfortunately, I think we're going to also see some more damage continue to get reported. So let's take a look at what our meteorologist Gabe Maynor has in store, and unfortunately it looks like more and more damage pictures starting to come on in.
Yeah, all I had to do was click update and they really started flooding in. So Caleb, here's a look at a few of those reports. This out of New Albany, actually sorry, this one out of New Albany, a picture from Braxton of one of the trees that were, I'm trying to see if it snapped at the base or if this was another tree that did get uprooted. It looks like it might have been connected to that tree still standing. Either way, it did fall. And let me say, well, actually, it looks like it did end up on the roof there. So, you know, these trees falling, if they fall in the wrong direction, then that's where these become just an inconvenience to a real devastating situation. And this tree did fall into the home. I'm hopeful that everyone is okay, but saying a prayer there for Braxton and folks there in New Albany. Another view out of Pope. Had a few folks asking there in the chat. I believe it was Catherine actually in our chat submitting this photo of one of those large branches that ended up being blown off of that tree. A look at a power line that was snapped. This in Union County by Justin. Actually, sorry. Restoring Power. My apologies there. And there's the arm of the Union County Power Crews getting back in action once again today to try and restore that. And here's a view of another tree that looks like it was knocked over. This one was over in the Palmetto community, and does look like the dog and the family was okay. But either way, you know, trees falling the wrong direction. I think this really tells a story there over in New Albany. They're submitted by Braxton, but Caleb, that's why when trees fall, it can really be a dangerous situation. We encourage you to stay away from those windows, stay away from those doors, and stay away from the outside altogether as these storms do move on through. You know, I still have my wife with her mom right now. The storms are easily past. The severe part of it is past, but a gusty situation either way can really cause some devastation. So yeah, that's where I have first. That tells you that we're not just saying things, we're really putting that into action, and you should as well.
Yes, no, that's exactly right. And one thing I want to hit at with that picture that you were just showing, one, thank you so much for sending those in, but I noticed that you're sending that in indoors. You're sitting that in throughout a window. You're not going out and about kind of during the weather trying to find it. So we really appreciate you guys being safe while y'all continue to send in these reports. It really means a lot and we appreciate it. We hope you guys continue to stay safe. But that helps us kind of know what these storms continue to do. And we're taking a look out here in Pittsboro right now. Of course, our reporting station down as they've been through an energetic week so far here in North Mississippi. But we're seeing some of those storms out there further and further northwest. We're looking that way. And actually, I think I was covering covering up some of those strikes here behind me. So that storm is going to continue to inch its way closer and closer. You can see those strikes, pretty common and consistent with these storms out there in the distance. And it's, of course, going to continue to pick up and appear a little bit easier to spot once that sun continues to set. So we're already seeing the energetic and disruptive storms out there in Pittsboro. You guys are included within that severe thunderstorm warning, but y'all aren't experiencing it yet. So y'all are staying dry, but y'all are downstream as this storm will continue to move its way further and further southeast. So let's do a storm track on that. And I know we were doing this at 40. We might speed it up to 45, especially as we're seeing some development out ahead of it, and that boundary starting to probably cause some more pop-ups and some showers. So the brunt of it will be a little bit later on, but you guys can start getting some of these heavier downpours a little bit later. So we'll go right behind the shower, still kind of with the brunt of it, and just out ahead as you're going to feel kind of that wind make it towards you guys a little bit earlier. So we're going to go, we'll go 45 here. Move this on over for you guys so you can see. So Pine Valley around 737, Bryan and Paris 738, Spearman 741, 745 are Banner and Benwood, Pittman 746, Partee around 747. So any parties going on out there, let's move them indoors. Bound 751, same for Shepherd, Bruce at 752, and Retreat around 753. And of course, I always like to change our cities at the end. That way you guys can kind of know where to place your respective city and location. So that'll be Pittsboro 756, Calhoun City out there in Calhoun County around 802, Derma 804, Vardaman 810, and Houston around 819. So that warning is currently set to expire around 8:15. We can still see that storm bringing some of that severe weather outside of that warning time. So I want to make sure to keep you guys updated. And we'll clear this out here. Looks like Gabe might have more damage coming back in, so we'll go back to him and see what all he has to report here. What can you show us, Gabe?
Yalobusha County reporting multiple trees down. That's the emergency manager out there. I believe that was multiple trees down along Highway 32. Let me make sure I have that right. But yeah, along Highway 32 is where that report did just come in there in Yalobusha County. We also have reports from our Emily Leonard working behind the scenes to talk to some of those emergency managers, and they're getting reports of a large tree down along Chesterville Road and Hope Street in Tupelo. Chesterville Road, I'm saying an extra special prayer for you because this has been multiple days just this week where you're talking about trees down once again. So believe me when I say that. We all deserve a break here in North Mississippi, especially Chesterville Road here in Tupelo. Large tree down 175 Mountain Leader Trail in Saltillo. Large tree down along Pinecrest Drive in Tupelo. Property damage around General Deer Park Road and Whaley Road in Tupelo. So a lot of reports coming out of Lee County. We also do have some videos of the sheets of rainfall kind of coming in. I'm working to get that uploaded here in just a moment. But either way, Caleb, the wind causing some concerns. Power outages also continue to climb. I'll work to get with Tom Bigby in just a moment and pull up their outage map, but I can guarantee you right now there's outages on it. So that's something to note as these storms now trend closer to Itawamba County, Fulton, where we were getting pictures a moment ago of the shelf cloud. Now that impressive structure is overhead.
Yes, unfortunately, that's going to continue to be the story. So appreciate you, Gabe, for showing us, unfortunately, more damage coming in and taking a look at those power outages behind the scenes. We are still monitoring these severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing here in North Mississippi. Counties currently affected are Calhoun, Yalobusha, portions of Lafayette, and remnants of Panola. You guys pretty much almost out of that severe thunderstorm, or at least hopefully y'all will kind of get shaved off here in the coming minutes. But Lee and Itawamba included in that second warning, and you can see the southern portions of Prentiss as well. One thing I do want to note, we're talking about that severe thunderstorm warning, but you guys out here towards Tisch, I mean, y'all are starting to deal with some of those stronger showers too. Y'all aren't necessarily in that severe thunderstorm warning, but still going to deal with just the energy, the disruption that storm is continuing to bring. And I'm already going to send it back to Gabe because I'm seeing too much color on the different side. Gabe, I think you already pulled up those power outages. What are we looking at here?
You know, we forecast for a living, and this honestly was the easiest forecast that I could have given, that there would have been a power outage in Lee County. Nevertheless, Itawamba County starting to pile in those outages as well. The main area close to Tupelo is West Tupelo once again. We talked about Chesterville Road, 753 outages. As we go east along 22, 136 outages to report there. This would be close to the Moorville area. Eventually, as we get towards Moorville, Mantachie, down towards southwest Itawamba County, we're 848 outages. Not too far away from there. This is unfortunately real close to Fulton's 304 outages. And as we're moving east of Fulton, 45 outages. So pretty synonymous wind gust across the board as these move through Lee County, Itawamba County, and continue through eastern Itawamba County. And one of the things that you noted was up around the Belmont community, up there towards the Payton community in Tishomingo County. We're watching there as well because that's an area that usually, I mean, it feels like the last couple of severe weather days, you guys have gotten hit with a lot of storms. And so I know that you guys are still, might be picking up the pieces, or recovery efforts are still ongoing to kind of restore some damage in the past. You're looking at another situation where a damaging wind gust is not at all impossible, and we want to make sure that we're doing what we need to do, staying away from windows, staying in our safe locations. Do not go outside, do not drive. I'm going to say the same thing over and over again. Caleb, outages just continue to pour in, but damage as well in a lot of locations, and I'm sure Lee County, Itawamba County, probably adding to some of those damage reports momentarily.
Yes, unfortunately, that's probably going to continue to be the story. I was monitoring the chat. Somebody was asking about a Grenada. I know you guys are dealing with some of those severe thunderstorm warnings further up north, not affecting you guys in that county, but we're talking about all these boundaries kind of starting to get kicked off from these storms. We're already starting to see kind of a heavier shower pop up on the western side of the county. You were saying that that wind is starting to pick up, so would not be surprised as those boundaries are kind of starting to cross within pretty much the northeastern portion of y'all's county right now. So further development could continue. Let's continue to take a look at the severe thunderstorm out here in Tupelo as that continues to be really effective and almost crossing the state line here. So we got to get ready for Alabama counties as you guys are going to start dealing with some weather here within the next few minutes. So that warning is initially set to expire around 8:15. Would not be surprised to see if they continue to extend that for you guys out there in Alabama. I know y'all were curious on whether or not y'all would get some storms and showers later. We were saying it would take a few hours from when we started this broadcast around 5 o'clock, and it'd be 7 to 8 when we're starting to deal with it. And we might have to start dealing with some severe thunderstorm warnings for you guys out there towards Franklin, Marion, maybe even portions of Lamar, as you guys are pretty much just right on the, or the storms are pretty much right on the doorsteps of the state line and affecting you guys out there. So let's see if we can put a storm track on this to get you ready out there in Alabama in case they do end up issuing a warning. We're going to go kind of right along. I'm not going to go right along the intense rain. We're just going to go a little bit out ahead of it as we're going to feel those wind gusts kind of move on through. We're going to still go, we'll go around 45 just to give you guys a heads up, just in case they do end up warning that. So we're going to continue to see that move on through. We're talking about Pogo right about now, and we'll just change this here because we're talking about a lot of cities here.
And it does look like that warning has come out, Caleb.
There we go. Yep, take a look at that. That warning has been issued for you guys. Let's just clear this off real quick so we can talk about that.
Before it gets too far away, let's take a look out of Amory. I'm trying to see if Smithville might be down, actually, if I remember.
Well, I think I was looking at them behind the scenes. Let's start with Smithville because I thought it was up.
Yeah, that updated. Yeah, there it is. There's a storm.
I mean, energetic, constant. I mean, that was one of the things we were doing overnight the other night, going on a camera and just trying to count how many seconds until we would see a lightning strike. We couldn't get past one. So that's going to continue to be the theme out here. Just constant flashes of lightning. Wind speed starting to pick up too, right above my head, right around 17 miles an hour. Let's go further on south in here in Monroe County. I mean, here's a great shot in Ambry. We're starting to deal with some of that sunset out there in the distance with drier conditions a little bit further out west. Those storm clouds, darker clouds on the right side of your screen here as those thunderstorms continue to push on out. We're facing west, so that makes sense as these storms are kind of leaving the camera frame, traveling further and further south or southeast away from this camera view. So continuing to look for even more storms to try to pop up later out west, but a beautiful shot of that sunset. And like we were just mentioning, you guys out there in Hamilton and Lamar County, Hackleburg, getting closer towards Highway 43, you guys under that new severe thunderstorm warning that is set to expire around 8:45. We could take a look at our peak threats here. And I'll just say right now, it's going to be heavy rain and the potential for some hail and some wind. That is what we continue to monitor here as these storms are pretty much right on the doorsteps of the state line, continuing to exit Lee County. I was out at the gas station earlier. They were asking me when we could expect those storms. So we were talking about 7 to 8 o'clock, and you guys almost out of it as it continues to cross the state line into Itawamba. Fulton really kind of getting the brunt of it right now as it continues moving on through.
Is there any hail on that?
Line.
I just see on the peak impacts how we might be getting some severe hail possible. If you want to pull up that True Shield Roofing hail swath through the Abney community.
Let's see here. Yeah, I mean,
it's possible.
It's definitely possible. Let's take off the lightning so we can actually kind of see it. Oh, there we go. Lee County just got shaved out of that warning. That continues to be a good thing. But Lee County, we may have actually seen some hail kind of close towards the downtown studio here, kind of right off of Main Street. We're kind of seeing that here in Tupelo. It started dumping all that hail kind of when that severe thunderstorm warning was issued. I will see if we can match it up with reflectivity. I will say it doesn't look to be as impressive as what it was. It looked like it dropped a lot of it within Lee and started losing some of that as it pushes further into, not Monroe, Fulton and Itawamba County. So Itawamba County starting to look a little bit better off than Lee, but we still see kind of the potential for some of that hail to fall. And again, we're seeing a lot of pink purple. That's only the possible. So we could go up 2 more steps into probable and likely. So the hail potentially still there, but thankfully the reports have not been overwhelming. We had several hail reports come in throughout, what day was that? I think that was our Thursday. Yeah, Thursday we dealt with a lot out in Pontotoc, Ecru, Friendship Road, Possum Trot Road. You guys did an excellent job sending in reports. And since we know that, you guys can definitely send them in, and we're not seeing them much today, that continues to be a positive so far. So still dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings out here towards Itawamba County, but also affecting you guys in Marion, Lamar, and portions of Fayette County. This is pretty much the northern portions of Lamar and Fayette, as these storms are still in Mississippi at this moment in time. Y'all aren't even in those severe thunderstorm watches that were in place earlier, but still showing that you don't have to be in a watch to get some of those warnings. So you guys are going to start to see some of those stormy conditions coming up here in the next few minutes. We were in the process of drawing out that track to give you guys the latest time. So let's go back and do that here. And we'll switch it back to reflectivity so you can kind of see what's coming your way here. And we'll move this over kind of right next to me so we can draw it out. And I'm going to back this up here because they extended that warning a little bit further on south. So expecting kind of the brunt of it, that would make sense. I mean, you guys in Smithville, I mean, y'all are staying dry, but we can see some of those showers and storms getting closer and closer towards you guys here. So that would be kind of interesting to see, even though y'all aren't within that severe thunderstorm warning. And of course, more shots coming in through our Mississippi Live weather app as well.
Well, and this is actually in the Smithville area, and I wanted to reassure.
You saw that
Please,
too?
God, keep the power on. But this is a view out of Smithville that Caleb was talking about. Caleb, we don't have to take it full screen.
Oh.
Well, that's all good. I was going to say, we don't have to take it full screen because this is going to be a one quick thing that I show and then toss it back to you. But here's a look at one of those SLCs. While this is going to be an impactful storm, there is no tornado threat that I wanted to be talking about. This photo that was submitted to us by Tyler there in Smithville, you get a visual of that storm. But yeah, no tornadoes, Caleb, to talk about, but it is at least going to look a little menacing. Those SLCs, scary looking clouds, a staple that we talk about quite a bit here on Mississippi Live.
Yes, and unfortunately, we were just talking about Smithville and the kind of brunt of that storm a little bit further on south, and y'all weren't included in the warning. Well, you guys are now. So we saw that new warning get issued as that continues to push kind of out of North Mississippi into our Alabama counties. And let's do a storm check on that now, because I know we kind of keep getting distracted. I want to show you guys kind of the latest timing on that. We're going to go, I think still 45, I feel pretty comfortable going. And we're going to go just slightly ahead, just not along, because we'll feel those gusty winds before that heavy rain gets there. So we're going to go right around 45, and there we go, pretty much all the way throughout our warning area. So we're taking a look at Big B right about now. Turon 750, Smithville 751, Highland Park 752, same for Scottsville and Vina, East Haven around 753, Wildwood 753 as well, Jones Subdivision and Longview 754, Bexar around 755, Atwood and Hatley around 757, 8 o'clock for Bristow, Bird at 803, same for Barnesville and Weston. And then if we were to switch this up for kind of more of those cities out there, we're talking about Smithville yet again, 751. You guys pretty much right on the cusp of it. 808 for Hamilton. I know you guys were asking earlier on. Bear Creek, 821. Gwynn, 823. Haleyville, around 828. Brilliant, 829. Lynn, around 841. And Double Springs at 847. I see here behind the screens, December asking me about Oxford. We can zoom out here as we've been talking about these severe thunderstorm warnings. We can kind of start off here just looking at what is going on. And it looks like our northernmost counties are starting to get shaved off of those severe thunderstorm watches. So you guys were hit hard earlier in Marshall, tip of Benton County with that destructive severe thunderstorm warning that was issued earlier on tonight, but y'all are no longer in that severe thunderstorm watch, which continues to be good. December, in the comments, you were asking about Oxford. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning just south of Lafayette County. You guys are partially clipped as well, so the most southwestern portion within that warning, but would not be surprised to see them maybe trim that off here within the next coming minutes as the brunt of that storm continues to push further and further southeast. So you guys are still pretty good out there in the Oxford community, but saw that question really quick. Wanted to answer that. Somebody else asking about Red Bay. You guys starting to deal with some of these showers right now. Y'all are kind of right on the edge of this warning. You can see it kind of stops right along the state line. Y'all are dealing with the brunt of it right now. So not expecting anything kind of after it at this immediate moment. So once these continue pushing on through, it's definitely loud, disruptive, energetic as these storms continue pushing through the Red Bay community. Y'all are getting that heavy rainfall as we speak and probably a little bit gusty. We can even take a look at our threats here to see if y'all, it's always like a millimeter off here. Let me click off of that. See if y'all are getting some of that hail. That hail looks like it might be just a little bit behind. So that heavy rainfall is starting to pick up and maybe the potential for some hail out there in Red Bay. We'll take a look with our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, to see if we're getting any hail reports. Hopefully those are staying pretty minimal.
Well, no hail reports, but honestly, at this point, I think I might take some hail reports over what we are getting. So a lot of trees down. Let me actually work here. Take it. I'm going to pull up links behind me real quick for a second. I'm going to work to pull up some things here behind the scenes. We did get a picture of some trees down along a roadway, so unfortunately it looks like travel might be a little bit hindered as we go through the afternoon and evening. And you know, happening on a Monday, I mean, how many things are people doing on a Monday? Happening on a Tuesday, how many things are people doing on a Tuesday? But Saturday night, I know a lot of folks are out there and trying to get their evenings in. I'll take it, Caleb, so that way it's not a double click, but don't want to freak our system out too much. But as we track this out, that storm has produced damage back behind it. Looking at a few of those reports, this is along Highway 178. This was from Preston, submitted to us through the Mississippi Live Weather app. A look at the tree down along 178 between Dorsey and Peppertown. We also do have a look at that storm as it moved through Fulton. Let me work to pull up that video here behind the scenes. This was also submitted by Preston, but let me tell you this. Which, let me make sure the audio is off because it is coming through the screen. But yeah, unfortunately, this is a pretty dicey storm moving through the area. Here's a look submitted on through Facebook. Preston Storm Chaser that, you know, is always on these storms here in North Mississippi and Northwest Alabama. But you're looking at the sheets of rainfall, the energetic lightning there in the distance. Again, this is in the Fulton area looking over the waterway. And actually at the start of the video, you can just see the wind blowing the dust behind them along the roadway. You're right there. You're getting a view of some of the water, some of the dust just being wafted there due to the strong wind gusts. So we're still easily talking 50, 60 miles an hour for sure with this storm as it moved through Fulton. More reports coming in of just some of the SLCs, some of the shelf clouds as well. We do also have a report out of Grenada. Volunteer fire departments are currently with a fire. Apparently it's in the Giesland Corner. This is submitted by Cody, a friend of mine out there in Grenada. Giesland Corner, the community off Hardy Road, a tree fell in someone's yard, and what they're assuming is a power line from the report that they're getting out there. So that's a report of some of the damage that we can receive. We also have a tree down along 363 in Manatee. So a lot of these county roads, a lot of these highways going to be dealing with those trees across the roadways. That's why we say don't drive, folks, because if you were driving at the wrong time, then that tree could have very well fallen on that vehicle. So we're glad that everyone is staying safe so far. I have not gotten reports of any injuries or deaths. That's what we want. We don't want any of that to happen. So as long as those reports stay out of the picture, I think a couple trees down, we can work to clear that through the evening. But Caleb, we'll continue to monitor things here behind the scenes. Any pictures that you have, send those in through the Mississippi Live Weather app or through our socials, and we'll work to forward that along as well.
Perfect. Well, speaking of reports, we are unfortunately starting to see some pop up here on our radar system. So kind of wanted to highlight those. Thankfully, not seeing too many officially here in North Mississippi. I know we're already seeing those pictures come on in, and it'll be a little bit until we can see that start popping up on our Mama Just a Stop radar. But if we go just north of the state line out there towards Memphis, this is where probably the brunt of our storms and probably most destructive storms began. We see this wind report coming in outside of the Memphis kind of radar site, magnitude of around 60 miles per hour. So that was around 5:09 earlier, shortly before that destructive severe thunderstorm warning got issued. Very large trees down and power lines down just southwest of River Oaks out there in Tennessee. So starting to see some of those reports come in. And if we were to look a little bit further south, I know you guys are talking about Water Valley, how heavy it's dumping. We do, actually a new report just came up too, just further up north along I-55. We're starting to see some more of these reports coming in. Trees down between Oakland and Water Valley on Highway 32. That was around 7:32 earlier this evening. And then we have another one, trees down south of Batesville. That was around 7:09. So not only are we talking about power outages and just the poles falling due to straight line winds, we're talking about ice storm and creeping back into the area that was affected earlier this year in January, and starting to see some more trees continue to fall on down. That just got progressively weaker with what occurred to start off our year. So unfortunately, it just continues to bother us throughout 2026, and it'll continue to be the story throughout the next few months, especially as we get into kind of the fall season coming on up shortly. But even throughout the summertime months, we've been dealing with severe thunderstorm warning, what almost feels like every day lately, but just how warm and toasty we've been. We're dealing with the severe thunderstorm warnings out here throughout Lafayette County, Calhoun County, and also Yalobusha. You guys getting probably the heaviest rainfall at this time with that storm continuing to move on through. I will say, somebody was asking about Grenada earlier. We were covering it. Seems like that heavier downpour really starting to fall on apart. So just dealing with some heavy showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, as we can see maybe a few lightning strikes associated with it, but nowhere near as intense what's occurring further northeast out there in Yalobusha County, just south of Water Valley. So that warning continues, and that is set to expire at around 8:15. So we have another 20-ish minutes to go on that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go take a look at the mess that we have going on out here pretty much along the state line for portions of, well, Itawamba County, of course, but Red Bay, you guys were asking earlier, thankfully not within that severe thunderstorm warning, but still pretty much in the thick of it regardless. So still treat it as something that you want to take serious attention to as it continues to move on through. The good news is hail continues to be pretty limited. I know we were taking a look at our hail swath here. We can take a look at it again. Looks like it's trying to maybe dump out a little bit more out in Itawamba County, kind of along the state line. We're seeing some just southeast of Red Bay, officially into Alabama territory, but not quite as impressive as the consistency that it was trying to pick up here in Lee County. So that continues to be good, but we definitely don't want it to continue kind of maintaining its strength, maybe trying to dump out a little bit more. But again, our threats, one thing I want to talk about again and keep reminding you guys, because I know y'all keep asking in the comments, we have more people joining in, not dealing with anything tornadic, but still dealing with several outages here in North Mississippi. Isn't that right, Gabe?
And outage numbers continue to climb. This is a look over there towards the Belmont and Red Bay community. Hey, exactly where we were talking about just a moment ago, dealing with storms throughout this summer, and adding to that as we head into this evening. This is close to the airport. Again, Belmont to Golden, all the way down there towards Red Bay. We have 859 outages. So those really spiking over those last few moments. Dennis as well, seeing upwards of 677 outages. I mentioned the Payton community, a couple of outages being reported by you, and closer to Holcut, 45 outages. And of course, downtown Tishomingo not excluded from this as well. 318 outages being reported as of what, nearly 8 o'clock. So we're going to continue this coverage, but exactly what we expected unfortunately happened. Caleb giving a great heads up, and we see that peak. We talk about the hills and valleys that are on our Tishomingo County EPA website. I mean, we're as peak can get as we've gone over those last couple of minutes. So crews are out restoring this. They are the hardest workers of the week. While we are live covering these storms, they are out in the storms to help restore those outages. We're looking to continue to look at those maps. More of those outages being reported. This is a look from earlier on in Marshall County and out there towards Union County. I mean, that's a good, 2,000 outages that Northeast Mississippi Electric Power Association is going to be having to recover. And North Central Electric Co-op, I mean, this is from earlier on where the storm was the peak intensity, 70, 80 mile an hour winds, still seeing a large number of outages coming out of there as well. That latest map out towards Quitman County, still about 1,300 outages being reported. And overall in the state of Mississippi, we're up to 23,000 folks. 3,000 of those in Panola, 3,000 in Itawamba. I mean, we talked about Tishomingo County. Let's just update some of those, and it does look like those numbers do continue to climb. A lot of those pinks showing up, and pink is actually the peak there on those reports, 300 plus, and in a lot of locations we're double that, triple that. So Caleb, power outages, the more widespread concern, but trees coming down, we're still getting reports of that as well, hindering travel and unfortunately just causing some damage in the process.
Yes, unfortunately, that has been the story throughout this evening. I would expect those numbers to sadly continue climbing as we're still talking about these severe thunderstorm warnings moving to North Mississippi. On the bright side, because we always love covering that here as well, I'm glad to see that we're not getting many damage reports sent in through the Mississippi Live Weather app. We've seen that fair share throughout the past week, especially with Thursday being a heavy day with some hail and some of that wind and flash flooding. Thankfully, we're not dealing with all of those today, but wind has been very significant so far. So we're going to take a look, continuing our coverage here with these severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. Getting closer and closer towards 8:15 for the severe thunderstorm warning out there in Calhoun, portions of Yalobusha and Oxford. Would not be surprised to see y'all get shaved out of that here within the next few minutes as that storm continues to stay further out south of you guys. But I'd be curious to see kind of what happens for the southern portions of Calhoun County and getting closer towards Webster County, a little bit further on southeast, as we're still seeing some of that strong portion of that storm continue to really push through our area. And you can see those outflow boundaries. It's going to continue to follow that, still very close with it and kind of keeping it well maintained. You can see kind of that curve with it. Those are those straight line kind of gusty winds that you're going to feel right before. And you can see kind of just south of the warning, kind of still kicking it up and allowing it to maintain its strength. So I'd be curious to see what we see come out of this warning and whether or not it's still kind of losing its strength and diminishing, but we can definitely tell where that boundary is. Those gusty winds are, and we'd like to see that stay sub-severe, but we still have another 15 minutes to go until we can officially take that one off, unless they choose to do so early. But I will say with past scans, I want to look at that here. As of right now, it doesn't look quite as impressive as what it was earlier. I mean, not at all. I mean, you could see the bright returns. I'll take off lightning again because with how energetic these continue to be, I mean, it covers up kind of that pink purple. And it was very clear, very evident, unfortunately for you guys, kind of through Coffeyville before starting to die on out. Looks like maybe that latest scan kind of added a little bit more. So still dealing with that storm and just kind of creeping out of that southern portion of that warning too. So wanting to keep our eye on that one as it continues moving its way further through North Mississippi. But that outflow boundary, very apparent. I'm curious to see how that one continues to behave, Gabe.
It's outflow dominant. I mean, that's a welcome sight and exactly what we want to see, because while we have that boundary, let me go ahead and put my drawing tool on the board. So it's going to pause radar for a moment, but this will only take a moment. There's your outflow boundary that we're talking about. And here's your severe thunderstorm. So while that is out a little bit behind it, this little bit of space between the boundary and between the storm, that matters, and that's going to prevent an intensification within this storm. So as long as that boundary's out ahead, that's good. That's what we want to see. But earlier on, we saw it in Lee County, how the storms eventually caught up and they'd redeveloped along that boundary. If that were to happen towards Pittsboro or out there towards the Houston area, then we could be looking at another strong storm. So because it's looking better right now, doesn't mean it will stay looking better throughout the entire duration of the evening. Now, I hope so, but that doesn't mean it exactly is the truth. And that's what we saw over here in Lee County and Itawamba County. So it's very well possible, but this is actually a better sight compared to what we've seen over those last few scans through Yalobusha County and through Panola County. So Caleb, keep eyes on that storm, but I like how it's trending those last couple of minutes. And I'm really hoping the evening gets a little bit more chill as we head into the overnight hours and as that sun kind of mixes out of the equation.
Yes, no, that's exactly what we want to see. Unfortunately, dealing with that warning that just got issued. So outflow still helping it out at least a little bit to keep it going, but we would like to get a little bit closer to sunset and for this to kind of slow on down. So we're going to continue to talk about that severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for you guys out there in Grenada County. You guys were asking earlier, we're saying the eastern side, a little bit closer to that warning, could start to see some of that heavy rainfall. So that is continuing to form. And then portions of Montgomery and Webster, like we were just mentioning. So we're going to continue to monitor that outflow boundary Gabe was just talking about. You're going to feel those gusty winds a lot more, or at least quicker than when you're going to see that rainfall. So we're going to continue to see how that continues to behave. And as it outpaces it, hoping not to see too much. I mean, you can see they didn't really issue it very far in advance. So I think folks in the National Weather Service pretty confident too that it's not really seeing it too far out there towards Eupora and getting closer towards Highway 82. That continues to be a positive, but unfortunately seeing that other severe thunderstorm warning get issued. Now let's just reset here to take a look at all the warnings that we have going on. This original one we were just talking about, that is set to expire around 15. The new one set to expire at 8:30 for you guys out there towards Webster, Montgomery, and Grenada. But if we were to go back here on this mess that continues to go on the state line, we might even have to just zoom in so we kind of see what all we're clicking here. A little bit too far there. Let's just see kind of where we're at with these warnings and when they're set to expire. We have one for Itawamba County set to expire around 8:15, and the same for Monroe. So that continues to be a good site. Hopefully we can see some more warnings get shaved off by the next 10, 11 minutes. And then we have another warning out there for Marion, Fayette, and Lamar. That is not set to expire until 8:45 as these storms continue to kind of cross the state line, bringing some of those hefty wind gusts. And you guys have been commenting about that behind the scenes, talking about wind picking up. We do have Kelsey saying hailing and Wren. So unfortunately, starting to see some of that become a possibility. So we might have to see if we have any of those hail reports starting to come in. Our hail swath, I mean, a little bit, of course, it's a little bit further from the radar site. But at least this warning, I would say, was more impressive with that hail earlier. As you could see, kind of some of those darker returns and kind of a steady, consistent line. Hoping that it's starting to end and drop off just a little bit, but that storm will continue kind of pushing on through. And I would still say, I'm curious, kind of this area outside of that warning in Amory, when that was. Let's take a look at that here, kind of within the New Wren area. So would not be surprised if we maybe saw some of that. Let's go back to precipitation and let's take it, see if I remember how to do that here, 3D, and then we can kind of see that vertical lift. Again, we're kind of getting closer to the radar site, so we won't have the best clip because you can kind of see that beam continuing to shoot up in the air. So we're still seeing some of that vertical development. And then if we were to back it up, we're probably going to see it occur out there in real time, or maybe those continue to, move on through. So that was around 7:49. Those storms kind of starting to pop on up, but building up, becoming a little bit taller as well, and going past that radar beam as we're getting closer and closer. So would not be surprised if maybe we are seeing kind of a few hailstones out there in Wren. I'm going to try to keep my eyes out for your comment. Let us know kind of what size it was if you got a good look at it. Of course, don't go out there right now if it's still ongoing. But curious to see kind of how that was, how wide it was as far as in diameter, or how thick. So could see some of that hail out there because we saw some of that with our hail swath. So that continues to be something that we want to continue monitoring. You can see some of those brighter returns just outside of Tranquil and close towards the Wren area. So could be dealing with some hail out there. I know you were asking, actually somebody else, Marissa, saying Amory with question mark. You guys are kind of almost next to some of that shower and storms, and we're going to see how this has developed. It's not really going in that northeast direction. It's going to continue to kind of stay just south of you, but you are going to start to get some of that heavier rainfall, which we actually have our lightning off, so probably hearing a few rumbles, and that's becoming a little bit energetic. So I'd be curious to see how this storm continues to develop kind of close towards the Tranquil region and makes its way just north of Aberdeen, hopefully, but probably making more of a beeline closer towards Athens, Becker community, and kind of pushing south to Quincy. You guys are under that severe thunderstorm warning, but we're still seeing some intense portions of this storm just south of the warning continue to kind of pop on up and intensify. So Tranquil, you guys are starting to see some of that. We can take a look out in Amory because I know you guys were asking. Let's see if that kind of has a good visual on some of that development happening outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. We're talking about not really a sunset anymore, so thankfully getting past those sunset hours, that daytime heating, but 82 degrees feels like 95. I know you guys out there wouldn't mind to enjoying a little bit of rainfall to help cool you guys off. We're starting to see the camera sway just a little bit. There's a flash of lightning. If we played the game, we would probably have to take a few seconds, but I don't know, with how consistent and how the cameras continue to move, it may have just needed a second to kind of load on up. So dealing with that out there in Amory. Let's see if we can get a better shot out here ahead of the storm in Aberdeen. Looks like the storm chaser is actually just moving it. So this is a great shot of the storms just continuing to sit on top of you guys, or at least the flashes of lightning out ahead of it. 82 degrees feels like 95 again, but just constant flashes of lightning, very disruptive. So unfortunately, we're getting closer and closer towards the nighttime hours of us wanting to head to bed. Oh, perfect. I was able to catch it. Kelsey said it was pea-sized hail. I'm actually in New Wren. So yeah, that would make sense. So we were kind of seeing some of that pop up a little bit on our radar, but the good news is that if we are seeing hail, at least the reports coming in that it's coming in at pea size. So that continues to be positive, and probably why we're not getting many reports, because by the time we're able to kind of whip out the camera trying to take a picture of it, they're probably already melted and probably impossible to pop up. So that continues to be a positive here, Gabe, as I know you're kind of moving on through, and I'll go over to the BAM as you kind of take a look at radar here, and I can make sure that you're ready to go. So I'll let you kind of take over from there if you want.
Yeah, Caleb, an incredible light show that's being displayed over there in Aberdeen, but something that you're also seeing is the camera shake, and it's kind of going back and forth, and that's where you see the lights here in the distance. It's the shaking of the camera. I'm trying to see if we see anything, and we're not expecting any tornadic development by any means, but plenty of those strikes making their way to the surface in Aberdeen and Monroe County that will cause some of those outages as well, as we've been seeing throughout the night. And as the number, I believe, is up to about 30,000, specifically here in North Mississippi, whereas if you include Memphis, it's over 100,000. It's over 6 figures, unfortunately. So we're going to continue to track this storm out with those strong gusty winds along that outflow boundary. We're going to be right over the head of the radar site, it looks like, on that latest scan. An interesting thing that's happening here. I mean, we were getting reports of pea-size hail in Wren, so that's a good note to have, because there's your return on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, and that TruShield roofing hail swap. That's one of the things that we like to utilize to assess the hail threat. This is still looking out of Memphis, actually, or that one was. Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. So let me see right there. Yeah, still under the possible category. But as we look closer to the Wren community, I mean, we got close to probable, and that's where you start to get that hail making its way down to the surface. So this is really what we're looking for, that return of purple for any of those potential hailstones on the ground. So that's good to know. That's why your reports do matter, and that's what we're going to utilize with our TruShield roofing hail swab through the rest of our evening. Now, with that being said, let's advance this a bit. Well, actually, I did not know it was not on the latest scan there. Yeah, it still looks about the same on the returns. But either way, that core is still more towards the Tranquil community and not all the way into the Aberdeen area, despite us having a pretty decent visual. One thing I do see that is welcoming, and let me make sure of this on the Mama Justice Doppler radar. So you saw that build. Watch where it built. It was right along that boundary for a brief moment, but that space, that gap is starting to extend a little bit more. And even out ahead right here from Detroit to Amory, this outflow boundary is several miles ahead of that main line of storms. So while it was severe moving through Smithville, that boundary was way closer, now starting to become outflow dominant, which again, like we talked about, is a welcome sight and will limit the strengthening that we'll see on these storms. Where it's feeding into is actually north of Hamilton, Alabama, which if you've watched our coverage the past couple of weeks, which I know a lot of you have, we have seen a lot of storms that develop along 22. That seems to be how things always go. So as we look at those winds right there north of Hamilton, that's not as impressive there, but I will say that that might be looking a little bit too far aloft and not all the way to the surface. That's why the National Weather Service went out ahead and put out this warning until 8:45. Pulling up the chat here behind the scenes, I want to continue to monitor this in case we have any reports. Our power randomly went off and came back on. Well, Vernon, Alabama, not too far away from some of these storms. Power is out here in Detroit, Alabama, and it's hailing, and the wind is crazy. Now, Randy, if you have, or Randy and Kayla, either one of you guys, if you do have a report of any of that hail, let us know, and we'll forward that along to the National Weather Service. Is Hatley taking shelter? So we are not looking at a tornado threat. In fact, if I go on the broader scale for one moment, I promise I'll get back to our Mama Justice Doppler radar. But if I go on that severe weather risk, you see that level 2 threat actually being extended further into North Mississippi over those last 30 minutes or so. As we look at that tornado threat, well, let me actually click off the alerts. There you go. We're not worried about a tornado threat for our Saturday. It's the wind and it's the hail that we're watching for as we head through the rest of our evening. So no, we're not looking at any tornadic activity through tonight. Now, putting those alerts back on, because we are still under a severe thunderstorm warning and at a lot of locations and a severe thunderstorm watch, we will continue to watch that. Is TIPA clear? You know, it's not impossible. And Caleb's been able to look at models. I know we didn't have our 6 o'clock show, our regular show, but Caleb, overnight, is there that potential for redevelopment?
I would have to check the latest, but it had most showers and storms kind of moving through the brunt right now, and then more redevelopment kind of later on for the Delta. So that would be something to monitor. As far as north, there was potential for some showers and storms maybe in the early morning hours at around 7 o'clock, but As far as severity, I just don't think they would have enough left in the tank, but we're going to keep our eyes on that heading into the evening period ahead.
Well, yeah, and talking about that, out there in Arkansas, if I put it on our Memphis radar site, you can see that we are seeing additional severe thunderstorm warnings get issued. So that's that Delta threat that Caleb was talking about, and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning is not expiring until later tonight. 10 o'clock is the case for all of North Mississippi, but I honestly would not be surprised if this does get extended for the Delta, but these move pretty fast. 10 o'clock is not a bad time frame for this at all, but that's why it's not clear just yet. That's why Tippah County, well, they're not in that severe thunderstorm watch, but a lot of locations that have experienced storms are not fully in the clear just yet. Tishomingo City, power's out. Yeah, earlier on we were at 300 outages that we showed you guys, so potentially adding to that over those last couple of scans. Grenada County, we'll jump over there for you, but this does look like it has transitioned east of Grenada County. We're now moving closer to the Webster and Calhoun County area. So let's look at the Pittsboro camera, because I know that I saw some folks here in the chat saying it's nothing but lightning. So let's look at it. Not sure, I'm not seeing anything else. Power out in Coffeyville. Is Monroe County good? Monroe County currently has that storm overhead. So, well, please don't tell me we saw the last days of this camera. No, but that lightning. Let's see it. Yeah, nothing but lightning on that camera. So let's say a prayer for the Pittsboro camera that it's able to make it through the night, and we'll be able to utilize that through this upcoming week. But how much lightning we have in the pauses, it's a dramatic effect. I really hope it maintains itself, but more of those outages probably coming out of Calhoun County. Caleb, if you're able to pull up some of those outages, we'll check that as well, as those numbers continue to, unfortunately, soar tonight. Now, out in the Calhoun County region, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8:30, but that's more for Webster County. This just expired as of 8:15, that last batch out there towards Grenada County and towards northern Montgomery County. We also saw this warning expire towards the Calhoun County region, but still a good amount of lightning. It does still look like it has a decent core to it. So our True Shield Roofing hail swath, if we're comparing it to the storm out in Monroe County, it's a little bit lighter. So I don't think we're necessarily talking about hail reaching its way to the surface, because pea-size hail is not overly large, comparatively speaking, to the severe weather scale. So that even is probably melting on its way to the surface. If we're getting any hail out of this, probably melting all or completely before it reaches the surface there in southwest Calhoun County. So I'm not overly concerned for that just yet. But as we continue into the evening, we have this severe thunderstorm warning in place for northwest Webster County. A real small warning. I'm trying to see the reason for maintaining. I'm trying to make an argument that I don't agree with. I don't think that this will be maintained. I think the severe part of this storm is more towards the Sabugla and towards Dentontown rather than further down south. Now, this could be moving. Let me look at the movement on this. We'll go 15 minutes. Let me put it on a 1 minute elapse. And let's drag this out. So it looks like the core collapsed back here as it entered into Calhoun County, still getting those purples, which of course indicates that we're getting some of those elevated storm tops. But right there, you see that latest scan? Looks like this is starting to become outflow dominant, not nearly as impressive. And so that's a welcome sight. I don't think that there's any reason to be overly concerned about this warning, but they did go ahead and issue an extension on that severe thunderstorm warning through Webster County. So it is still there, and National Weather Service down in, I believe this would be Jackson at this point, continued to maintain that warning this until 9 o'clock. So just an extension of that southern extent, and it's an extension off of the southern extent of this boundary. So this boundary is allowing additional development to the south. So that's going to be interesting through the rest of the evening, is although this warning extends all the way through Webster County by 9 o'clock, I don't necessarily believe the severe part of this will stay in Webster County until 9 o'clock. I think we continue to back build throughout the evening as we eventually move through Eupora, through the Biwai community, Chester, Ackerman, potentially as far south as Ackerman. So we'll watch our cameras to make sure of that. Maben should have a decent view, and it's going to get gusty here in Maben. Let me make sure of something real quick. We have 2 outflows. That's another note with this forecast. So right here, you see how we have that initial outflow? You can see that ring right around the leading edge of these storms. Well, look at these other storms having a boundary. Yes, all the way in Monroe County, we have a boundary that's latching onto these storms, and that's where we got the severe thunderstorm warnings towards Monroe County and all the way in Lamar County. But this extends into that secondary boundary. That's also telling me that it's building into specifically the Webster County area, So really it's this point. It's the, we're gonna call it a triple point in this case. As we head further into the evening, as that continues its southeast movement, I think we're talking about this entering into 82, a little bit east of Eupora there, as we continue through northwest Oktibbeha County and towards the southeast portion of Webster County. That triple point is what you need to track, because that's what's feeding into this storm and allowing for that development to take place. Two different boundaries allows a ton of lift when it comes to these storms. So pulling up the chat, I want to make sure, because reports continue to come in. Purple is bad, right? Purple just indicates higher storm tops, and that's a higher output of rainfall, but it's also a higher output, or some higher storm tops, which could indicate some hail as well. That's why we always say, what's the hail swath looking like, on top of just seeing the purples on radar. Lightning looks pretty impressive looking south from Fulton. We'll look at Fulton here in just a moment. Structure fire got called out at 7:30, so about an hour ago, on 3331 Prentiss County District 5. That was from Caden. You know, we might call Prentiss County EMA, Caleb, if you want to do that, or I know Emily's behind the scenes if she wants to call.
Okay.
And she might be watching right now. So Emily, if you want to call and see what information you can get on that, appreciate that report, Caden.
Prentiss?
Prentiss County EMA, and we should have a list as well of who to call. So we'll get in touch and try and figure out more details on that, but appreciate that heads up. Is Water Valley in the clear? One thing that I just mentioned a moment ago, Water Valley and all of Yalobusha County is under that severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. That's because there's additional development in eastern Arkansas that's trying to move into the area, and then eventually, as that moves into the area, could remain on the stronger side. So that's why you're not fully in the clear just yet. I'm not clearing anyone out of that potential for severe weather. Trey, live in Solgen. That's good to know. Appreciate that. And I appreciate all of you guys for joining us in the chat. Any reports you guys do have, send those in through the Mississippi Live Weather app or through the chat, and we continue to monitor things there. I did see heavy rain or heavy winds in Winona. Winona is along the boundary, so Winona's not even in the severe part of this. But look at the boundary right overhead. If that boundary, we're still talking, because we can see it on our wind mode, not severe, but at least gusty. It's a little bit harder to tell since it's further away from the radar site. But as we look through the rest of our evening, I will say what stands out is that storm near Monroe County, continuing to remain with those gustier winds, that fully transitioning into Lamar County at this point. So that does look like it's become more outflow dominant. I mean, that outflow, let's track that out. I'm going to put on the latest scan. Between Aberdeen and that boundary, we're 6.7 miles away. And out here towards Alabama, if you look at the difference, you can see the boundaries are right there, and the storms are right beside it, and just outside of Hamilton. So we're talking a mile, 2 miles. This is Hamilton, Alabama, not Hamilton, Mississippi. But where that boundary with these storms is where we're talking about the strongest areas, the strongest return on our storms. And that's wind, that could be hail, and that's definitely some rainfall too. Winds back on this storm through Calhoun County, now transitioning into Webster County. Not overly impressed with that. I'm wondering if it has to do with the hail swath. You know, we might be talking about a redevelopment on this storm when it comes to the hail. Yeah, so right there it collapsed. Looks like it might be building back up. So I think this warning really in effect to let us know that that hail might be the thing to watch. So let's drag it right here and put it on 3D mode. I know 3D mode automatically assume hail at this point. We've tracked it so many times. And let's go over the last 15 minutes and look at the storm tops here. So right there it collapsed. With that latest scan, starts to see an increase there. That's where some of the updrafts might be building once again and building those tops to where we're talking about an elevated hail threat into Webster County. So initially collapsing, the boundaries feeding into it, and the boundaries getting things going once again. Another way we're able to tell that is with our echo tops. So looking at that latest scan, we're still about 50,000 feet. So it collapsed beyond that to 50,000 feet. I don't think that latest scan is in yet. I do think towards Bellefontaine, we're going to be climbing up to about 55,000 feet, maybe even up towards 60,000, because that, whenever you start getting purples, that's where hail core might be forming. Whenever you start getting the blacks and whites, which is where we're at, then you could be getting a decent hail threat there. So another way we're able to do this is with our 3D mode, and I'm going to cut into this storm, which, let's navigate things here behind the scenes. So look on that latest. You start to see some of that white show up. That's your hail core. And let me make sure where this is positioned. Yeah, getting a little bit more dense aloft. I don't think this has fallen out yet. But that hail is definitely building over those last couple of scans. We're in northwest Webster County. I do believe Bellefontaine closer to, how close are we to 82 at this point? Probably still a little bit away. a ways away. Yeah, Eupora, and then right south of there's your Highway 82. So we're still a decent ways away. This is along Highway 9 at this point. This probably fall out more towards Mississippi Highway 9 throughout the rest of your evening. This is tracking right across it. So that's what we'll be watching on this storm, that hail core increasing those last couple of scans. So let's track out the heart of this storm, right where that hail core is, and allow me to do that here behind the scenes. And let me actually do an updated time on this, because the time looks like it may be updated from where we tracked this all the way out there towards Panola County. So I know we're going on a broader scale here, but I really think this will be worth our while to make sure we have a great positioning and a great track on this. And we're going to just track that core specifically. 41 miles an hour, it's gaining some speed too. That boundary gaining some speed as well. Both boundaries, you can still see it intersecting right there along Highway 9 towards Bellefontaine. So as we track this out, let's go back on this storm and let's go through Webster County. And I'm going to follow the track that this has taken. And despite it having more of the entire Webster County area, I think we're going to be going towards Maben here momentarily. Maben, you can see there 851, but Spring Valley were 850 along with Mathiston. Clarkson were 842 and Fame by 837. Now, I'm making sure I'm not missing anything behind the scenes.
Did you get that report from Emily?
Here, I'll let you take it, Caleb, to
Okay.
give us the latest on what you're receiving there from Webster County and out towards Prentice County as well, if you're able to get a hold with them.
Yes, no, our Emily was able to get contact. Tom Lindsay from Prentice County EMA hasn't gotten any damage reports, so that continues to be a positive. So she was able to reach out behind the scenes and get a hold of them. We are still monitoring a lot of power outages as this map continues to see more and more continue to build on up. That continues to be kind of the unfortunate side. But taking a look out here in Energy, in the northwestern portion of our viewing area, Marks, the community we were highlighting you earlier, still pretty much out of power almost completely within most of the town, at least north of Highway 6, and seeing some more isolated outages further up north towards DeSoto County. We are still monitoring quite a few outages here with the North Central Electric kind of EPA within DeSoto County and getting closer towards Marshall. The good news, not quite as intense as what it was earlier. So just to bring some peace, we're not talking about ice storm levels of outages long lasting. The EPAs are doing a fantastic job already getting some of you guys back online as quick as they can.
And they can actually drive.
Do what?
And they can actually drive to restore the power outages.
Exactly.
So that's also a positive.
Exactly. Nothing's frozen over. We're not seeing too many trees at least blocking several roads to get to you guys. So that continues to be a positive. We are talking about still quite a few outages, at least in the southern portions of Marshall County. We're reading 726, 304, kind of the southeastern portion, more entering Union County, portions of Lafayette, kind of near the Oxford region. Thankfully, not seeing too many within the city itself. So that's a positive, especially for the campus down there. Out here with the Natchez Trace, you'll see a big difference between the two. We're talking about some color here. Unfortunately, with that red, that's the second highest color that we could see with those outages. So within this first red area, we're talking about 253 outages reported, 271 within Webster, and then within this orange shaded region, we're talking about 156 within Calhoun County. Now on the flip side, unfortunately, well, this is what we've been talking about a lot as far as with those outages here in Lee and Itawamba. We are talking about several thousand customers affected. We're talking about 1,633 in Lee, 1,357 in total in Itawamba, and this site is typically a little bit behind, so would not be surprised to see those numbers maybe a little bit higher up, but unfortunately seeing widespread outages throughout Lee and Itawamba as those storms continue to get closer and closer towards leaving North Mississippi, at least through that portion. Pontotoc doing probably the best with just isolated smaller amounts, and then Tishomingo unfortunately continuing to come in pretty high, Gabe. So unfortunately, I think that these outages are going to continue to increase throughout the rest of our evening ahead. I'd be curious to see, especially with that thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm warning that got issued for Webster County as it continues to push further and further southeast, starting to affect maybe some people in the Golden Triangle region, Ackerman, Choctaw County. Starting to see some more areas not affected yet today, and those outages could unfortunately start to climb as well.
Yeah, unfortunately. And it doesn't take a severe storm to cause those outages is the only thing about that. So while we're tracking those severe thunderstorm warnings, and thank you, Caleb, for all the hard work that you've been able to do tonight. I know you've had an active week, all things considered.
It's been a busy one.
Oh, my word. So I think we're all ready for a break here in North Mississippi, and hopefully Caleb will have some good news for us by Sunday. but we'll see coming up at 9 and 10.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
But as we look out towards Hamilton, Alabama, one thing I do see is storm tops remain about 50,000 feet, and that's where I'm more concerned with for that severe weather threat. And it's also because that boundary is feeding in directly into that storm. So this will be east of Hackleburg there, where we're getting those strongest wind gusts. And even down there towards the Glen Mary community, Brilliant, right along 22, where there's high profile vehicles, please drive with caution, folks. Again, I'm going to continue to say that, but that's where we're looking at some of those strongest returns, and that does extend into Winston County, Walker County, and Fayette County, Alabama. That severe thunderstorm warning in place until 9:15, whereas our warning expiring at 8:45. So as we drag this out, we're going to do this entire boundary, or at least these entire storms, and as it continues to track more towards the south and east, we're going to take it at about 40 miles an hour once again. You can see a few towns listed in there, and specifically we're talking New Hope over you right now, Brookside 831, Wayside 832, the Donaldson Mill by 833, Haleyville 833, Winfield 834, Delmar by 834 as well, Bobo 837, Center 837, and Littleville by 838. And of course, those do extend into the counties I just mentioned a moment ago, a little bit outside of our coverage area, but it's worth noting while it's up if we want to go ahead and send a picture to our friends that may live in Fayette or Winston County. Hey, this is headed your way. Here's a look at some times. And I always love shouting out Kansas over there in Northwest Alabama, because our chief meteorologist, Matt Lopon, he's from Kansas, and my dad's from Kansas, and my extended family is from Kansas as well. So a little shout out there to the Alabama Jayhawks at that point. Lynn Community by 840, Double Springs 853, Kansas 855, Carbon Hill 858, Oakman 921, Jasper 921 if you were continuing to travel along 22. There's an updated time for you, and Parrish at 927. So that's the storms towards northwest Alabama. This starting to move out of our viewing area. It does still have a boundary that extends into Monroe County, but I'm not really concerned about these storms anymore because it has become so outflow dominant. Over the top of Aberdeen, we can actually get a visual on this storm as it is overhead, probably the heavy rainfall too. So let's take a look at this over in Aberdeen, probably getting a decent light show there as well. 81 degrees. You're actually getting at the reporting station 23 miles an hour, shaking the camera back and forth. Those gusts probably up to 30 or 40 miles an hour, but the lightning, the biggest factor there in Monroe County, causing those outages, and that number will continue to climb through the rest of our evening. But continue to think about you folks there in Monroe County, but glad that things are dying off compared to where they were sitting at earlier this evening. Out towards Webster County, let's see if it's fallen. Should we? So let's take it 3D mode here. And this warning in effect until 9 p.m. And I'm going to go on a little horizontal perspective, and we're going to cut into this storm. And what I'm looking for is some of that white almost to return, and I'm going to go back on a 15-minute loop and take this with 1 minute increment. So right there, you start to see that core climb. The fact that next scan it's not showing up, I think it's fell. I think we're talking about some hail. Well, let me look. It might not be an updated scan yet. Okay, it's looking much more disorganized. I think this has fallen. So right there, you can see how it peaks for a moment, and now it's starting to fall back to the ground. I think this hail is falling. So, Caleb, we might be starting to get some hail reports out there in Webster County if this were to hold together, because that's a decent return there on our hail signature, and that might have already fallen to the ground. I want to look at our True Shield Roofing hail swath and getting some of those darker returns, still in the possible category, but as we saw in Monroe County, possible is possible, and it definitely could fall to the ground and not melt completely. So that'll be one to pay attention to, see if we get any reports. I do see, I'm just going to go ahead and send it to Caleb, because I see what he's looking at, and it looks like the state bird of Mississippi might have taken flight.
Yeah, state bird of Mississippi may have taken flight, or at least may have stayed put as a limb of Mississippi fell right next to it. So starting to see some damage reports start to come in ever so slightly. Thankfully, it hasn't been overwhelming. I actually pulled up some lightning strike pictures I can show you in just a second. And since then, I've only seen these other two come in. So this was the first one out, I believe, in Boonville that was reported. And we can take a look at when that was. This was sent in by Demi by 8:20. I'm out there in Boonville, and you can kind of start to see the second one I was about to show you. This one, I believe, was Fulton. Let me make sure I get it correct. No, yeah, East Fulton, so Clay Community. Now it's around 8:31, sent in by Robin. So that looks like maybe a tarp or tent, kind of blown with the wind and kind of messing up their back patio. So wind continues to probably be the #1 threat so far that we've seen tonight, as hail reports have been very minimal and honestly close to non-existent, thankfully. And if we are dealing with it, thankfully, I've only seen pea-sized hail so far, so that continues to be a positive. But the wind has been really devastating. It's that kind of severe thunderstorm wind that we saw earlier. Winds picked up to around 80 miles per hour. Now, a lot of you guys in the comments were like, hey, we can handle some wind maybe around 40 to 50, but 80 is a little bit too high for us. And I completely agree. Those are pretty rare here. That's why we typically don't see that flashing warning here in North Mississippi. But again, the other two pictures I can show you guys are some lightning. This was actually sent in. I gathered these a while ago, so I'll have to go refresh my brain.
I believe that one was Iuka that
Yes,
you
this was
just.
Iuka. Yeah, so looking east. So there we go. Gabe remembers everything. So.
I'd be blinded seeing
Those
that.
lightning
Well,
strikes.
I still see it because when you look at it, it's one of those where like you look away and you still
Yep.
see the bright flashing light. Yeah, that's the type
yeah.
of image that it does. And I believe
Yeah.
this is from the same person. I think it was Stephanie submitting this one along 72 as well.
Let's fact check them. Let's see where we're at. This was Stephanie out on 72, taking a Glen.
A weekend
Mississippi,
brain.
Wow, look at him go. This time at least not flashing us too much. I know I was after the severe weather coverage Thursday night and a Friday morning, I went back home and I just started recording some of the lightning. And if you frame it right, just pause it. It looks like daytime with how just bright these flashes can be. So another great shot of that lightning out there in the distance as hopefully Stephanie was staying safe, trying to get to her respective, I guess, plans for the rest of the evening or back home to settle on in for the night. So thankfully damage is pretty minimal here, but we're going to continue to check that here throughout the next few minutes, Gabe, to see if any of those continue to climb.
Caleb, I don't think your mic is on.
It's not on. Oh, I don't have my mic on. I left it on the desk. Did they hear any of that?
Sounds like your mic is off. Yeah.
Hey, did y'all hear any of that?
Yeah, James is at. There you go. Yeah, I can't hear
Wow.
him. I
Oh.
was looking at that. I was like, it sounded faint. And then I realized it was picking up on my audio. So basically, lightning strikes from Stephanie out along 72, right?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what we were just covering. Yeah, we're taking a look at those lightning strikes. Gabe knew all the locations. He was telling me in the background. Sorry, I took that off real quick as I went out to take care of something and forgot to put it back on. So there we go. Now y'all should be able to hear me clearly. We were talking about these lightning strikes, also that damage. I know y'all saw it, but I guess y'all didn't hear me give the credit. So let me make sure to do that for you guys that sent it in. That canopy, there we go, was down in the Clay community just east of Fulton, sent in by Robin. That is this picture here. And then this was sent in Boonville of a tree limb that may have fallen kind of next to the Mississippi bird. So thankfully I haven't seen that one take flight tonight. At least hopefully that's the original position. But still seeing some unfortunate limbs and trees get knocked down. Those have been some of the damage reports that we've had get sent in, Gabe. And oh, there we go. I think it finally caught on up. So dealing with some of those damage reports, but I am pleased to see that it is not dramatic and they're not being sent in very quick. So hopefully those remain very minimal heading into the rest of the night.
Yeah, and loose yard items, honestly, the most susceptible to those winds because it could take a 20-mile-an-hour gust, and those things can take flight. So that's where it doesn't necessarily say severe, but when you're talking about limbs down on a trampoline and the state bird taking flight, yeah, it's probably going to be a pretty gusty situation. Now, I did see in the chat whenever you're talking to him, and I'll take a full screen here for a moment, out in Red Bay, Alabama, things are looking better for you. I did see some concerns specifically about your area. While rainfall continues to pour, it's not going to be as electric of an environment, and those winds have died off substantially compared to what they were a little bit earlier on. In fact, over there in northwest Alabama, these storms have really moved off there into Winston County, and let me get my Alabama counties back in order: Walker County and Fayette County. There you go. So Winston and Walker County, the primary concerns there, they did extend it into Fayette County, but the one thing I will say towards northwest Alabama, we talk about outflow dominant a lot. That outflow boundary really feeding into this southeastern Marion County storm. So I do expect more towards Walker and Winston County to be the primary folks that will see any damage, if there is any damage at all from this storm. Now, as we bring it back towards Webster County, we've been talking about this potential hail core. For a moment there, it looked like it had subsided a bit right here on this latest skin. Not as impressive returns, but a redevelopment not at all impossible as that does start to move closer and closer to our Maben camera. Looks like it's making a direct line to Maben as well. So Caleb, while I pull up the Maben camera, I'm going to let you take back over with coverage, kind of talking about these storms and really breaking down what they're seeing out in Maben, as unfortunately it continues to be a pretty electric setup.
Yeah, no, unfortunately it does. We're talking about just constant flashes of lightning, and I'll make sure my audio is picking up. I might just switch it over to my Chroma shot. since unfortunately Gabe is slightly taller than me, but that's the only time I'll admit it. But we're going to continue to take a look at these storms that are going to get closer and closer towards friends and family out there in Oktibbeha County. I know they were asking me before I headed out to my shift on whether or not we'd get some of those storms tonight, and I told them it would be later on in the evening, as we just have to wait for those storms to cross either the river and parts of the Tennessee state line to make their way down. So we are starting to see that as we're getting closer and closer towards the 9 o'clock hour. So that continues to be something that we want to monitor here. Let me pull it off of our Maven camera, again, giving us a light show. We're going to go down to that warning and see. Oops, I was already on there. I was thinking I was still in Alabama because I saw it on my screen here. There we go. We're taking a look at that warning exclusively in Webster County. That's set to expire at around 9 o'clock. And we're continuing to see it kind of get closer and closer. You can see almost, yeah, I mean, there's that boundary as it continues to kind of just drape all the way from Eupora, kind of crossing the Oktibbeha County line, getting closer towards West Point, South Caledonia, Vernon. So this is kind of an initiation point and where those storms are going to continue following that motion. And what we'd like to see is that the storm and that boundary just continue to spread further and further apart. That is always going to be the best case scenario and what we want to see heading into the rest of our evening overnight period ahead. And we saw that initial warning get slightly trimmed down. I'll let it restart. There we go, kind of encompassing most of the county. Now the far western portions not included within that warning anymore. Now I will say, yeah, and take a look at these boundaries in real time. And I apologize if Gabe may have covered this when I walked out for a second. We could take a look at what I was just explaining here on how strong these storms appear when they're next to the boundary. I'll pause it here before we can kind of see it in real time. I mean, this looks to be a heavy storm, maybe dumping some of that heavy amounts of rainfall, kicking off some wind gusts, but we can see that boundary pretty far away from it. And as we continue to see it just outrun the storm, we're going to see that continue to just lose its intensity and become heavily disorganized. So that's in real time what we're talking about with those outflow boundaries, how they can either help or prohibit storms from continuing to expand. So that is what we'd like to see a lot more of heading into the evening, but that outflow boundary is pretty much just all the way extended from these severe thunderstorm warnings out there in Alabama, making their way through the Golden Triangle region and out here towards that severe thunderstorm warning out there in Eupora. So we're going to continue to track that one out here. And we can see that it's affecting you guys out there just north of Eupora within Webster County. We can take a look at our threats as it continues to bring some of that heavy rainfall, but let me make sure. We'll take a look at kind of what our hail potential is. We can see kind of a darker shade of purple, just ever so slightly. Again, only the second portion of our scale here, but getting closer and closer towards the 8 to 10 community. Maven, you guys kind of probably seeing those lightning flashes out in the distance, and we'll take a look at our hail swath. And take a look at actually how this storm has really stayed consistent with trying to dump that hail. Let's take a look at that here. I mean, we can see some of those brighter returns. Let's go the past hour. We're going to watch how that has probably stayed pretty consistent. Yeah, it's just following that boundary, that thin line out ahead of it, staying very close. That's what's allowed it to kind of keep that consistency. And it looks like it may start kind of outpacing it ever so slightly, but that might just be wishful thinking. But I think that's what we'd like to continue to see as it gets closer towards you guys in Oktibbeha. And that's probably why we have not seen a severe thunderstorm warning issued further on downstream. So that continues to be a good sign here, as we'll continue monitoring that warning further on out there in Webster County. So it's going to honestly start crossing Highway 82 here within the next few minutes, and we could put a storm track on this. Let me try to give all of you guys out there a good heads up. And then once we get done with this warning, we're pretty much almost in the clear until we might see some more storms try to develop out behind it. So this severe thunderstorm warning, they had moving southeast around 40. So we're going to put 45 on it for you guys. And then we're going to see how this goes. And sorry, this is catching my attention. I want to see what this is from. This was Saturday at 4:38. Oh, okay. That's just one of the, oh, okay, 58 miles per hour wind gusts. So that was earlier on today. I'd have to go back and I'll do that behind the scenes at some point. go see what caused that. So let's go back to what we were initially doing. Let me take off the lightning. It's a little bit chaotic here, so we can kind of see what we're expecting here throughout the next few minutes. We'll put a storm track on this as it continues to make its way further south. And honestly, it might be easier to kind of just do it like this. And we'll go 45 in that southeasterly direction. So we're talking about Matheson around 845, Spring Valley 846, Double Springs 852, Bradley 903, Oakwood Estates around 904, Longview 905, Green Acres 906, Sunset 907, Craig Springs around 911, and Quail Valley around 912. And that's picking up on a lot of neighborhoods down there, kind of along South Montgomery and the southern portions of Starkville. Sorry, bear with me here. I kind of lost where my cursor was. Let's change that here. I used a different tool, so I'll have to see if it can kind of do the same thing that I want with the, yeah, we're not going to be able to get it. Let's see if we can kind of rotate it a little bit more. So Starkville kind of around 910 is when you can expect that. So we still got a ways to go for any of y'all kind of out there enjoying y'all's Saturday evening plans. Y'all have been able to enjoy it throughout most of your Saturday. And that was the story yesterday with the forecast. We enjoyed a beautiful Saturday, still a little bit warm at times, but much more mild in the grand scheme of things. But we had to just start getting ready for maybe some severe thunderstorm warnings later on in the evening. And unfortunately, that has been the case so far, as we're now just dealing with one officially here in our viewing area. So let's kind of reset here really quick. I'm meteorologist Caleb Edelblut here tracking out a severe thunderstorm warning for Webster County. And everything else continues to be really well behaved at this moment. We are starting to see some of those showers and storms kind of try to push in through the Mississippi River out there for the Delta. But I think this is a best case scenario that we're not seeing any warnings attached to it. So this is much needed rainfall, but maybe a little bit too heavy at times, but thankfully not talking about anything severe. And then we also talked about severe thunderstorm warnings, super destructive kind of further up north as we were dealing with that damaging kind of wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. That has since not been the case ever since we saw that flashing warning, and that has continued to move on further and further southeast, where the good folks out there in Alabama are having to deal with that real quick. So give us 1 second. We're going to send it to commercial break for 1 minute as things have finally calmed down. I'm going to take a quick water break, catch up on the comments, and then we're going to keep you guys updated as a severe thunderstorm has officially been extended for you guys out there in Starkville. So I know my family and friends' phones just got that alert, and we're going to be back here in 1 minute as we'll cover that severe thunderstorm warning ongoing.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Growing up, Gabe was naturally curious. When he began to discover weather, Gabe just didn't want to know what was happening, but he wanted to know why it was happening. Gabe became fascinated with tornadoes, and it impacted his life. He wanted to pursue a career in meteorology. Even though Gabe grew up in Alabama, Mississippi has now become his home and his family. And one thing about Gabe is he keeps his family safe.
Right now, from the Mississippi Live Weather Center, here's meteorologist Caleb Edelblut.
Well, that promo summed it up perfectly. Gabe has done a fantastic job this evening helping keep you guys safe. I appreciate him coming up and helping out with our coverage. So I would say that we have been through the peak of the severe weather throughout our evening so far. I know some people in the comments were asking about Amory. Let me make sure yes, Nettleton and Amory. You guys asking if y'all are okay. Y'all saw the brunt of it move on through. That is what is currently ongoing out there further out east into Alabama, kind of exiting our Alabama counties as we speak. Y'all are sitting very good as of right now, dealing with those drier conditions. A little bit soggy outside, maybe a little bit breezy at times. but definitely sitting a lot better than where y'all were at earlier. Now, what we are taking a look at, and right before we went to commercial break, was this severe thunderstorm warning get issued for Starkville and Oktibbeha County, or at least kind of further on downstream. We've already been dealing with it here in Webster County, but that's going to continue to cross the county line into portions of Ackerman, Choctaw County, and then into Oktibbeha. So you guys starting to get included portions of Lowndes as well in the most southwestern portion. Not envisioning too much for you guys, but y'all are kind of included in that if we can continue to see some development along that boundary. But I will say, for anybody else kind of not in these two warnings, we're sitting pretty good. We're keeping our eyes on these showers and storms kind of with the special weather statement. They're staying sub-severe, but we want to continue monitoring that in case it does become severe. Same situation for you guys out here in the Delta, as we have been talking about a potential kind of secondary round of showers and storms making their way in across the Mississippi River, kind of feeding off that extra moisture from the river itself. Thankfully, we're not seeing that at this moment. So I'm going to keep my eyes on that as we continue breaking this down for you guys. And then let me... before I forget, I'm going to load this in so we can have that ready to go for our 9 o'clock. And then if things can finally calm down, we can give you a good forecast heading into your Sunday, because I'll let you know now ahead of schedule, a little bit spoilers, it's going to be amazing tomorrow. It will be the best part of the weekend. We won't have to deal with these showers and storms quite as much as we've had to deal with today. Of course, you can never really escape them during the summertime months, but we'll hopefully be enjoying a lot more drier weather and cooler conditions as well. So let's continue to break down the severe thunderstorm warning further out, kind of closer towards our Golden Triangle region. Sorry, I had to bring my mouse back on the screen. Real quick, I'll answer your questions before I break this down. Is Columbus okay? You guys dealing with some showers further up north in Lowndes County. Y'all are not dealing with them just quite yet. Just stay weather aware throughout the next few minutes, as we are dealing with some of those showers a little bit stronger, pretty much along the Lowndes County line. This was Clay County. I said Lowndes earlier. Please forgive me for that. I did not mean that. I'm mixing them up right now. But Lowndes County seeing some of those showers and storms from the northern county line, but y'all are good. You said towards the air base with heavy winds. Okay, yes, that makes more sense. Y'all are definitely getting some of those gusty winds, thankfully below severe limits at this moment in time. But this is why we want you guys to stay weather aware, as we'll continue to see that kind of move on out of the Golden Triangle region here in the next few minutes. We also had Michelle, it looks like. Sorry, the screen. Well, here, let me pull it up this way. That way we can read it out. And let me make sure it was right. Yeah, I think it's Michelle. Are we in the clear for Hamilton, Alabama? You guys are starting to do a lot better as those showers are moving on out. We have seen a few reports come on in out there in Hamilton. Wind gusts up to around 51 miles per hour at the Barron station, and then multiple trees down around Hamilton. But as of right now, y'all continue to sit very well as that band of heavy rainfall, showers, and storms that continues to push further out east. Y'all are not dealing with that. What we are keeping our eyes on for us here in North Mississippi is this severe thunderstorm warning down here in the Golden Triangle region affecting you guys in Webster, Clay, Oktibbeha, and Choctaw counties. And behind me, as we're dealing with some heavier showers kind of pushing in through the Mississippi River and kind of in the Delta portion. Now I see somebody here in the chat. Sounds like Nader's blowing right outside my shack. I want to emphasize, we are not dealing with a tornado threat tonight. The wind may definitely sound like that with how gusty these winds can be. We were talking about, even though we're not dealing with a tornado threat tonight, wind gusts are up to 80 miles per hour. That's EF0, and that's technically kind of a tornado level winds, if you're kind of allowed to say it that way. So even though we're not dealing with that threat, this can still prove to be impactful, and we want to make sure to take it seriously that way. So let's continue to monitor these showers and storms. I'll bring this back full screen for you guys so we can continue to take a look at that, and I'll keep my phone open. And we're going to take a look at this warning kind of further on south here for the Golden Triangle region, or at least pushing further into Oktibbeha County. So we'll take a look at our threats here. We're dealing with the possibility of some hail. We'll zoom in for you guys, and then we'll go take a live shot, or excuse me, not a live shot. We'll go take a look at our cameras down there to give us a shot that is live. Of course, we're not going out there right now. But we're talking about the potential for some hail and then some rain out there. I would say hail is probably very minimal. If we are seeing any, it could be maybe up to maybe dime size. We have not seen hail be significant so far today. That continues to be a positive. But what this severe storm is bringing is probably some hefty wind gusts reaching above 58 miles per hour, which is what is needed to issue these. And then also some heavy bands of rainfall. So let's take a look out of our, let's do 8 to 10. As you guys are pretty much right on the outskirts of it, and oops, I have misclicked right there. Let's see just how energetic this storm continues to be. If it's loading, there we go. 82 degrees, feels like 97, so y'all will enjoy some of this rainfall making its way towards you guys out there in the Starkville community. Again, y'all are under that severe thunderstorm warning, but we're talking about these energetic storms starting to push in. I will let you know now, based off the storms we have covered, I'm not too particularly impressed with this storm. So not really envisioning it to kind of bring much of that severe weather towards you guys, but we want to still keep you guys updated on that as it continues to kind of move on in. So that continues to be something that we're tracking out, but honestly, it's just going to be disruptive, bringing kind of some of those heavy rumbles of thunder, some flashes of lightning, and I think we're kind of getting closer and closer towards that point of the night to where we can say this is still good sleeping weather. So as long as you guys are comfortable knowing that there is no tornado threat, we're just dealing with some wind gusts, the potential for some hail, which I'm almost confident to say that that has really significantly dropped throughout the past few hours. You're going to be good to go throughout the rest of the overnight period. So don't want you guys staying up late, stressing. I enjoy hanging out with you guys. I'd love for you guys to stay as long as you want, but really not envisioning something too long tonight. Wind is super strong. Looks like my good old buddy Clay, he's tuning in saying hello. Glad you are up and tuning in out there in Oktibbeha County. I know that's probably what made you guys tune in with that severe thunderstorm warning being issued. So very excited to see you tuning in. Mary asking, can we go to sleep or stay up in Ecru? That's a fantastic point. Let's pull this up. And this is what we're about to start breaking down. And here we go. There's that severe thunderstorm warning that we were just talking about out there in the Delta. When we're talking about the potential for more showers and storms tonight, we were saying that most of the threat has dissipated, at least peak coverage has. But what I was talking about a few minutes ago with Gabe, that we could see a second round start to push in across the Mississippi River for you guys out there in the Delta. So y'all are starting to deal with that. But for you guys out there towards Pontotoc and Ecru, y'all are good to go. Of course, we're going to keep our eyes on any showers and storms that try to redevelop overnight. But I would say the peak intensity has continued to move on through. So we're dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning for Oktibbeha. Clay, good old buddy tuning in, Webster and Ackerman, that is ongoing right now. And also for you guys out here towards Shelby and Cleveland, starting to push into portions of the Delta like Bolivar and Sunflower. Excuse me. And we're dealing with those showers. It looks like my brother is texting me right now. He's out there. He's saying, I'm playing pickleball with Will right now. Are we cooked? Well, I would tell him that you probably need to head inside. He needs to be watching the live stream. I don't know why he's not tuning in to watch his big brother give the weather, but I guess he's having fun out there, so he's still good to go. I will say that's kind of a good question. Like for you guys out here, so he's playing pickleball kind of on the west side of Starkville. Y'all are still staying dry and probably watching the lightning out there in the distance. Y'all still have a bit of time before it makes it towards you guys, but definitely once it starts getting closer and closer, you'll want to head in. So let me just send him a text real quick. I want to make sure he's staying safe. I would say you have a few minutes, but the storm will continue to push closer. Sorry, I'm live. There we go. All right, so he's taken care of, but wanted to make sure he has the latest update here as we're still talking about these severe thunderstorm warnings. And let me not block you guys out there in the Delta. We've actually been covering this one down here closer towards the Golden Triangle region. So let's go take a look at this storm out there in the Delta. Again, kind of seeing those brighter returns. The only unfortunate thing, radar sites, no matter which one we click, they're just super far away. So they're looking up a little bit higher into the atmosphere, so we can't get the best visual. But regardless, we're going to be talking about heavy rainfall and the potential for some hail out there in Cleveland. We could go take a look with our Cleveland camera and see. You guys are pretty much in the thick of it right now. We'll probably see all that heavy rainfall and the potential for some lightning. I mean, yeah, there we go. We're talking about blinding rainfall out there in the distance. 82 degrees, feels like 86, 16 mile per hour winds coming out of the north. That is what's going to make us feel a lot better heading into your Sunday tomorrow. But dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning as it continues to kind of feed off of that extra moisture off of the Mississippi River, proving to be a little bit energetic and disruptive at this moment in time, and kind of just some deep rumblings out there in the distance as it gets closer towards you guys. But I will say these warnings are at least just not quite as impressive as what they have been throughout the evening so far. Oh, looks like Clay's mom is even tuning in. Well, that makes me excited. So excited to see you guys tuning in tonight. I'll make sure to keep you guys updated. Let's see. Annie's talking about maybe some router problems, but hopefully you're able to still stay updated and tuned in. Somebody else asking about Columbus. We can go back, take a look at that. Again, you guys out there in the Delta dealing with some heavy rainfall, pretty energetic as well. We'll take a look at that lightning. You can take a look at that. Again, not too impressive. We're talking about 215 all within this frame. So still pretty nonstop, but at least not as many as what we've had to talk about earlier. Let's zoom back out here so we can go talk about you guys out there in Columbus. I'll look behind the scenes to see if they are debating on putting a severe thunderstorm warning out. The outflow boundary just really continues to outpace it. We can see that here. And I can hopefully draw this out for you guys. I've never been good drawing with a mouse. I'm a lot better kind of with the finger on the monitor. And honestly, I could just use it right here. I mean, you could see kind of that thin, thicker green line. That's that outflow boundary. So the way that that continues to move, that's what the storms are going to follow. The good news is that it's becoming more and more separated. So if we can see that continue, we're really not going to expect much intensity. But if it were to kind of maintain its pace and kind of keep along that boundary, we can continue to see those storms kind of try to develop. But I'm really not anticipating too much at this moment. But before I say that, let's just see kind of how it's looked. I know some people were asking about Columbus. So these storms are kind of crossing the county line. That was around 8:51, and they're pushing closer and closer towards Highway 12. So they are going to probably be, I'd say that this heaviest batch kind of going to grace by the city, but the northeastern portion of Lowndes County really going to see that. I think mainly you guys down here, y'all stay dry until we potentially see that storm behind me out there kind of entering the Starkville. Could make its way all the way there. But what these storms are doing, you can see it all the way out there towards Alabama. And this is why you can tell why there's a severe thunderstorm warning for the folks out there in Alabama and why we don't have one yet here in Lowndes County. Take a look at how close these storms are to that outflow boundary. I mean, there's not much space between them. They're very, very close. It acts as a mini cold front to continue bringing that warmer air, humid air to kind of ingest in the storm, keep it going. So it's very, very close. But notice, we're talking about a significant difference in distance between these storms with that outflow boundary. So this is exactly what we want to see heading into the evening. Hopefully we can continue to maintain that. But still, these storms will be a little bit disruptive and kind of prove to be annoying with some power outages as well, which looks like you guys are talking about it. My power just flickered in Columbus. It looks like Courtney just said my power went out in Columbus, and Peggy saying her power is flickering. So you guys out there in Columbus, in Lowndes County, probably going to start dealing with some of those power outages, unfortunately. So hopefully we're not going to have to deal with too many. I know North Mississippi has had to endure a bunch of power outages today, especially with that wind, which we can take a look at that here to kind of reset here before we start over, in which it's 9 o'clock. So before we kind of dive into that, let me start off our 9 o'clock broadcast. And if this can at least get a little bit more calm, we can dive into kind of your forecast heading into your Sunday. If not, we can start that at 10. But let me start this real quick, and we'll be back here in 1 minute.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From subtle, natural aesthetics to personalized wellness care, everything we do is intentional. This is beauty with purpose. At Vibe Men's Health, we take that same approach. We focus on what matters most: strength, energy, and performance. Built on real data, real medicine, and real results, we're here to help you look better, feel stronger, and live fully. Come vibe with us today.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 9.
Well, good evening and welcome to Mississippi Live Weather at 9. I know you can see me over there, or, well, you can see the monitor. You can't see me. I had to wait for this to play on out because earlier when I tried to, it took me right back over there. So let's see if we can make the transition. If it'll keep it here. Looks like we're doing good. Okay, so what we're doing right now, we haven't really been able to give a good forecast for your Sunday just quite yet, and that's because we've had to deal with these showers and storms continue to rumble through North Mississippi, affecting quite a few of us. Thankfully, we're starting to be on the downward trend as we head into your evening overnight hours, and that continues to be a positive. So we're talking about a severe thunderstorm warning out there for you guys in the Delta, kind of affecting you guys out there in Shelby and Cleveland. That is continuing. Let's just see kind of when that is set to expire until 10 o'clock. So still dealing with that at this moment in time. Then the Golden Triangle region starting to see some of those showers and storms. Thankfully, only Oktibbeha, Oktibbeha, Clay, and Ackerman, Choctaw County, you guys are within the warning. It looks like Webster has been shaved off. So that continues to be a positive as this storm, I mean, just really does not impress. I'm not really concerned about this storm at all. I can kind of see some of that brighter returns again, but it's not quite making it to 1 inch in hail, just not with the setup that we have today. We have not seen that whatsoever so far. So I'm not expecting that storm to do it. And then as it continues pushing further, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of struggling. So you guys out there in Starkville, y'all could probably start hearing those rumbles, getting some flashes of lightning, but I'm not envisioning that y'all are getting anything severe, just going to be a little bit gusty at times. Shay Bishop saying my power is out in Steens, just outside of Columbus. You guys are unfortunately starting to deal with some of those outages as those storms continue to rumble. Before we head over to Columbus, Starkville, y'all are still doing pretty good, as you can see some of those flashes out there in the distance, which that is next to the Walgreens. So this is actually facing east towards Columbus. So those are actually the storms and kind of flashes you are seeing out there towards Alabama, just north of Lowndes County. So that's what we're seeing out there. And then the camera right below me, that should be looking west. Yes, so that's on Blackjack. And we're probably seeing some of those rumbles kind of getting closer towards Choctaw County and on the outskirts of Oktibbeha. So let's go take a look here in Columbus and Caledonia, as you guys have been kind of sending in comments talking about power outages affecting you guys. Peggy, before we talk about Columbus, she's saying, I got to go to bed. Good night, guys. I think Peggy's already kind of starting a great trend. There is no reason to stress tonight as we head into the overnight period. So as long as you're comfortable kind of dealing with some of these heavier downpours, from rumbles of thunder, flashes of lightning, maybe a few heavy wind gusts, you're going to be good to go. We're not dealing with a tornado threat. Hail continues to be very, very limited. If we see any, it's maybe pushing up to dime sized. We have not seen anything impressive today about hail, at least nothing reported here so far. So that continues to be a good sign. But out here in Columbus, 84 degrees, feels like 93. Starting to see those glossy roads, as you guys have been asking, what about me in Columbus? What about Lowndes County? What about Caledonia? Y'all have seen some of those showers and storms kind of push on through. Not seeing many flashes of lightning, at least with that camera. Let's go out here towards Caledonia. We'll probably have a great shot here. Of course, no, this is facing northwest. Let's see if we can switch that here beside this. Oh, I bet it's going to, I bet there's going to be a water tower in the way. Bear with me here as I move this behind the scenes. There's some flashes of lightning. So yeah, this is facing north. Let's see if there's a preset for it. South, southeast. Yeah, let's do that. Move this camera over ever so slowly. At least it doesn't jump it like I typically do. Molly, while we wait for this camera to spin, asking, is there more behind this? And then Michael asking, how about storms redeveloping back to the west? So that kind of answers part of your question there, Molly, as far as those storms. The peak overall intensity we have already went through. So you guys have done a fantastic job. We are thankfully kind of on the downward swing of things, but models were pretty consistent on giving us more showers and storms out there in the Delta. And we're starting to see kind of those showers here behind me kind of leaving Lowndes County, or at least kind of pushing closer towards Columbus before crossing the state line. But thankfully, the threat for storms tonight continues to be more isolated and less intense than what we had to endure tonight. So that continues to be a positive. And as long as you guys feel comfortable, wow, okay, Oktibbeha is now the only county within that severe thunderstorm warning. So the only Yeah, let me go cover the storms further out west towards here, the Delta, because you were asking about how about the storms redeveloping. Before I do that, really quick, because I saw another comment, you were asking how high is the wind going to get in Columbus? Not as high as what it was earlier. There we go. Wind speeds right now estimated in Columbus are around 50 miles per hour. In order for something to be classified as severe, you need wind gusts up to 58. So right now y'all are about 8 miles per hour off. So which means they're still pretty impactful, can be a little bit intense at time, but not reaching that severe threshold. So right around 50 for you guys out there in Columbus. So a little bit gusty. And then we can go take a look out here towards our storms out here in the west. And we'll zoom this out so you guys can kind of see how these storms have changed and developed. Let's move it back towards our Memphis radar site. See if that can help us give somewhat of a better view. Again, they're just completely... So I'll kind of educate y'all on this real quick. We have a radar site up here in Memphis. We have one out here within Monroe County. And then we have one down here in Jackson. So kind of almost a triangle connected by I-55, Highway 25, I-20, but there's no radar site kind of out here in the Delta. So this means any radar site we pick continues to shoot its beam up, and we're looking a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. So the visual continues to not be as impressive as what we would see out here with our Monroe County radar or out here with our Memphis radar. So that's an unfortunate thing when we're tracking these storms. They could look a little bit more intense than what's currently ongoing. But still, these are going to be impactful storms as they continue to move on through. I mean, we're seeing some of those brighter pinks, but that's looking up pretty high into the storm. So this severe thunderstorm warning is set to expire at around 10 o'clock. So we have another 50 hours, and that should just show you how they're expecting these storms to honestly probably just not move much whatsoever. Let's see how they have it moving. Because, I mean, I would not expect it to be as quick as what we've seen earlier. So yeah, 20 miles per hour. So this is almost half as slow as what we've dealt with everywhere else, which honestly, I think I could argue that means there's more of a flash flooding concern with a storm like this, just because it sits on top of you guys for so long. So make sure to stay weather aware about that heading into your evening hours here in the Delta. So this is for Rosedale, Shelby, Marigold, Cleveland, Drew, you guys dealing with that. Let's take a look at our Cleveland camera as we continue to take a look at these storms. And then after this, we're going to take a look at our forecast model, so that can help put some of your guys' minds at ease as we head into the evening overnight period. So out here in Cleveland, we're talking about some of those energized, disruptive storms out there in the distance, constant flashes of lightning, but starting to significantly cool off. 81 degrees, feels like 82. Starting to see that wind come in at around 16 miles per hour. Probably a little bit heavier than that, but that's already a good sign that we're not seeing anything too gusty. So that continues to be a positive. And then let me keep it here, but I think it'll update here behind the scenes as I move this over, because I want to show you guys the latest update. Okay, perfect. So this is pulling in the latest time, and it already shows kind of some, okay, this is already doing a fantastic job on overall placement. So this is starting off around 10 o'clock. Let's back this up one more. Let's see how it's doing kind of almost current. Honestly, a little bit overdone. So I'd say it's doing better at the 10 o'clock time frame. So around 9:30, it's probably trying to pick up on that shower, that storm that we have pretty much in Oktibbeha County. So just a little bit off with the distance, but not too bad. And all of these storms and showers that you can see out here in Alabama, that is further down south. So we're talking about kind of the complexes of storms, just not in the right locations, but overall not too bad, especially for the summertime months here in Mississippi. So as we continue towards 10 o'clock, I think it's kind of picking up on almost where everything is now. And then as we continue into the overnight period, I mean, take a look at that. By 11 o'clock, we're almost rain-free. So that continues to be a positive. We're not having to stay up late. And we're going to watch this in real time because I've not been able to see the latest one. This is around midnight. And some models had some showers and storms redeveloping later. That's around 3. So we would have a break. But I don't know how confident I am on that just quite yet, because we're already seeing some of these storms fire on off. And with that sun not coming out to shine in between, there can't be that much energy left out there, but we're going to keep our eyes on it all night long. So I would say if there was any threat overnight tonight for North Mississippi, we're taking a look at that here in the southern portions of the Delta. This is around 3, 4, 5 a.m. But as you can see here, I'll back it up again just to help you guys feel a little bit better. I mean, we're already talking about dry conditions by 11 o'clock almost. So the storm threat will be over for quite a while. And if we were to see some more storms develop, that would be later on around 3 to 4 o'clock. So this is nonstop. We want to make sure to keep you guys updated. And let me send a push because I forgot did I say 50 hours, James? I think I meant to say 50 minutes. He said 50 hours. Caleb is tired. Lol. Thank you, Courtney. No, I think I did say 50 hours. So sorry. We've said a lot of words today, so I apologize for that. Real quick, let me send a push here behind the scenes because technically we did start a 9 o'clock broadcast. I want everybody to make sure to tune in. So I'll send you guys a notification. Live at 9. Sorry, it's tiny font here on this computer, and I don't want to walk off screen, even though I feel like I'm kind of already off. Live at 9, strong storms continue. Okay, there we go. Y'all are going to get that alert here. We'll send that. James in the comments saying after this week, it has felt like 50 hours. No, I get it. And Molly saying, haha, we knew what you meant. Bless you. Well, thank you guys for being so forgiving. It is definitely 50 minutes. We're not talking about 50 hours. We're pretty much almost at the end of this threat here where we're kind of past peak intensity. So before I kind of went back, let me find my cursor again. There we go. There's a bunch of different screens here on my end. We're talking about those drier skies later on tonight, kind of wrapping up by the 10 o'clock broadcast, continuing towards midnight. We could see some of those showers and storms redevelop out there towards Arkansas, try to push into North Mississippi. Again, we're going to keep our eyes on it. I have a terrible sleep schedule, so I'll be up, or at least keeping myself up. I bought an energy drink for the night for this reason, so I'll be ready to go. And that's around 3 to 5 o'clock before it starts pushing on out of our area. So again, for most of North Mississippi, pretty much everywhere besides the southern portions of the Delta, we're really not expecting any more development at this moment in time. So for you guys that have seen those severe thunderstorm warnings, those watches that were in place, all the kind of storms that went through earlier, y'all are basically good to go to sleep if y'all choose to do so right now. And even for you guys down there in the northern portions of the Delta, or southern portions of the Delta, excuse me, I know y'all are dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but if y'all just want to get a head start on sleep, y'all are still good to go. In fact, I know growing up, when I've had some severe thunderstorm warnings kind of blow through Starkville, I never even realized it, just because most of the time they've been just a little bit windy and I'm a deep sleeper. So I hope that can put some of your minds at ease. I just wanted to show that really quickly while we continue to look at this severe thunderstorm warning out there in Oktibbeha County and also further out west for you guys in Shelby, Marigold, Cleveland, Drew, just kind of the southern portions of the Delta. There's a fly here. I'm going to try to see if I can get him next time if he lands on me. I'm not going to let him distract me. All right, but let's continue looking at he's distracting me. Whatever. Okay. Well, we have the severe thunderstorm warning ongoing until 10 o'clock. That is for Bolivar and Sunflower. I think those are 2 counties. I don't think they barely clipped anybody else in. So we're just talking about Sunflower and Bolivar right now. That is all the way up until our 10 o'clock broadcast. So we're going to continue taking a look at that warning if they choose to not pull it off early. And then we have pretty much Starkville, the lonely one. And here's a great example of how the further the radar site is, the worse quality of the picture we can get, which is unfortunate for you guys out there in the Delta. That's kind of an issue that we have to factor in. This is pulling in from the Memphis radar site. If we were to switch this over towards Columbus, take a look at how this changes and comes in a lot better quality. So there we go. That's kind of what we're dealing with out there. Again, not impressive. Let's see when this is set to expire, 9:30. I don't see why this is continuing until 9:30, so I would hope that that kind of can get pulled off earlier. But They still have that in place right now out there for Starkville, affecting kind of the southern portions of the region, kind of getting closer towards Highway 25 and sandwiched between Highway 25 and Highway 12. So again, I know my brother was asking about pickleball. He's out kind of on the west side of Starkville. He technically might be good to go and continue playing his game and really not be affected by the rain. That's just kind of how minute and sub-severe I believe this storm is. So that continues to be a positive with that storm outgoing. But honestly, I think we could just start our coverage, at least with our forecast here, because these storms aren't quite impressive at this moment in time. And I know a lot of you guys are worried about maybe your Sunday morning church commute tomorrow. What all do we have in store? So let's pull that up here. We'll take a break from kind of that coverage. I'm going to discard that because I probably broke a few things and I can save it later. And then we'll pull this up. And then we're going to officially start our 9 o'clock broadcast. Yeah, user 87345 swat the fly. You're probably going to see me do that here in a few minutes. I don't think I can put up with it for too much longer, and he keeps flying in my space. All right, so let's officially start our 9 o'clock broadcast. Again, the units, I wish I could kind of, oh wait, no, I think I changed it earlier. So this should all be up to date. Let me see. Perfect, it is. Okay, so we're already starting to see a downward trend on those rain chances based off what we just saw here on Futurecast. So let me kind of switch to broadcast mode real quick. I'll keep my eyes on the comments. But take a look at the first 12. We're still dealing with these stormy conditions continuing up towards the 10 o'clock broadcast. But I think we can argue that these chances are a little bit lower now and kind of push back further towards 4 o'clock. But regardless, after we see kind of the little overnight rain changes move on through, we're going to enjoy sunny, clear skies as we start off our Sunday morning. Low 70s, that's going to be the best part of our morning tomorrow, and then mid 80s only by 10 o'clock. So that continues to be a positive. Taking a look at our Mama Justice Doppler radar, we've been talking about these severe thunderstorm warnings out here towards the Delta and out here towards exclusively Fox-Tibahaw County. Really not impressed with that one. I'd say this one's a little bit stronger, maybe bringing some of those wind gusts, but hail, I just think really continues to struggle tonight. I'm not really envisioning that much continuing into our evening overnight period. And we're dealing with some of that severe weather here. Of course, you've been kind of tuning in with us and tracking it out with us as we've gone about the past few hours here in North Mississippi. And it's due to this stationary kind of cold front continuing to push further and further south. And that's what's going to allow us to feel a lot better, at least. Well, this one is kind of more responsible for our storm chances Thursday night into Friday. This front is allowing kind of more of that storm chances to kind of be brought down here in the southeast. But let's take a look at Futurecast here and kind of starting over my words real quick because this is not set up the way I wanted to, because usually I have to prep this for you guys. So let me just back this up here and kind of get back on my train of thought, and we'll zoom this out just a little bit before it kind of freaks out and probably goes crazy here in a second, because it always does that. There we go. All right, it's behaving tonight. So we're taking a look at these storm chances ongoing here in North Mississippi, doing a fairly decent job at placement, but I'd rather see that kind of cluster of showers in northwest Alabama, a little bit further south. That's where we're seeing it right now. It's going to continue pushing on out of our area, really not dealing with much overnight. And I'd be curious to see. Yeah, there we go. And so it is bringing some more of those showers and storm chances kind of into the southern portions of the Delta. That's around 3 to 4 o'clock, where we could be dealing with some of those on the stronger side, but then it pushes on out of our coverage area by 7 o'clock. So again, it's going to be a sunny, beautiful start to our Sunday morning. We're going to be good to go for our Sunday morning church commute. And as we continue throughout the rest of the daytime, or I guess mid-morning hours closer towards lunch, we're still enjoying dry conditions. So our Sunday is going to be the best part of the day coming on up. And we can take a look here at the next 24 just so I can show you guys that. We're enjoying mostly sunny, if not partly cloudy skies. Rain chances a little bit throughout our morning hours, but continuing to warm on up towards the low to mid 90s for your highs, and already quickly cooling off towards the low 80s. So we're going to take a quick break real quick. See if I could swat that fly here in the next 60 seconds, if I can track it down quick enough. And we're going to continue breaking down your forecast for your Sunday coming on up and what those storm chances look like heading into the overnight period as Mississippi Live at 9, a little bit later, continues right after this break.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem. And that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
Reserve your St. Jude Dream Home giveaway ticket by August 28th, and you'll be eligible to win the house and the bonus prize, a 2026 Polaris Ranger, courtesy of Dream Day Foundation. Visit dreamhome.org or call to reserve your ticket today.
For years, it's been the same formula. If it bleeds, it leads. You deserve better. We are Mississippi Live. We're focused on the stories that matter to you, to your community, to your family, because local matters. We are Mississippi Live.
Right now, from the Mississippi Live Weather Center, here's meteorologist Caleb Edelblut.
Well, thanks for sticking here with us for what has been a pretty eventful evening so far here in North Mississippi. Let's start off with your 7-day forecast as we get ready for the rest of our weekend. It is going to be beautiful. We still have that 20% chance of rain, but again, kind of like our Friday, it occurs in the overnight hours, early morning as we get ready for our Sunday morning church commute. And then we continue into the work week as we're finally starting to enter into a more soggy pattern as we get ready for the next few days, with Tuesday and Wednesday looking the most prominent. But take a look at temperatures. I mean, we're right around average for this time of year, enjoying low 90s and to wake up in the low 70s, few upper 60s. It's going to be a great week. Now, let's take a look here at Futurecast. You'll forgive me if I have to keep kind of coming back here to the monitor because I usually kind of prep this ahead of time, and we haven't had the pleasure to do that so far. So let's take a look at Futurecast. This one is pulling in the latest. So we're looking at the latest look of these showers and storms. They're going to continue to move on out of North Mississippi. Let me zoom this out just slightly so I don't cover you guys out there in the southern portions of the Delta up, because that could be kind of the highlight of our overnight period. We're going to get pretty close to almost completely dry skies, or mostly dry conditions, sub-severe by 10:30 later on tonight as those showers and storms push on out. But one thing I want to notice, we're seeing this right about now. So this is almost kind of 2 hours behind on the overall placement and intensity. This is what is occurring right now for you guys out there towards Tuscaloosa. So already kind of a little bit behind on some of those showers and storms into your overnight time frame. And that would be a little bit better off for you guys in the southern portions of the Delta. I think we'd rather kind of see that by 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning and not just in the middle of the night waking us up. But we're enjoying still mostly dry skies throughout the early AM hours, but as we get closer and closer towards 3, 4 o'clock, I'll move this out of the way so that isn't kind of covering it up. We're dealing with some of these showers and storms kind of pushing into the southern portions of the Delta. That's around 3 o'clock to 4 and 5 where we really start to see that. And we'll see that kind of continue to stay just below our coverage area by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if there was a window for some more showers and storms to occur, it's going to be for you guys out here in the southern portions of the Delta, and that's around 3 to 6 a.m. on where we could see that. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. Like I mentioned, I actually just opened up my energy drink between breaks, so I'll be ready to go throughout the overnight hours, so we'll keep our eyes on that for you guys coming on up. But let's take a look at your low temperatures. I mean, again, not too bad of a way to start off our Sunday morning. We're talking about low 70s, 70 out there in Tunica, 69 in Corinth and Iuka for you guys in Tishomingo and Alcorn County. Beautiful start to your Sunday coming on up, and thankfully, pretty much most of our Sunday will be beautiful. So let's walk through that. I'm going to risk it. I think I have my pause points saved here for this one, and hopefully we won't have to talk about too much. Now, this one is pulling up modeled data from earlier on this afternoon, where I was curious about maybe some showers and storms pushing in by 6 o'clock tomorrow. So that's what this model is picking up on. But as we just kind of broke down, we're not seeing that at the latest time frame. So that continues to be a positive. We're going to hopefully continue to enjoy mostly dry skies. But if we were to see these showers and storms, they're going to continue to push out fairly quickly throughout our mid-morning hours. And then we're back to completely dry skies by 12 o'clock, enjoying sunnier blue skies, which will be welcomed here as we go about our Sunday tomorrow. Take a look at that wind direction coming out of the north, allowing us to enjoy these cooler temperatures as we go about the day, and even towards our afternoon hours. Really not talking about those storm or rain chances by 3:30, and thankfully that continues all the way towards our 6 o'clock broadcast tomorrow night. So a calmer Sunday is in store, and temperatures slightly cooler as well, just due to us dealing with these storms tonight. But we're talking about low to mid 90s all across our region. Triple digits, unfortunately, again, for you guys out there in Greenville. But how it really feels, not that much warmer. We are coming in around 105, so heat advisories might still be a concern for a few of you out there in the southern portions of the Delta, but low 90s, upper 80s starting to creep back into the forecast. Not too bad. And we are still seeing some heat advisories for you guys throughout your Sunday evening. That is for the southern portions of the of our viewing area. That is set to expire at around 8 o'clock on your Sunday evening. But again, more and more of us continue to get pulled from those advisories. Now, here's one thing I want to highlight. We are not talking about a severe weather risk for your Sunday. We have had to deal with it for what feels like quite a few days here in North Mississippi. It has been a busy week, but thankfully we are not dealing with that as we go about our Sunday tomorrow. So let's take a look at our strike model. And we're going to continue to analyze this as we go about our Sunday evening and into the start of our work week. There's the freaking out. It always does that every time I try to move it over so you guys can see. All right, there we go. Let's start off here. We're starting off at around 6 o'clock, and as we continue throughout the rest of our evening, really enjoying those mostly dry conditions. Southern portions of the Delta continues to be a hot spot for maybe some more showers, not quite envisioning that completely. Strike has been pretty consistent on moving in some showers throughout the Sunday night hours into your Monday morning. And take a look at those stormy conditions behind me. This is kind of the next threat that we're watching heading into your work week, on some showers and storms pushing on through, and that could start pretty early. So that's around 5 a.m. where we're starting to talk about those rain chances. Might have to bump those up just slightly if that were to remain consistent, but notice how it pushes all the way through our area. This is throughout the morning hours, which should hopefully limit our threat for severe weather because the sun just really hasn't had much time to heat up everything, make everything become really unstable here. So that continues to be a positive. And as we head into the rest of our mid-morning hours and closer towards lunchtime, you kind of see almost that cutoff low, that counterclockwise circulation. We're returning back to drier conditions. So it is a positive seeing that happen kind of throughout the early morning hours and throughout the start of our Monday. Of course, it's unfortunate because it's a soggy Monday morning. Monday mornings are already rough enough, but we're really hopefully not dealing with that severe weather during the time frame of that. But by the afternoon hours and into the rest of your evening, we're returning back to drier skies. And that, thankfully, that will continue throughout most of your Monday night into your Tuesday morning as we're dealing with some lingering showers by Tuesday at 1 a.m. Now, your highs on your Monday, they continue to impress as well. Take a look at this. I am impressed because this is the first time I am officially seeing it. We're talking about low to upper 80s for your highs on Monday. This is going to feel fantastic. I think I remember this because some models were putting like 89 or something here in Tupelo, and I just wasn't ready to pull the trigger. But looking at this, I think we could maybe argue that there's more upper 80s across North Mississippi, and there's a lot in 90s, meaning we're just 1 degree off. I think we could argue that upper 80s are in the forecast for your highs on Monday. Feels like values. Those will continue to impress if we can get this to advance. There we go. We're going to feel a lot closer to the actual temperature outdoors. I'm wondering, do some of us feel cooler? We do. 88 for your high in Iuka, feeling like 87. That has not been a story for a while. So we are actually starting to feel just slightly cooler than some temperatures outdoors. That's how you know some cooler, drier air is starting to move into North Mississippi. We're going to see that here with our heat index throughout the next 7 days, really starting to feel our best on our Monday. I'm really excited. So that just got me excited, ready to go throughout the rest of the night before, unfortunately, we continue to build on up for your Wednesday, kind of feeling that peak humidity again. Definitely going to start talking about heat advisories. Can never quite escape them throughout the summertime months. And then kind of steadying on out throughout the rest of the latter portions of the work week and into your next weekend. So that can hopefully give you kind of a good heads up on what to expect throughout the next few days ahead. Let's take a look at our, I thought we were wanting free. Let's take a look at what's going on here. And let's change it to Jackson. Does that get us slightly better? I'd say that's our best bet. That's our best visual on this thunderstorm. They did, I don't think they ended up pulling it early. Did they keep it all the way till 9:30? They did. So we're unfortunately probably going to have to deal with this severe thunderstorm warning all the way up until 10 o'clock. So within the next 29 minutes, if we don't see this get extended, hopefully we get to see this expire. But again, just disruptive potentially causing some power outages as you guys might be dealing with some heavy wind gusts. But again, as a whole here in North Mississippi, we're sitting a lot better than where we were at earlier. We're just kind of dealing with some lingering moisture, some good sleeping weather that we can go to sleep to. I know we started off the forecast portion of this broadcast with Southern Summer Rain saying she was heading to bed, wishing everyone a good night. Feel free to follow suit. I do not want you guys having to worry, stay up late. I enjoy your company. I look forward to whoever stays. But again, we're enjoying drier conditions continuing to return. We're just still dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning out there in the Delta, and that's what we're going to continue to monitor. So our lightning strikes are up to almost 1,300, just 2 shy. I figured as soon as I say that, I'd continue to climb. 1 shy. It's not going to do it, is it? I'm going to sit and see if it'll do it. Oh, of course, and we go down. So we're now just 5 shy of 1,300. But we're only dealing with that 1 severe thunderstorm warning out there for you guys in the Delta. Somebody asking on Facebook, is it okay, wait, first. Okay, yeah, you said, is it going to hit in Greenwood? Let's continue to take a look at that here. So for most of the motion here with our storms today, they've gone in that southeast direction, which Greenwood is kind of technically in that direct path of how we've seen storms continue to move. So I would not be surprised if you guys kind of saw these showers continue to, this is almost more easterly. I'm trying to see if there are any boundaries out there that it's trying to latch onto. Zoom that out. Continue to move this through. Yeah, I would say Greenwood, you have a good shot to get some of these showers and storms. Now, will it still be severe by the time it gets to you guys? I think there's a good chance that it won't be. So I'm hoping that that is the case. But typically with these storms that we've seen today, they've kind of gone in that southeasterly direction, and that's where we would see Greenwood. So I think maybe the northern portion of your community could see it a little bit heavier than south. But that is where we're going to see that thunderstorm continue to move throughout the next few minutes. I know somebody else was asking, is Water Valley in the clear, or are we still under a thunderstorm watch until 10? You guys are under that severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock, unless the National Weather Service office decides to pull you guys early. I know we've seen that a little bit until the for a few of our counties. So that is a good sign, especially, yeah. So for DeSoto, Tunica, Marshall, Tippah, Benton, Alcorn, you guys have been withdrawn from that severe thunderstorm watch. But for you guys out here in Water Valley, kind of the central portions of our region, have not been withdrawn just completely yet. But I thought I could get it. I think y'all might have to wait until 10 o'clock until they decide to pull it early. Somebody else, William West, saying, I'm with you till the end, Kale. Well, thank you so much. Looks like I'll have you to chat with as we continue into the rest of the evening, but hopefully not dealing with too many more storms. Somebody else asking, what about the Grenada area? Y'all are doing a lot better as well. We could switch this back over towards our Columbus radar site. Y'all are probably just dealing with some lingering showers, but honestly, not even that much. That continues to stay further out east, affecting Calhoun, Chickasaw County. As those continue to move further and further east, southeast, y'all are almost completely dry. And I know some of y'all had to deal with some of the showers and storms earlier. So trying to see if there are any more questions. We keep answering them pretty quick, which means that we're not having them come in really fast. So that continues to be a positive. I think you guys are pretty stress-free and not that anxious, and that's exactly how I want it to be. I want to make sure you guys are at ease as much as you can be, because I'm not too concerned as we continue heading into the next few minutes. But don't want to go off while this warning continues, and I think it's going to continue up until our 10 o'clock broadcast. We're going to continue chugging away, but hopefully we're really not going to have to deal with much after this. I think that warning's just going to sit there until 10 o'clock, and let me see if there's any news behind the scenes on whether or not some of you guys will be pulled off of that watch early. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, because they have pulled some of y'all off already. Yalobusha emergency managers has reported trees down all over the county. I know y'all got hit hard, pretty hard with some of that wind. Let's see what else is being reported. Tree unfortunately fell on a roof. That was in Fulton. Highway 30 east of New Albany has seen some trees down. So unfortunately, that has probably been the, I guess, just the theme here in North Mississippi, wind. Unfortunately, and I know typically that's kind of what we would probably prioritize the least because we're always concerned about tornadoes, hail, and the damage that brings. But wind is still significant, as we saw that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And that's not me using it as an adjective. Like, that's the classification that it had with that flashing. Those are pretty rare here, and that was like the first time I've had to cover one. And haven't seen too many here in North Mississippi growing on up. So that just kind of shows you how intense that was for the folks out there in North Mississippi. So I hope all of them are doing okay, staying safe. Let me see if I can send this message to see if any counties will get pulled off of the severe thunderstorm watch. Because I wouldn't be surprised if they do. So we'll see how that goes. But we're still dealing with that warning, which it looks like they may have shaved off a little bit. Yep, they did within that last minute. So that continues to be a positive. So the office continuing to track out that severe thunderstorm warning and keep you guys either included or not as that storm continues to barely move. I think it had it moving at around 20 miles per hour. So we're still dealing with that. We'll take a look at our threats. Let's go, Jackson. Yeah, I mean, even that, I know we're looking a little bit higher up, but it's just hail really does not continue to impress. I think maybe it's just wind that we're dealing with, but we're not really seeing those bright returns here, but we're not going to get an accurate description at the surface just with how far away we are. Let's take a look at our Cleveland camera, and I'll catch up here on the chat, see if any of you guys have questions. We'll see if we can get a good shot here while I look. Yeah, a little bit rainy. 81 feels like 82. Seeing some of those flashes of lightning continuing. Looks like user 87345. He says he's finishing up and going to stay till the end. Well, I appreciate you. Will saying I'm doing a great job, and so does the entire weather team and Miss Emily. Yes, they do a great job, and I appreciate Gabe coming up here and making sure everything was going smoothly and keeping you guys updated, and Emily working behind the scenes. We have a great team here. I'm honored to be a part of it and love serving the good folks of North Mississippi. So we enjoy all of you guys for tuning in. It means a lot to us, and appreciate all of y'all's support. That means the world. So we're continuing to take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning out there in Cleveland for portions of Bolivar County and I believe Coahoma. I'm working on my Delta counties right now. Bolivar, Sunflower. That was my next guess. We're getting there. I'm learning. I will say, with all the severe weather coverage we've done lately, I've been able to learn these very quickly. So kind of experience helps me learn it down a little bit quicker. Andy in the comments saying power is still out on River Road north of 21 Friendship Baptist Church. A friend texted me and said they're still without power on River Road, Mantachie. So unfortunately, power outages, that continues to be unfortunate. Let me take a look at those power outages right after Echo Tops. Yeah, 55,000 feet. I mean, it's still, I can see why they're trying to keep that warning up until 10 o'clock. So that makes sense. Let's take a look at power outages here as we continue on covering these severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll back it out. We're going to see a lot of color, unfortunately. Let's pull off our warnings. And we can kind of populate some of these. This is probably better, unfortunately, just because we'll have kind of the percentage. I mean, 43% out there in the Delta, 31, 8.5 in Grenada, Calhoun, just talk about 2, Webster, some portions of Oktibbeha starting to come in with some of those storms. But yeah, I mean, we're dealing with significant outages all across North Mississippi. Now, I will say, I know a lot of us are kind of concerned, especially with the ice storm and the storm's kind of moving on through, causing those outages again, especially if you've been fortunate enough to not have any since that moment in time. I know you guys could be a little bit anxious about that heading into your evening overnight hours. I will say, as we were monitoring power outages, and even looking at it here, we're already seeing you guys come back online. Your EPAs all across North Mississippi, they have been doing a fantastic job throughout this entire week. It has been busy, and they have been just on it nonstop for you guys. So they'll continue to do that here, and I know that they're going to get you guys back online very quick. So I want that to kind of help you guys out. You're not going to have to worry about week-long instances without power with this setup. This is going to be something that you guys will be back online very quickly with how well the EPAs have been throughout this week. So, oh, I forgot. I need to turn warnings back on. I thought we were about to be warning free. Speaking of the team, or Emily Leonard working behind the scenes, talking about maybe a fire in Prentiss County. This is their fire coordinator. They said that there's no energies and it was lightning induced. So perfect. That's very good to hear. That no injuries have been reported. And although, I mean, we're talking about lightning, that can still cause some power outages and striking houses, causing fires. That continues to be a concern. So we want to make sure to kind of be ready for that as well, with how disruptive these storms continue to be. Thankfully, we're only dealing with one warning at this moment in time, and that's for Cleveland, for Bolivar and Sunflower counties. And looks like Gabe also helping me out behind the scenes. Oh, I need to see if I can get that pulled up on the monitor. Customers in Ridge Road area are experiencing a power outage due to a broken pole struck by a driver. Crews are being dispatched to make repairs as safely and quickly as possible. Thanks for your patience. Let me see. Actually, I can pull that up here behind the scenes if I can go to their Facebook account. So let's change this over here to our monitor. I'll continue monitoring the chat here as we're talking about that severe thunderstorm warning ongoing for Bolivar and Sunflower counties out there in the Delta. And I'll move that out of the way so y'all can see that here while I pull this up. Because unfortunately, that is just terrible to see. Let's see if I can pull that up. It was by Columbus Light and Power. And Water, excuse me. Okay. Yeah. So here we go. We're unfortunately seeing some of this damage. This is that pole that got knocked over, causing the power outage that Gabe just reported, and that text I just read out to you. So there's the car. I hope they are safe and not injured, as probably they may have had to swerve, hydroplaned. I mean, this is pretty intense weather, even though that you're out driving, can still kind of be costly. So I hope everybody stayed safe, but knocking over that power line, that has caused some power outages. And they said that it's for the Ridge Road area experiencing a power outage due to the broken pole. So wanted to bring that up here. And then let me switch this back over very quickly, and then we're going to take a look at some of your reports that you guys have sent in. Because unfortunately, those do continue to climb, and this one's just sad. A tree fell on a vehicle in Mantachie. So unfortunately, with some of these trees falling, they just fall the wrong way, if there is a right way for trees to fall. And that's clear, hopefully kind of in a open field, not hitting anything, but you can definitely tell this limb kind of may have gotten struck, or the wind just kind of maybe broke it. Looks like it may have been, I don't know, this kind of looks rotted, but it looks like it's still healthy bark. So, I mean, wind or lightning regardless can even break down kind of some of those stronger trees, and you can see it hit the car. See the pressure kind of pushing down on it a little bit on the backside. Looks like even the windows, at least they look like they're up, so hopefully it's not shattered. But unfortunately, that tree fell out there in Mantachie, I believe is what they said. This was sent in by Tiffany out there in Mantachie. So hopefully everybody stayed safe. Prayers to all of you guys out here in North Mississippi as we're dealing with some damage. Here's another report of a tree down across our driveway in Fawn Grove Road, Mantachie. Thankfully, none no one in the road, and didn't hit anything. So there we go. This is technically a better case scenario on where we would like to see trees fall if we had to see them fall. But I mean, you could, wow. I mean, this is a strong tree. You can see the roots here. I'll move out of the way. I mean, I think this is the bottom of the tree, kind of roots and everything that was firmly in the ground, and that has since fallen. So some pretty big trees, unfortunately, falling due to these wind gusts. And unfortunately, that continues to be the story as we continue heading further into the evening hours. Now, thankfully, overall damage has not been overwhelming. In fact, besides those two and the canopy and tent we talked about earlier, that's been about it. So hopefully that continues to be a positive. We'll take a look at our power outages while I'm over here and see how that continues to fare. Let's see. I want to go back to Mississippi. Let's see how many customers. So 24,000 customers out here in Mississippi. That's factoring in the entire state. But the most notable counties you can see here, Panola at around 2,800, Yalobusha 2,500, Marshall 2,400, Quitman around 17, Tishomingo 16, Itawamba 13, Lee 12, and Tallahatchie 1,200. So that's all 1,200. Of course, I'd rather it be only 12 customers affected, but all of these are very significant as we're still seeing those outages continue to climb. Well, I say that. I think they've kind of started to become contained and started to see some of those come back online. So that continues to be a positive. I mean, we're taking a look out here with our North Central Electric Cooperative. This is nowhere near as intense as what it was earlier on tonight. So that continues to be a positive. Out here with our Northeast Mississippi EPA, we're starting to see less and less, but unfortunately still a good majority out here in Marshall County in the southeastern portions, 285, 304, starting to see those outages. And I think we're dealing with a little bit more color here with our Natchez Trace EPA for Yalobusha, portions of Grenada, Calhoun, Webster. You guys dealing with these outages. The ones in red, that's around 253, orange 156, and 271 out there in Webster. Well, actually, I guess separate it. 271 in Webster. We're talking about 156 out there in Calhoun, and then portions of Yalobusha and Grenada, 253, along with those isolated outages. Out here with our Pontotoc EPA, seeing a little bit less color. That continues to be a positive, but out here in this yellow-orange, that's around 150. That's pretty much almost entirely in Union County, just southeast of New Albany, and then 22 in the northern side of Pontotoc County. And unfortunately, I want to refresh this just to see if we can see a little bit less coverage. Yeah, we're still dealing with just quite a few outages out here with our Tombigbee EPA. So especially with these, we're just going to have to wait for the EPAs to go back out there. And one of the things that we do want to note, I know Matt was talking about it a lot the past few days as we've unfortunately had to deal with power outages here in North Mississippi. It is always a bad thing when we're seeing them as widespread as this, but when they are widespread, that typically means a lot more of you guys can come back online quicker instead of kind of these isolated pockets spread out. So hopefully we're going to continue to see less and less color heading into the rest of our evening. But that is going to be something that we're going to continue to monitor, especially with the Tombigbee EPA. I know Southern Tish has also struggled with these outages being reported. Several. I mean, we're talking about 333, 81, 181, 224, getting closer and closer to what you guys out there in Red Bay. I know y'all were tuning in earlier. So quite a few outages, unfortunately, continue to be the story. So let's take it back over to the wall as we'll continue tracking out that severe thunderstorm warning that hopefully doesn't have too much longer as we're getting closer and closer towards 10 o'clock. But that is when that warning is set to expire. And I'm catching up here on my comments behind the scenes to try to see if whether or not some of those counties can kind of get closer to getting off of that severe thunderstorm watch. But now we're about 9 minutes away, so I think you guys might just have to stay put for the next little bit. Oh, Robin, I missed your comment. You said, is this damage from the storm moving into Mississippi? I went over a bunch of damage. I tried to say the location, so if you have a specific picture that you would like me to go back over, I'd be more than happy to do so. That way you kind of know where that was coming from. William saying, I have video from earlier as the storm rolled into Smithville, but I can't get it to load in the app. Okay, I'll walk through this with you guys. So we should have, let me pull it up here. There should be a way to submit pictures and videos. So just make sure you're on the video tab. There might be a chance that it's just too large of a file. Yes, so if you open up the app, we're kind of in the main portion. You can see me there. If we move this down, like you're kind of scrolling through, you're going to see your current conditions 10-day forecast. You're going to see your local video forecast and your news, and then our sponsors. And then down here, there's submit pictures and submit videos. It'll be the white portion of the screen. So you just click on that, and then that will open up kind of all the pictures, or at least it's a Google Doc. There we go. So you submit your name, your location, date and time captured, and then you add your file there here on your phone. So that will help. And thankfully, I didn't even know that was a thing. That helps us know where it's coming from, what time it was, who, so we can give credits to. So hopefully that helps on the app, and that will help you out. Ezra asking, when will the power in Blue Mountain come on? Unfortunately, that is not an answer I have for you guys. That I'm better at forecasting weather. Can't really forecast power outages coming back, but I do know y'all's EPAs. They've unfortunately had a busy week, but they've done a great job bringing it back online as quick as they can for you guys. So not expecting too much longer, but dealing with several outages out there in the Blue Mountain region and surrounding area. So they're already going to be out there doing so in a safe manner, as we're not dealing with any storms, thankfully, further out there. So that continues to be a positive. It's just for the kind of Delta region where we're dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning. So, of course, right when it's going to expire, we're going to start the 10 o'clock broadcast. So let me get that playlist going and queued up. And then I'll have a push alert ready for everybody so I don't forget that. As you'll bear with me real quick, just kind of running through a lot of things. And it's so tiny, and I don't want to go off screen to do it live at 10. All right, let me spell check myself, because I can't send out a notification that has terrible grammar on it. All right, y'all tuning in right now, y'all get a special heads up. So live at 10, Caleb takes a look at last minute storms and what our Sunday looks like. So there you go. That's what we're going to be covering up here in the next 5 minutes. I'll have that ready to go. Robin asking, are these storms moving towards Grenada severe? So the storms that we see right now are within that severe thunderstorm warning. Now, this is what I'll point out. Technically, at this moment in time, they are classified as severe. I do not envision that they're doing much severe at this moment. You'll notice that it's creeping more and more outside of that warning area. And as we have not seen a warning further on downstream, I think confidence remains fairly low on the overall intensity that these storms are trying to kick on out. So while these storms are moving closer and closer towards you guys out there in Grenada County, this time on the western portion of y'all's county, I think that as far as severe limits, that continues to be very minimal. In fact, we can kind of take a look at how this has developed. We saw the heavier precip, yeah, all starting to kind of combine, crossing Highway 3. Yeah, I'm just not expecting too much that storm. It's almost practically outside of that warning area. So I really wish they would kind of pull this or just trim it a little bit to keep it updated. But we're not seeing anything further on downstream, which continues to impress. And now we're at 9:55. So that means we only have 5 minutes left of the severe thunderstorm warning and severe thunderstorm watch. So I'm hoping that I can zoom this out in the perfect time if I'm keeping up with the time and we can see it all disappear together. That would be fantastic. Let's see what you guys are talking. Shelby helping me out in the comments, just saying we don't know about power outages. Hopefully EPAs, I know that they're doing a fantastic job getting out there and helping you guys, so they'll continue to do that. But yeah, we're continuing to look at this one last kind of storm complex and moving through. Okay, James in here saying going to let it expire along with the watch. Perfect. Well, I think we're going to see everything expire here at the same time. So we're 4 minutes away from being severe free as the latest scan continues to push that storm outside of the warning. So wish we could kind of see that expire a little bit earlier on ahead of time. But yeah, you guys have done a fantastic job tonight. I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. We're going to continue this coverage going, of course, because we got to get you ready for your, well, I guess your Saturday evening and overnight period, and of course your Sunday coming on up ahead. But yeah, you've made it through the peak, and we're almost done for the night. So that continues to be excellent. Let's take a look out here in Cleveland. I don't know which way it's facing, James. If you can give us a great shot of it, because I mean, we're probably not going to beat this. It's just going to be lightning wherever you look. I'd be curious to see which way this is facing, because it's showing some of those storms out there in the distance. We see the lightning above us, but it looked like right out here we're looking at storms, which it might be facing west across the river, and that's probably picking up stuff in Arkansas, if I had to guess. Well, there's a bolt. Yeah, west. Okay, perfect. Is there any tornado risk? No, Michael, there is no tornado risk tonight. You are good to go. In fact, we have already went through our peak intensity for the evening overnight hours. So we are good to go. Make sure to go to sleep stress-free, anxiety-free. Go to sleep with a smile on your face. It's going to be a beautiful Sunday coming on up. Looks like James and the storm chasers are behind the scenes moving that camera to get a good visual. Yeah, take a look at that lightning. So there is no threat for tornadoes. Is that batch behind the storm in Cleveland right now going to be bad too? So that is one thing that we're going to continue breaking down during the 10 o'clock broadcast. Models have been trying to be pretty consistent on some more showers and storms pushing in to the southern portions of the Delta. Now, when we are expecting that, that's around 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning. So we still have a ways to go until then, which means, wow, I think I unfortunately covered that up. There was a great strike here right behind me, unfortunately, kind of making its way down towards the surface. I'll stand out of the way here behind the pole. But as far as those showers and storms, we could start to see that here. So that's what we're going to cover. I'm going to take it off of the camera real quick because I want us all to kind of celebrate and watch all the severe weather get taken off here together as we have only a few more seconds. But we're dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning out there in the Delta for Bolivar and Sunflower counties. There we go. I'm learning my Delta counties more and more every day. We are under the severe thunderstorm watch for the next 30 seconds or so, as this will eventually get pulled off, and hopefully we see every county get pulled off. I'm wondering if maybe a few will still be included or extended just because we're still seeing some showers and storms further out west, but really not seeing any intensity with that just quite yet. We're going to continue to monitor that throughout our 10 o'clock broadcast. And of course, after, we're going to keep our eyes on this 24/7. Make sure to keep you guys updated all night long as we get ready for our overnight period. And we're at 9:59, which means in the next few seconds, we should hopefully be dealing with, I guess, just some showers and storms here, and good sleeping weather, I think, is official term to put once this expires. We're now at around 10 o'clock, so we'll let our system update here to hopefully get it. I don't want to walk in front of it because I feel like right when I walk in front of it, it's all going to get pulled off. Boom. There we go. We're dealing with some showers and storms, all sub-severe at this moment in time. This is perfect. So we're going to start off this playlist. We're going to get you ready for your Sunday evening. Well, I guess your Sunday morning first, and of course what the evening has in store. I'm just still kind of locked in on our Saturday evening. So let's start off this playlist as our Mississippi Live at 10 broadcast begins now.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From subtle, natural aesthetics to personalized wellness care, everything we do is intentional. This is beauty with purpose. At Vibe Men's Health, we take that same approach. We focus on what matters most: strength, energy, and performance. Built on real data, real medicine, and real results, we're here to help you look better, feel stronger, and live fully. Come vibe with us today.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 10.
Well, good evening and welcome to Mississippi Live at 10. I'm meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, and for you guys tuning in or just now tuning in, I know you've seen us a lot so far. It's been an eventful Saturday evening. It's been a beautiful Saturday day as we enjoyed sunny skies, but we were trying to give you guys a heads up on the potential for some showers and storms to rumble throughout the dinner time hours and into the rest of our evening, and that's what we've been tracking out so far. Now, taking the latest look at your Doppler radar, we finally went sub-severe everywhere here in our coverage area. That continues to be a positive. We're not talking about any severe thunderstorm watches, any severe thunderstorm warnings. We are sub-severe, so that continues to be the best news as we head into your evening. Now, let's take a look at your 7-day forecast as we get ready for the rest of our evening and our work week. 20% for your Sunday as we're dealing with some more overnight chances of showers and storms to develop. Now, peak overall intensity, that is behind us. That is in the rear view mirror. You might as well go to sleep stress-free. We could deal with some of those showers and storms pushing on in, but nowhere near the same level of intensity that we saw earlier on this evening. Now, as we continue into the work week, we're thankfully returning back towards a soggier pattern as we're talking about rain changes pretty prominently throughout the next few days ahead, and temperatures in the low 90s, waking up towards the low 70s, cannot beat it. Now, taking a look at your surface analysis, we've kind of dealt with back-to-back, honestly, quasi-stationary, quasi-cold fronts that have moved on through, kind of can't decide what it wants to be. And that's what was responsible for our storm chances earlier on this week. It clearly has not made much progress. And then we're taking a look at this cold front further on north that has allowed kind of more of that cooler air to collide with this warmer air. And we're dealing with some of those showers and storms, and that continues to dissipate, and we're not dealing with it at this moment in time. Now, that continues to be the positive. We're keeping our eyes on this second batch of showers and storms further up to the north. I'll see if this is touchscreen. It is not, so I'm actually going to send it over to the wall here as we can kind of zoom back in here towards North Mississippi, take a look at that here together. So let's take a look. We're taking a look at Futurecast here with all of our fronts here in the surrounding areas. And we're not going to zoom in completely. We'll continue to do a big breakdown of what to expect throughout your overnight hours, but we'll take a look at the southeast. So we're dealing with some of these showers and storms kind of right on the outskirts. I know some of you guys in the comments were asking, could we expect some more activity later on tonight? Well, that's what we're going to continue to watch to see it try to push in. Latest model run, this is the most updated look. Okay, it's a little bit later. I was about to say, we're going to start to see some of that kind of around 4 to 5 o'clock, but it is pushing it back a little bit further. Take a look at your Sunday. We're not dealing with any activity. It's going to be a beautiful start for our Sunday morning church commute, and it'll be a great overnight period ahead, especially once we can get through these last few storms. Now, this is everything that I put in earlier tonight. I have not been able to change it. We've honestly been through the peak portions of our severe weather, so that continues to be positive. We'll just continue to move past that one because I haven't been able to put this together for you guys with my pause points. So we'll just go through this manually. Kathy, looks like she is reporting some power outage. We don't have power on Highway 25 North, so that's very unfortunate here. We can go through power outages coming up here in the next few minutes. And Andy was saying it's 10 o'clock, 3 Zulu time, as we get ready for our overnight period to continue. And of course, I bet he was probably mentioning when those watches and warnings would expire. So, taking a look at Futurecast. I'll move this out of the way, doing a lot better with the overall placement. We're not dealing with that severe weather further out here towards the Delta. Some of those stronger showers continue to push ever so closer towards the Tuscaloosa, Alabama regions into the overnight period, and that's what's going to continue as we get ready for midnight and on. We're seeing that second batch of rain and showers continue to kind of lose its steam as we get closer towards midnight, but as we continue throughout the overnight period, take a look at some of that showers and storms continue to develop for the southern portions of the Delta. Now, I will say this is our latest look, and it's still keeping it pretty consistent around 3 to 4 a.m. So if we were to see any activity here in North Mississippi, it's pretty much for you guys out here towards Greenville, the most southern portions of the Delta here in our coverage area. The rest of North Mississippi continues to sit pretty good heading into the rest of our overnight period. No reason to stay up late and stress. So that continues to be a positive. So let's take a look at your overnight lows. Again, low 70s, a few upper 60s in the mix, 69 in Corinth and Iuka for Alcorn and Tishomingo County respectively. But a beautiful start to our day. 75 for you guys out there in Greenville, but I know I've been talking about 80s or at least 80 degrees for low temperatures. So this is still a significant difference heading into your Sunday. So let's take a look at your church planner, and I'm going to put it in play. Oops. It's going to do it one more time. So sorry, guys. A little bit chaotic when I have to kind of do this live during 10. Usually this is all pre-made before, and I can give you everything accurate and updated. But take a look at your day planner. We're still dealing with a few of those rain chances in the southern portions of the Delta by 7 o'clock, but a much drier Sunday up ahead as we're warming up towards the low to mid 90s. Going to feel amazing for your Sunday, even cooler for your Monday, and already cooling off towards the upper 80s by 3 o'clock. Now there's your 10 to 20% on your Futurecast. Now I had 20% earlier as I was looking at past model data. Looks like we're looking a little bit better off heading into your Sunday morning with the latest look, so that continues to be a positive. So for the southern portions of the Delta, maybe pushing into Noxubee County by your mid-morning hours, but a dry lunchtime period as we get ready to kind of leave church, ready for maybe some Sunday afternoon naps. Beautiful skies continue throughout your Sunday afternoon hours, and thankfully that continues all the way towards our Sunday evening broadcast at around 6 o'clock. We're enjoying pretty much mostly dry skies, maybe a few rain changes here and there, so you'll have to come back and tune in during the 6 o'clock broadcast to see if that verifies, but it's going to be a dry Sunday ahead. Now your high temperatures, again, low 90s all across the northeastern portions of our region, mid to upper 90s everywhere else. Unfortunately, Greenville's still coming in at around 100. That's what's going to keep you guys out there in the heat advisory level, but feels like value. So we're really starting to see that difference start to push into North Mississippi. It takes a while for that northern air to really start to clear all across our region, but 89 Corinth, 89 Iuka, 93 Red Bay, 90 in Boonville. Cannot beat it for this time of year, and more of us not included within your heat advisory criteria. Now, we're not talking about our high school game of the week presented by Casey and Lott. That will be for next week. So very excited to see what you guys pick for that. Let's take a look at your current heat alerts. This is for tomorrow. We're not dealing with those heat advisories across a majority of our region, but this is for Bolivar, Sunflower, LaFleur, Washington, Humphreys, and Holmes. That is set to expire tomorrow evening at around 8 o'clock. And then I'm envisioning our Monday to completely be heat alert free. So that will continue to be the positive as we get ready for our work week. I know we were talking about maybe a potentially rainy start, but hey, now that you're tuning in at 10 o'clock, you've stayed up with us, you get to see the latest model data. And looking at the chat, looks like just Brenda tuning in, saying hello to everyone. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm very excited to see you tune in. And let me kind of walk off screen real quick to get this. Want to make sure I keep up on the chat here behind the scenes, but very excited to see Brenda in the chat. You're one of our regulars, so very exciting to see you here. And it also looks like we have user 87345 yes to no heat alerts. I think we can agree with you. We would love to see that. So I'm good on my chats here behind the scenes. That continues to be a positive sign. Let's continue to break down your Futurecast for your Sunday evening heading into your Monday. And I'd be curious to see kind of what it thinks on those rain chances, especially compared to our strike model. It's going to freak out. There we go. I went one for 3 tonight, so at least I was able to stop it from freaking out once. Okay, we're starting off at around 6 o'clock on your Sunday evening, dealing with maybe a rogue shower here or there. We're really not going to be talking about much heading into your evening overnight period. Once we cross into midnight, models have been very consistent, keeping those rain chances just west across the river, pushing into the Delta by the overnight hours. But you'll notice, really not talking about that same level of intensity that strike had, but it's keeping most of that further out west here, kind of across the Mississippi River into Arkansas. So this is around 7:30, mostly dry start to our Monday morning. I can start to believe this a little bit more than what we were showing during the 9 o'clock with that strike model. We'll zoom this out to still see those showers and storms really start to fire off further out west. And they're going to slowly push into our region, of course, starting to deal with some of that daytime heating. So we'll deal with some thunderstorms in the southern portions of the Delta by lunchtime. That's going to continue to push further and further into our region. But we're really not talking about widespread rain chances. So again, 20 to 30% for your Monday. We're going to feel very nice as that northerly air continues to push on in. And to show you how nice we're going to feel, I need to step out of the way. Take a look at that. Low 90s to upper 80s. It is going to feel fantastic. And I say feel fantastic. Some feels like values are making us feel cooler than the temperatures outdoors. It has been a long time since we've been able to say that. That means technically we have to start talking about wind chills. we're still got a ways to go until we can really start talking about that. But very nice to see that trend heading into your Monday. It's going to feel fantastic. So again, let's take a look at your 7-day forecast. We're dealing with kind of a soggy weather pattern as we head into the work week, but 20% as we're going to deal with some of those showers and storms in the early morning hours coming on up. Mid-90s for your highs, significantly cooling off towards your Monday with highs in the low 90s if you even make it that far, but upper 80s in the forecast. So tune in. We might have to bump that down towards 89 tomorrow, but pretty much low 90s throughout the rest of the work week as we're dealing with those rain chances. This time a little bit more prominent on your Tuesday and Wednesday. Another beautiful weekend on tap as we're talking about low to mid 90s and rain chances, hopefully continuing to struggle. But coming up in the next 60 seconds, we're going to take a look at your Mama Justice Doppler radar and hopefully wrap things up as we've been live since I think around 5 o'clock dealing with severe weather all the way across North Mississippi. So I still see Will in the chat saying that he was going to be here throughout the rest of the coverage. So it looks like you are almost done. And so for the same for user 87345. I know you guys were wanting to tune in and be here till the end. So coming up in the next 60 seconds, we're going to continue to take a look at our radar, make sure everything's behaving before winding things down, getting ready for the overnight period, and make sure you guys are at ease. So we'll be back here in the next minute.
I have been going to Two Place Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Two Place Smiles.
Reserve your St. Jude Dream Home giveaway ticket by August 28th, and you'll be eligible to win the house and the bonus prize, a 2026 Polaris Ranger, courtesy of Dream Day Foundation. Visit dreamhome.org or call to reserve your ticket today.
For years, it's been the same formula. If it bleeds, it leads. You deserve better. We are Mississippi Live. We're focused on the stories that matter to you, to your community, to your family, because local matters. We are Mississippi Live.
Right now, from the Mississippi Live Weather Center, here's meteorologist Caleb Edelblut.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for sticking here with us for officially Mississippi Live at 10, but I feel like we've been doing Mississippi Live at 5 nonstop as we've been dealing with some severe weather here in North Mississippi. Thankfully, we are starting to kind of be on the downward trend if we're not really completely there already. Just Brenda, unfortunately, saying my power went off and right back on twice. Okay, never mind. I said unfortunate because I said my power went off, or I saw that. But she said my power went off and right back on twice about 8 o'clock or so. So that is not unfortunate. That is great to hear that you are still keeping your power. Now, one thing I want to point out here with our Mama Justice Doppler radar, we're enjoying calmer conditions. I don't really want to say mostly dry yet, as we're still talking about some thunderstorms out there in the Delta, thankfully staying below sub-severe limits, and some lingering moisture closer towards the Golden Triangle region, but there's not even a special weather statement out for this storm here. So that continues to be very positive, as we're not even seeing the storm push sub-severe levels just quite yet, if it does end up doing that. So we are not dealing with that here, and we are definitely past the peak here of severe weather coverage. So it has been another long day here in North Mississippi. I know it has been long days for you guys, as y'all have had to deal with this weather almost nonstop. So y'all have done a fantastic job, and I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. I hope we were able to kind of bring some peace and keep you guys updated throughout it, but I think we're safe to kind of wrap this up. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Y'all are giving me y'all's best wishes, so I really appreciate that, and thank you guys for tuning in. Talking about a week-long break. I'm going to be sleeping through most of it, I'll tell you that. So very excited for that coming on up tonight. And hopefully we'll be able to do that a little bit earlier than we have the past few nights. So yeah, I think we're going to wrap this up. I'm going to be up here for a little bit longer just to make sure that everything still behaves. I think if we are having to worry about any showers or storms, it's going to be for you guys here in the southern portions of the Delta and right around the 3 to 5 o'clock range, where we could see some of those showers and storms continue to develop. So I'm going to be up here working on some things behind the scenes, keeping my eyes on the radar. I'll send you a push alert in a moment's notice if you guys are under a warning. So y'all make sure to stay updated. Download that Mississippi Live Weather app. I guess I can bring that up for you guys. So you can scan the QR code here on your screen. iOS and Android, we're available on all phones or smartphones out there. It's the same app, just different softwares, of course, depending on which phone you have. So all the same features. Just wanted to make sure to have a link to your respective app store. And again, we appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. That app is what we believe is very important. It can send you notifications every time we go live, when warnings are issued, when lightning has struck, hail is approaching, and you guys continue to give us so much support and download the app, and we appreciate each and every one of you for joining the Mississippi Live Weather family. So we appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to be back towards a normal broadcast schedule tomorrow. It'll be 6, 9, and 10 as we get ready for calmer, cooler, drier conditions. I think those are 3 words we would love to hear here in North Mississippi. So thank you all again so much for y'all sticking with us and tuning on in. Yes, Andy, I'm not much of a coffee guy. I'm gonna keep sipping on my energy drink here behind the scenes. But again, y'all have a fantastic rest of y'all's night. We'll keep you updated on anything changes. But we have definitely made it through the peak intensity of the night. So until then, y'all continue to enjoy y'all Saturday evening. Have a beautiful Sunday morning ahead. Already looking forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good one. Whew. Oh, we're back. We're not going. Let's see. Where are we at here on our playlist? Y'all heard me take my deep sigh. I'm already starting my de-stress process. Let's see. So we're here on our show lineup. Okay, I think if I press this, we're going back. So, all right. Y'all have a good rest of your night. I'm going to keep my eyes here behind the scenes, continue kind of sitting up here for the next few minutes. And I'll see y'all tomorrow at 6, 9, and 10. No? Well, if things were to break on me, I'd rather it happened at the end of severe weather. Okay, this is the one. This is the one. I'm going to see y'all tomorrow night, 6, 9, and 10. 3rd time's the charm.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with a decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you, it's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.